England tonight. We'll preview that game. All 32 teams, we said, it will be in action over 4 days. Cowboys playing Jacksonville this weekend. Saturday night there in Arlington. Also got the PGA Tour. The FedEx Cup kicks off. The top 70 golfers will tee off this morning at the St. Jude tournament. Scotty Scheffler, John Rahm, Rory McIlroy among the favorites. 3 weeks of a playoff event. Big event in Duncanville High School this afternoon. The top recruit in the nation for some people, certainly in the state of Texas, will make his declaration. We'll get a preview of that as well. Baseball, football, all the top stories. The ACC Moline potential realignment growth situation. We'll get into that very, very latest after some meetings last night between the school presidents. It's going to be a busy Thursday here on Ian Rod B. He is the man, 16 years, a fixture on your radio dial here in Austin, Texas. Before that, he was a player in the NFL. Before that, number 21 in your Texas football program as a lifetime Longhorn playing at DBU. He's number one in your heart, though. He's our man, Rod Babers. What's up, RB?
I appreciate the intro, brother, and doing great. Getting closer to the weekend. Got football tonight. Well, preseason football, but that's okay. It's still football, so I'll take it. So feeling good, man. I appreciate it.
Fourth show of the new Horn 2.0, and, of course, Ian Rod B. Still looking for a name. Do we have some names that you've been writing? You've been furiously writing down the names we've been suggested.
I'm scribbling down some of the suggestions from the folks out there on the Specs text line, 512-337-3776.
I was
so we'll narrow it down probably next week sometime.
Get to a final name.
Yeah.
We appreciate that. Ty Henderson is through the glass as well. You told me, by the way, hello, Ty.
Hello.
Good to see you. Hello. Ty. How are we doing our What's Poppin' gambling pick of the night last night? Did we win?
I picked.
He doesn't remember.
Didn't even remember.
I picked the Astros.
You did pick the Astros, and you're 2-1 now in your final segment of the day, gambling ESPN bets pick of the night. And yeah, the Astros did get a win last night. We'll get you details. 8-2. They're now 2 back of the Rangers. You mentioned to me that you watched the Johnny Manziel documentary. So
I did. I couldn't sleep last night, so I watched it. And I looked at it. It was like an hour and 15. So I was like, all right, you know what? Let me just try to.
That's all it is. Hour and 15, huh?
I think it's like an hour and 15, hour and 20. And I was like, you know what? If it's boring, I'll pass out to it, and it'll be great. Anyway, then I can just say, you know what? It wasn't even good enough to keep my attention. It did. Unfortunately, I ended up staying up way too late because I watched the whole thing.
All right, okay, I need a full review of that. Johnny Manziel doc and where that's at. Let's start with the headlines on a Thursday morning. The topics you need to know, trending topics. You start your Thursday. UBEO Business Services brings it to you. Start with the Longhorns, Texas football. Texas held their 7th practice of training camp last night under the lights, and it was their first practice in full pads. That meant work on the run game, interior, and, of course, run defense, a big focus for Steve Sarkisian and the gang. All focus this afternoon will be on Duncanville High, south of Dallas. That's where the state's top recruiting prospect for the class of 2024, 5-star edge rusher Colin Simmons, has planned a commitment event for 2 o'clock today to make his declaration. The 6'2", 225-pound senior to be has narrowed his schools of choice to 3, with Miami, LSU, and Texas making the short list. Of course, had offers from across the country. Most recruiting experts declared a 2-school race between the Longhorns and LSU. Get a preview of that coming up. Major League Baseball, Rangers a lead atop the AL West, as we mentioned, down to 2. Rangers shut out in Oakland yesterday afternoon. Astros made it 2 wins in a row. And Baltimore 8-2 to final last night. 5 ace pitchers combined on a 4-hitter against that vaunted Ranger lineup. They avoid the 3-game sweep there, while the surging Astros got a first-inning 2-run home run from Tuesday night hero Kyle Tucker. Picked right up where he left off, and Jose Altuve and Alex Bregman combined for 6 hits, drove in 5 last night. Astros have taken the first 2 of that series. They'll look for the sweep this afternoon. Rangers will take the day off. Also in baseball last night, history in Philadelphia. Newly acquired Phillies right-hander Michael Lorenzen endeared himself to the home fans forever, tossing the 14th no-hitter in Phillies franchise history. 31-year-old was just acquired from Detroit ahead of the trade deadline. He struck out 5 and overcame 4 walks to lead Philadelphia to a 7-0 win over Washington. He's just the 5th pitcher in Major League Baseball and the second since 1900 to throw a no-hitter in his home debut with the new team. Also last night, Round Rock clobbered Albuquerque for the second straight night, 10-6. Same 2 teams tonight on a thirsty Thursday at Dell Diamond. Conference realignment news. Atlantic Coast Conference presidents met last night and continued to discuss the possibility of adding Stanford and Cal to the league. But according to multiple reports this morning, they say there is no consensus within the league and no formal vote was taken last night. Football-only member Notre Dame is reportedly a strong proponent of adding the Bay Area schools. ACC needs 12 of 15 school votes of yes for anything to happen. In golf, PGA Tour enters its 3-tournament FedEx Cup postseason with first-round action at the St. Jude Classic this morning. Playoff will begin with the top 70 golfers this year, not the 125 as in past years. Will conclude with the Tour Championship and a grand prize of nearly $20 million. Jon Rahm, Scotty Scheffler, Rory McIlroy enter the playoff as the top 3 in the FedEx Cup standings.
I love that Notre Dame trying to call shots. They're not even a full-fledged member.
Yeah, football only. Well, that's all that matters, right?
I feel like that's you ever see that Seinfeld episode where Kramer he's got a job, he's working at a place, but he actually hasn't been hired by the law firm that he's working at.
He just kind of shows up.
He gets fired, and he's like, actually, I really don't even work here. I feel like that's Notre Dame, you don't even really, you're not even a member here. You're just trying to call shots. But you're right, that's Notre Dame and football. It just shows you football is what matters.
And they're pushing for it because Notre Dame likes to play a coast-to-coast schedule.
Mm-hmm.
And we've talked about, at least I've suggested that the Big Ten strategically should add Stanford because that might push Notre Dame into some sort of partnership, big picture with the Big Ten. But that's why I think Notre Dame is pushing, hey, y'all, let's go ahead and get these West Coast schools, great academics.
Yeah, they want that academic, credibility. They want that academic credibility for them. That's big.
And Notre Dame likes to play a coast-to-coast schedule for recruiting, and they're a national brand. Want to be that national brand, not be locked in on the East Coast. And obviously, Notre Dame's still on the outside looking in as far as the conferences go, still independent, but they're kind of in the ACC, as you say. Yeah. Kind of work here.
Exactly.
But they're trying to throw their football weight around, which is significant. Will it matter? We talked yesterday quite a bit about the idea of SMU being in the conversation, which, people kind of like, why would SMU? Why would the ACC? Look, they're trying to expand the footprint, trying to grow from the Atlantic, seaboard only, really, the Eastern time zone. And you get the DFW Metroplex, and reportedly SMU would be willing to come in for almost no money, right? It wouldn't even cost them. They wouldn't have to share any money. Mm-hmm. Give us what we're making now in our current conference, and we'll be good. We just want to be in the field of 67 at this point. And then obviously Stanford and Cal are they're willing to take a lot less too, something better than they're looking at right now.
That's becoming a thing now, more and more.
Yeah, well, because I think the money's one thing, but
they just want to find a safe, stable place to land when the musical chairs of realignment stops.
Well, and the safe place would be to be in one of the 4 power conferences.
Exactly.
I mean, where you have to be. And if you're not, even if you're making the same money, to be in that 67 is better than not being in the 67. And obviously the idea for SMU would be that money could grow over time if their football program gets cranking in the Metroplex and becomes a big deal. And you mentioned yesterday the schools in the ACC would have to consider the football coaches. Playing games in Dallas would be a big deal for recruiting potentially.
We're just talking about, again, Colin Simmons, who's from that DFW area.
Yeah, Duncanville.
No, man, you're right about that. I even read this, and I was a little surprised. Sam Khan Jr. threw this out there that since Arizona State, Colorado, and Utah are getting a full share from the Big 12 starting in 2024, people wondered if BYU, Cincy, and U of H, if anything changed for them. Apparently not. U of H AD Chris Pesman, he told Sam Khan that they'll receive an $18 million share in 2023, 19 in 2024. They'll be full share members in 2025.
Yeah.
So the newest member. So that's apparently like that. You kind of work your way into being a full shared member in a lot of these new realignment deals. And you're right. People are saying, you know what? I'd rather take it. I'll take the discounted revenue share because I want stability matters more than the money right now. The money will come.
Yeah, I mean, SMU currently playing in the American Athletic Conference. I mean, I don't know what they make on a media rights deal in that conference, but if the money's the same, you'd rather be in the ACC than the American, obviously, and you grow into it. As for the Big 12 situation, that comes with the wink and the nod from ESPN. If ESPN says, "Okay, we've got the money to make them a full-fledged member," because they're in the Phoenix market and both 2 schools out of Arizona. Well, we'll cover that.
It's all about the value.
Yeah, the value.
Bringing in.
Yeah, we'll cover that.
Yeah.
Colorado, Dion, Denver. Yeah, we'll cover that.
The current American media deal is it goes through 2031, and it is just short of $7 million per school.
Oh,
there you go.
Man.
Right.
Okay. Even at discounted rate, you still making more money.
Right. Which SMU says, all right, ACC, give us our 7 or 10 million. We're good. We just want to be in your conference.
Yeah,
and
no doubt.
And look, I know there are a lot of fans that will hear that and think, what a ridiculous situation. But it is. but it's TV driven, it's dollars driven. But if you're just coming to that and realizing that it's been that way a long, long time in college athletics, the big business of college athletics, where it's been professionalized long ago, and obviously with name, image, and likeness and things of that nature, Rod Babers, there's it's more and more like the National Football League or.
It's getting that way. You basically are consolidating all your biggest brands in college football.
Right. Yeah, it's not realignment; it's consolidation.
Yeah, into like
consolidation.
Two big, SEC and Big Ten. Those are your two major. If you're a major college football brand, you're trying to get to those two conferences. And I think right now they basically but they have members who represent 26 of the top 30 revenue generating athletic departments in the country between the Big Ten and SEC. There you go. That's your Android and your iPhone of college sports. You got two choices.
That's why the leadership at Texas made the decision a couple of years ago. They saw it coming. We need to be there. We need to be in that conference.
Yeah.
No matter what. Because some people have said now that the Big 12 has added the schools, and somebody actually mentioned yesterday, I wonder if Texas should have just stayed close and try to add USC and UCLA. But I don't think. Again, ESPN and Fox would not have let that happen. The TV networks are pushing this. They're the wizards behind the curtain of all of it.
Puppeteers,
yes,
pulling the strings, and also you had to get away from Bowlesby. If you'd have done that deal somehow, even if the TV networks let you do it, that means Bowlesby would have got the credit, and then you're still under really shaky, uncertain, inept leadership between Bob Bowlesby. You need to go somewhere where you also have stability, means a leadership with vision and also, the political capital to be able to execute that vision. And Bowlesby didn't really have that.
He did not. And the Pac-12 never had it, it appears.
Kliavkoff certainly don't have it.
Speaking of NIL deals, you see Texas A&M. Texas A&M Aggies yesterday shut down their controversial 12th Man Plus NIL fund. Controversial in that it kind of goes against the national rules versus the state law that was passed on July 1st. This is the 12th Man Plus, their NIL initiative. They've shut it down, not because of the NCAA, Rod, but because of the IRS.
Uncle Sam.
Man.
Uncle Sam. Hey, they don't really give a damn about the NCAA, and honestly, they really wouldn't have, cared about any type of pressure, because outside pressure, whether it be the media or anything, they wouldn't really care about that. They felt they had the state law to back them up, and they were right about that to a certain extent. But man, when Uncle Sam comes in and says, hey, actually, there are tax codes that this initiative may violate the tax codes. Yeah, you might want to watch out.
Yeah,
you don't want Uncle Sam.
Yeah, that was the
investigating
debate
you
back in July 1st. This new state law, House Bill 2804, whatever went into law that makes it give schools in the state of Texas the ability to collect money through funds and collectives to go to the NIL, but also give perks to season ticket holders, kind of like the Longhorn Foundation or the 12th Man Foundation would. Make that legal within the state, but the NCAA sent a memo to all the schools saying, no, that's still against our rules, y'all. And so a game of chicken was happening. Texas never changed theirs. The University of Texas did not change the Texas One Fund or the Longhorn Foundation in the wake of the new state law. They held pat to kind of wait and see. A&M immediately jumped with the 12th Man Plus Foundation to take advantage of that. But the IRS, the NCAA memo didn't mean much, because everyone is wondering if the NCAA would actually do something about it instead of sending a memo. Because they don't have much pull right now or push. Well, the IRS does, and the IRS sent a memo in which they said the collective in-house name, image, and likeness fund puts the 501c3 status of the 12th Man Foundation at risk.
Yeah, you don't want.
Meaning you keep doing this, because if you send money to the Longhorn Foundation or the 12th Man Foundation, not the plus but the original, that's a write-off, right? You can write that off your taxes. That's a 501c3. The IRS was saying, no, you're going to lose that. You're going to lose that if you keep doing what you're doing. And so they thought, hey, we'll shut down the 12th Man Plus.
It's a way basically to incentivize donors to give to the university-affiliated NIL collective rather than the some other collectives, because then you'll get the perks of better parking, better access
Better
to
seats,
tickets, to the big games, all these different types of things. You got to be a big BMDs, big money donors to do that. I'm not a big money donor, so I know big money donors, so I know how that works. And Texas chose, because Texas didn't have to really take advantage of that loophole, if you will,
Right.
Because Texas was already the national leader in NIL compensation based on Open Doors. They're an entity that studies transactions from NIL collectives and different directives all over the country. But they said Texas is number one, and Texas believes they're right now in the arms race of the NIL world. Right now, they're one of the leaders, and they can consider themselves kind of the capital of the NIL world of college sports, and that's what they want to be. Trust me, it's going to be a long, long race because everybody wants to be in it, and you got to be in it. So for Texas, there was no incentive for them to really try to take advantage of that loophole. For the Aggies too, they're doing pretty damn good too, but they want every possible advantage, and I
here
get it.
comes the IRS. Well, we'll see. Name, image, and likeness. We'll see if it plays into a part of this Colin Simmons decision today. I want to ask you, coming up in our Behind the Burnt Orange Curtain, Rod Babers, at the bottom of the hour, what happens when you go into full pads, when it changes from shells to full pads at practice? That's what the Longhorns did last night, but 2 o'clock today. Obviously, Longhorns feel pretty good about the Colin Simmons recruitment. If you don't follow the recruiting world, Colin Simmons this year for Texas would be similar to Arch Manning of last year. Arch Manning, the number one quarterback recruit, but this is a state player in the state, and it's the Longhorns have put a lot of eggs in this basket. He is their focus. He's the best defensive player in the state, some say in the country, coming off the edge at Duncanville at a need position for the Longhorns. What's your sense of what's going to happen 2 o'clock today in South Dallas?
Seems like Longhorn fans feel like they have the momentum, but I mean, Longhorn fans, they're going to be overly optimistic. But a lot of the reports, a lot of the crystal ball predictions also have, I would say more of them have him going to Texas than have him going to LSU or Miami. I think it's between Texas and LSU mostly.
I've even seen a lot of LSU-based reporting who's saying it's not looking good for us here.
Yeah.
But again, it's an 18-year-old kid who is going into his senior year of high school at Duncanville.
And I don't even know. I mean, this is just a commitment, so that could always flip too. I mean, you have a bad season or a disappointing season, and then that could flip. So I mean, it's a commitment, but he is not signing anything just yet. So yeah, you can get him, and that'd be great. But I still think Texas needs to have a season where you're competing for a championship. Otherwise, he may decide to change his mind and go with, if LSU ends up winning the SEC championship on the other side, or competing for it and having a better season, maybe he flips back. So it's always something that...
This is just the start, not the end, right?
Yeah, it's something you got to always be aware of until they sign. And then when they sign, as we know, the transfer portal, you still don't got them.
Yeah.
All right, you still can't say, all right, you know what, we can relax. We don't have to re-recruit them. Yeah, you do.
All the time.
Every year.
All the time. Yeah, every year, keep them in the fold. No question about that. Colin Simmons, you saw it last year. Duncanville, of course, won their first state title since 1998 by beating mighty North Shore out of Galena Park down in the greater Houston area. And in that game, he was the best player on the field as a junior. They pitched a shutout against mighty North Shore in the second half, and a big part of it was him. He was unblockable off the edge and just harassing everything they tried to do. He's a beast of a football player, and it's a position the Longhorns really haven't had. I mean, one of those just war daddy pass rushers off the edge and wreaking havoc. They won't have them this year regardless, but for their move into the SEC, a player like Colin Simmons can be, those are game changers, right? Everybody's got good players in the Southeastern Conference who are the difference makers, who change the game on the offensive side of the ball and the defensive side of the ball. It appears Colin Simmons is one of those guys.
Yeah, you want those kind of force multipliers at every level of your defense. They recruited Anthony Hill.
Yeah,
he's supposed to be a next level linebacker that can almost do everything at the second level for the linebackers. This is a guy you just talked about. There's nothing really that he lacks skill set wise or measurables wise. He doesn't lack anything physically to be an elite defensive end at the next level here, and even projects as an NFL guy who has an NFL Sunday skill set too.
Yeah,
so
that kind of player.
Yeah, and they got guys like that in the secondary. They recruited Derek Williams is supposed to be one of those guys, the safety from Louisiana.
Yeah,
was a really good player. So yeah, I'm with you. I think building for the SEC, you just want to have those types of players at every level of your defense. And Texas right now, if they get Colin Simmons, you can see them starting to stack those guys.
2 o'clock today. Keep it locked here on the Horn and, of course, on all of our social media pages. We will crank that out just as soon as it comes down from Duncanville. I think it's be carried live on YouTube and all kinds of places.
It's big, man.
It's big.
Him and his teammate. He's got another teammate
will
that's
declare
also
today.
announcing.
Ty Henderson, our producer. You played defensive end in high school. You're not the level of Colin Simmons, I don't believe.
Hey.
But you've seen him play. What do you make? You feeling good about this as a former person who lived on South Camp or West Campus?
Yeah, definitely.
But went to Texas State.
Immediate
Hey,
impact
he went
kind of
everywhere.
guy. Immediate impact kind of guy. You know, that the Dallas area. I feel like JT Sanders was the last big recruit to come out of Duncanville to come to Texas. So I feel that pipeline's open.
It is, and you give Chris Gilbert, the former high school recruiting coordinator for Texas, who's now working at North Texas University for their new head coach. But he really helped Steve Sarkisian and the staff build that pipeline into South Dallas. And if you're talking about South Dallas, you're talking about some of the most fertile recruiting territory, not just in Texas, but in the country. You've given the numbers, Rod.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you're talking about Duncanville, DeSoto. I mean, all those high schools, South Oak Cliff, up and down I-20 and I-35. I mean, it is big time.
Yep.
And, the cool part about that is that a lot of these kids grow up, they may go to different high schools, but they grow up playing Pop Warner against one another, playing AAU basketball, other sports. And so the pipeline is important, and they have camaraderie and friends in the South Dallas group. You're starting to see that, and the Longhorns are building that pipeline. And obviously Colin Simmons would be a big part of that. And when Colin Simmons came on his official visit, he was hosted by Cam Williams, Duncanville guy, and some of those South Dallas area players who know him well.
Yeah.
That makes you feel kind of welcomed and at home, and your players become your best recruiters when it matters most.
They always are. They don't have to follow the NCAA rules about recruiting. There's no downtime for them. There's no period where they have to shut recruiting down. They can always reach out. DM guys. They, as you pointed out, they already have the pre-existing relationship with a lot of these guys from the camps that they've been in 7-on-7. And these days with social media, you can just reach out to great players. So there's no question your players should always enthusiastically be your best recruiters. They should be, because you as a coach, you can tell them, and there's nothing wrong with it. Say, hey man, I need you to reach out to this guy. That's technically not a violation of
hit him up on the DMs.
Rules. Like, hey, I need you to hit him up just to see where he is. I need you to gauge his interest, try to see if he's still thinking about the other
Tell
team
him about all those cool NIL deals you're getting.
all that stuff. I mean, that's the case. So I think Texas has a lot of those guys, and that's all about buy-in.
Yeah,
that's all about buy-in. If you don't like your coach, remember at one point there were guys who were telling recruits not to come to Texas at one point because they did not like their coach.
Yeah, that wasn't
so
that
it happens
long ago.
on the other end of the spectrum too.
No question. He is Rod Babers, Ty Henderson through the glass. You are here. It's a Thursday, just getting warmed up. Got behind the burnt orange curtain Texas football talk. First full pad practice last night. We'll also preview what we expect to see from the Houston Texans tonight. C.J. Stroud era begins. D'Amico Ryans. Also some E and Rod B facts of the day before the end of the hour. First to 5 hours, 5 days a week here on the Horn. Clever on the Specs text line. This says, how about the Horn Toppers? I don't know about that with Rod, E and Rod B. Rod is a UT grad. E is a St. Ed's grad. So the Horn Toppers. Yeah, we're the Hilltoppers over there on South Austin.
Oh, okay. Now I get it. I get the Horn Toppers.
I think my favorite so far is the Texas Fight Club.
Texas Fight Club. We can't talk about Fight Club.
Exactly. That's the first rule of Fight Club and the second rule.
I think my favorite so far is Rise and Grind.
Rise and grind. It's not bad.
Rise and grind. See Rod B and
There's
Ty.
gonna be some people who.
That's what you do. You rise and grind. You grind coffee. You know.
I know, but you got some people who go be sophomoric with that, right? You have some listeners.
By the way, I'm not in good graces at home because I was asked yesterday to run to the store and pick up some coffee. My wife loves her morning cup of coffee, and she was out. Bought decaf. Decaf. Why you guys? Who drinks decaf coffee? What are we doing?
Can you settle a debate for me here? I
I
have
don't
with my
even
dad.
drink coffee, so I don't know.
I don't know. Me either. But
Does decaf coffee have zero caffeine,
Yeah.
or just a reduced amount of caffeine?
I think it's
decaffeinated, I believe.
I think it might be reduced because sometimes it's. I think it varies.
It's psychological. I
Because
think.
sometimes they say decaffeinated and it has like a little bit in there. It has to do with tea sometimes too.
I argued with my dad about that for like
I don't
an hour.
have a good answer on that. I just know I bought the wrong stuff, and I'm in trouble. Doghouse. Doghouse.
I don't know. I don't drink a lot of coffee, but I know that happens with tea. So you got to ask somebody. I'm sure the Spec Text on will hook you up.
Gosh, dang it! They picked up had the green thing on.
You don't drink
Oh.
coffee though, so that's
No,
not
I
your
know.
fault. She should have sent you
Well,
a
I coulda read
screenshot
the
of what she
label.
wanted.
I knew what she wanted. I just grabbed the wrong damn thing. The HEB. All right, this says I still like the Morning Horn. Okay, the Morning Horn. All right, the Horn Stars, Ebony and Ivory.
Ebony and Ivory.
Pretty good. I like it. Several people mentioned J.T. Sanders went to Denton Ryan. That's true. Did J.T. Sanders, and if we were confused on that, we know J.T. Sanders and Anthony Hill Jr. Denton Ryan up there north of Fort Worth, north of Dallas. Obviously, Duncanville, South Dallas, down there in the I-20 pipeline. So, yeah, we're watching Colin Simmons today at 2 o'clock. We'll get into the Behind the Burnt Orange Curtain coming up. Also, some Ian Rodby facts of the day before the top of the hour, including another no-hitter last night in Major League Baseball and some other interesting news, notes, and nuggets. But how about the Johnny Manziel doc? Before we talk Texas football and full pads last night, what did you I have not seen it yet. What was your review of the hour and 20 minutes on Johnny football?
It was entertaining. It wasn't very in depth, and I thought some of the critiques about how it was lacking some journalistic integrity probably were dead on, if that's what you were looking for. But it did give you some great nostalgia. You basically got a chance to relive the Johnny Manziel era, and then it was kind of behind the scenes footage, if you will, of the Johnny Manziel era. It reminded me of a DVD behind the scenes footage where you get to kind of watch not only and relive the movie, but then you get all of the actors and the director and the producers telling you how everything went down. They had the agent, they had Uncle Nate.
Uncle Nate.
Uncle Nate was there, and Johnny Manziel. And turns out they haven't spoken in years.
Wow.
They basically haven't spoken since Johnny Manziel was drafted, which, sorry, spoiler alert. I shouldn't, just so you know. I won't give up too much, but that's one of the things that stood out to me that I thought was interesting, that they haven't spoken. And I wonder what's the reason. At this point, why?
Yeah.
At this point, I mean, right? At this point, I mean, we rode it till the wheels fell off. All right, let's at least salvage the friendship. So something went down there between those two.
You mentioned the criticism. I read this yesterday late in the show. Tony Grossi, who covers the Cleveland Browns, of course, Johnny Manziel drafted by the Browns, played for the Browns. He is the beat reporter and covers that team and has for a long time. And his review of the documentary was that it was fairly lazy. Manziel's agent and his family blabbering is what I saw. No Browns input, no mention of the homeless man. Remember the homeless guy who apparently told the owner to draft Johnny Manziel?
I remember that story.
Shouldn't you, if you're doing the documentary, hunt this guy down.
Mm-hmm.
Find this homeless dude. No insights into GM Ray Farmer and the text of the sidelines and things of that. So from the Browns beat reporter, he didn't get much, which I get. But, we live in the state of Texas, so we live the Johnny Manziel, era and comet in real time. Did you learn
Billy
anything
Lucci
you didn't know?
was on it. Yeah, you learned some things you didn't know. You learn about the myth of spoiler alert for those who don't want to hear it. You do learn that the myth of the family money was made up by Uncle Nate. That they got they're not poor or anything, but they don't have some old school
Generational
oil.
wealth.
They're talking about old oil money that they had. They don't have any old oil money. They made that up so to get the NCAA off their back, so that they would
That's where all
have.
this money. That's why he's driving these cars. And
Yeah, that's
has all
where
this
how you
cash.
can afford courtside seats and afford to fly on private planes just because they got some old oil money in the family. That was all made up to hide the fact that they were breaking NCAA rules by signing autographs and making money that way.
He was doing the SMU Eric Dickerson thing in real time.
Pretty much.
And now it's all legal.
And it wasn't FU to the NCAA, because ultimately it made the NCAA look back. Because NCAA did investigate. But Uncle Nate did a great job, man, of taking the heat, and he took a heat full out of it, and then he made up the story about the family money and all that kind of stuff. I think the NCAA bought most of that. And they basically couldn't prove that Johnny was breaking the rules, even though they
Pretty
knew.
obvious he
They
was.
knew Johnny was breaking the rules, yeah.
All right. So this, by the way, this texter on the Specs text line says, guys, depends on the coffee. Some are completely decaffeinated. Some are slightly caffeinated. Same applies to non-alcoholic beer. Some have a small amount. Some are absolutely zero.
Interesting. There you go.
All I know is I bought the wrong.
Still,
Damn it.
all you know is you're in the doghouse because you bought the wrong damn coffee. There you go.
There you go. But, can't do anything about it at this point, which is not good. Hey, so the facts of the day coming up. We also have the Colin Simmons decision. And we got to preview some preseason football action, which is coming your way. All 32 teams in action beginning tonight with 2 games, the Texans and Patriots. But right now it's time to go behind that burnt orange curtain and talk Texas football.
And they were all asking themselves the same question. What is behind that curtain?
All right. We got a couple of things we can get to. You talked about the Longhorns getting to their first padded practice.
How does that change things in your mind as a player?
Oh, it changes everything.
It does it really?
Yeah.
You go all in.
Yeah, that's, everything other than that has been basically 7-on-7 pretty much. Linemen, they can't do much at all but work footwork and hand placement. But, for a lineman, not putting on the pads, that's for them. They're not really practicing and not really playing the game at all. So they, for the players out there, the physicality, you want that first day in pads to set the tone. All right. So I don't know exactly how pleased Sark was with it. We haven't heard from Sark about the first padded practice, but as a coach, you definitely want that to set the tone. Guys should be thirsty. They should be hungry for physical contact, because you haven't had a lot of it at all in the offseason. I don't know if you've had any of it in the offseason for these guys, considering how they've changed the rules. So this is, for this group, where the expectations are really high, and you have a lot of veterans who now you have the same coaching staff. You have continuity with the staff. They know exactly what is expected of them by this staff. They know how to practice in Sark's, system, within his framework, and how he likes it, and what he won't tolerate at practice and what he will. So you don't have to worry about that anymore. Remember, you used to have to teach guys how to practice.
Right.
All right. And what was expected. Sark did all that in year 1 and in year 2. Now you're veterans. They'll tell the young guys, or at least they'll set the example for the young guys. Young guys just watch the older guys and do what they do. And so you really do become a more efficient team at this point. That's what you're expecting from Sark. And also in terms of setting the standard, man, I expect it to be a really physical, or at least it was a really physical practice, because you got a lot of, vets, and you have a lot of guys who here are trying to compete for jobs. Even Sark said it, he's still making tough decisions about who's going to end up winning some of these jobs.
Yeah, and the competition, and we know there are some things pretty solid in key places. But gosh, the name you keep hearing, Rod, from the insiders and the reports is A.D. Mitchell.
Yep,
the wide receiver. Now they went heavy run game, heavy run defense heavy, because the first time they could really get in the trenches last night. But A.D. Mitchell is a name that you just inside Texas. Orange Bloods, they all had the same name on the hearing from that A.D. Mitchell just continues to show up and make plays.
Agreed.
And that's a deep receiver core. We know that, but pretty clear that the Georgia transfers come in looking to become a pivotal key factor within this offense.
As a matter of fact, that's a great segue, because Sark was speaking earlier this week with Josh Pate, who does work for 247 Sports.
Yeah, does a good job.
Yeah, he does a good job on YouTube, and Sark joined him on his show. So here's some audio cuts from that interview, and Sark actually spoke about the wide receiving room because there's a ton of buzz about it. So here is Sark on the receiving room at Texas.
I really like that room. At the end of the day, I think that we've put a lot on Xavier Worthy for 2 years. When he came in as a true freshman, there was a lot on his plate, and he handled it and he took it and he had to know everywhere and move everywhere. And there was a lot, and he played a lot of snaps and a lot of reps, and Jordan Whittington as well. I think now with the addition of A.D. Mitchell, getting in a healthy Isaiah Nair, who we missed last year, who transferred from Wyoming, the addition of a Jonte Cook, the kind of steady play of Casey Kane being back, and then DeAndre Moore, Ryan Niblett. We've got a really talented room. I think one that where we can spread the field a little bit more, one that where guys aren't feeling like I have to be the one to make the play and Xavier's got to beat double coverage every play, because A.D. Mitchell's a good player. Jordan Whittington's a good player. Isaiah Nair's a good player. Jonte Cook can be a player, not to mention, how are you going to defend JT Sanders? And so ultimately, historically for me, when we've had our best offenses, we've been able to deploy people across the field that make it difficult for you to kind of pin down and hone in on. And in turn, the ball can get spread out when the quarterback knows to go with the ball. Guys can make plays in space because they're getting those one-on-one matchups.
There he goes. I swear, Sark and I keep using some of the same language to get the one-on-ones.
He's listening.
Deploying
on the Horn app, hornfm.com.
Deploying 5 receivers. Remember, giving the defense, presenting them with a mathematical equation they cannot solve. They can't double X-Man and double JT Sanders. That if they do that, if they do it, that means you'll have one-on-ones with Jay Witt, with A.D. Mitchell. You'll have a light box. There'll be so many other options for the offense. And I think that's why Sark's excited. That's why I'm excited about the offense. The possibilities are pretty much, right now, the running game is one of the things I think could limit the offense because we don't know. They have talent, but it's unproven talent in the backfield because you lost Bijan and Rojo. But other than that, O-line is stacked, wide receiver stacked, quarterback stacked, tight end stacked. Really the running game shouldn't have to do much. And within this offense, it shouldn't have to be the running game shouldn't have to be overburdened with this offense. It should just be a complementary piece, considering how dynamic all the weapons are.
We'll see. It's a work in progress, but you're 23 days now to the start of the Longhorn football season. That means 3 weeks from Saturday is the first tailgate, the first Bevo Boulevard, and the first game with the Rice Owls. We know that means 30 days from today will be the game with the Alabama Crimson Tide. Not to look past the Rice Owls, Rod, but I know a lot of Longhorn fans are already making their Bama plans.
Yeah. Oh, well,
tailgate,
Bama,
Tuscaloosa.
Bama looks, like this year may be the year that the standard drops for them just a little bit. Just because they have a new OC, new DC, and they don't really know who the quarterback is going to be just yet. So if there's going to be a regression for Bama, and regression for them means, 10 wins instead of 12.
13 or 14.
Yeah, exactly. It may be this year. Just but talent-wise, they're always loaded. There's talent across the board. They're one of the most talented rosters in the country. Top 5 most talented rosters easily.
Year to year,
no question.
Doubt.
Yeah.
All right, throughout the morning, we'll go behind the burnt orange curtain. We'll hear Joel Klatt. Joel Klatt has weighed in on the Longhorns and where he has them ranked in his top 15, top 20 in the country right now. Also, more from Sark with that Josh Pate interview, talking about leadership on this team and where they are behind the burnt orange curtain. Longhorns in pads last night, and all eyes today will be on Duncanville High School.
2 o'clock. Is it 2 o'clock?
2 o'clock.
2 o'clock.
I'd seen an original 2 o'clock Eastern, but it's 2 o'clock.
It's 2
local
o'clock
time.
Central Time.
Yeah, and I think they're going to the high school, but I don't think the high school's back in session yet. But they're just going to let them use the high school for the announcement.
They need the space. I'm sure it'll be in the auditorium or in whatever the gym, whatever. They need a lot of space because it's going to be a ton of people at this announcement.
Also this morning, Rod and myself, and we'll have a look at the number 17 team in our Ian Rod B. Horn Top 20 Countdown. We're counting down the top teams. If you missed it, we'll keep you posted. We've got Texas Tech at 20. Because everything runs through Lubbock. We had North Carolina at 19. We had Ole Miss yesterday, Joey Freshwater. By the way, can I make an adjustment? His new girlfriend that he's dating, 25, not 27. My apologies.
Wow.
Yeah. Remember I showed you the picture yesterday of him and the fish and her?
I guess the 2 years shouldn't make that big of a difference, but it's
I just want to make sure.
I was about to say, because I know who this girl is.
You do?
Yeah.
Wow.
I said
she went to Ole
27,
Miss.
and she just graduated. She's from Ole Miss in 2019, and she's now dating.
Graduated early.
Yes, she's on the fast track.
Good for
And already has
Joey.
caught the eye of
Good for
Lane Kiffin,
Joey.
the head coach.
Man.
And interesting with Texas Tech, right? They're the team so far that finished like a gangbusters at the end of last year with 4 straight wins and beat Ole Miss in their bowl game, and then. North Carolina, who was at 19, and Ole Miss stumbled to the finish line, right? Mac Brown's team was 9-1 and lost their last 4 to finish 9-5. Lane Kiffin's team was, a 7-0 and then 8-1 and then fell apart.
1-5 to finish the season.
No defense and lost to Texas Tech in that bowl game. So those two teams trying to figure it out today. We're going to be on a big rival for the Longhorns today, Rod. Big rival for the Longhorns.
You gonna play that song?
It's up to you.
Don't put it on me.
Up to
I
you.
don't want that. No.
I don't want that.
Don't.
Well, we do usually play the fight song, but it's a fight song no one's going to like here on the 512.
Don't you put that on me? Don't you put that on me, Ricky Bobby?
Hey, come back.
Put that on me.
Let's get some facts of the morning. So me and Rod B. Facts. We'll also you might be able to guess who the number 17 team, or 16 team, I should say, or 17. Yeah, we're at 17. And our countdown will be. We'll be at 16 tomorrow as we count them down week by week. Those who shall not be named. Absolutely. Coming back, the facts, including it's a fact. O.J. Simpson not happy. O.J. Simpson not pleased with the current situation.
You don't want an angry OJ.
Never. And how about the situation going on with the folks in Hawaii? This is unbelievable. We'll get some Ian Rod B. Facts of the day this morning. Ty Henderson is here as well. You are here. It's a Thursday morning.
Y'all's
Ebony and Ivory.
participation.
Ebony and Ivory.
Too obvious.
Too obvious. Too obvious. Salt and pepper's been mentioned. All right. So Ty Henderson is here as well. Ty, have you seen the new Manziel doc?
I have not.
Not. I need to. We did watch Hard Knocks HBO on Tuesday night, so that's back. We got preseason football tonight. Before we get to the E and Rod B facts of the day, Rod, what's your level of excitement to watch some preseason football tonight?
Well, I'm a Texans fan, so I do want to see C.J. Stroud.
It's at least the first series,
I want to
right?
see C.J. Stroud. So yes, I'm a little excited for him. I'm a little nervous for him too, because I know if he doesn't look good, then we're gonna be dealing with all the negativity. And Texans fans, they are quick to get negative and I can't blame them because they've been dealing with a fuster-cluck of a franchise for the last 3-4 years. And it's one of the laughing stocks actually of the NFL.
Well, and they've been in tank mode. We know that, right? They intentionally, well, they say it, the hiring of David Culley and then replacing him with Lovie Smith.
You went back-to-back one-and-done coaches.
Well, and C.J. Stroud and that was, I don't think, they should have just kept David Culley.
They should have just kept David Culley.
He
was winning too much.
I know.
Remember? He won too much. They thought he was going to be a total disaster so they could just tank. And he kept winning and inspiring the guys. They kept getting better. They're like, this dude is actually winning games. Yeah. They may win 6-7 games. We got to get him out of here.
And then Lovie Smith at the end of his tenure, winning game 17 or week 17 against the Colts in miracle fashion to cough up the number 1 pick, which ended up with Carolina trading with the Bears to get it.
Brutal.
And Houston. And that's why there's pressure on C.J. Stroud, because the consensus number 1 overall pick became Bryce Young. Mm-hmm. Houston didn't have that pick. There were some questions about Stroud coming through the draft process, whether that was nitpicky or not. And so all eyes will be on C.J. Stroud and DeMeco Ryans, who's at least there's finally some optimism in Houston that there's a direction, right? There's a leader that they want to be there. DeMeco Ryans turned down opportunities to interview for other jobs that were available because he wanted the Houston job. It's actually, he called it his dream job. He played there in Houston when he was drafted out of Alabama, met his wife there, got married in Houston, and, of course, had been on the staff with your guy Kyle Shanahan and the San Francisco 49ers running the defense there. So he comes in. So at least
and played there.
Now you have C.J. Stroud, and he was a good player. He was a really good player in Houston.
Yeah.
I mean, right as you were wrapping up your pro career, he was a damn good linebacker. He was their second-round pick early in the second round, and
was he out of Bama?
He was out of Bama.
Bama.
Did not play for Nick Saban, but he was got out of Bama before Saban got there. But he brings that charisma. Leadership. What any thoughts on DeMeco Ryans? You know Kyle Shanahan very well.
I do. I've heard that DeMeco Ryans is going to be a great hire for the Texans, even if he doesn't win. Start winning a lot of games and winning division. The Texans are at the point now as an organization they had to kind of start from the bottom because of the disaster that was Jack Easterby and then the Bill O'Brien, and then we all know how that went. We don't have to relive it. So they'll be better off. They'll be a better organization when they move on from DeMeco Ryans, whenever that is, as a result, because of the way he's going to build the franchise, because he'll build the culture back up. And he's a football guy, and they've had people in charge around there who aren't football people. I'm a little concerned that he doesn't have anybody with head coaching experience on the coaching staff at all. And really, he's the only. I think they have 2 guys with play calling experience. That's it. They just don't have a lot of experience in the coaching staff. That's a little concerning. Everybody's learning on the job.
Yeah, that is
everybody's
of
learning
concern.
on the job.
And now you're up against Bill Belichick and whatever they're doing in New England this year. That'll be interesting. That's 6:00 tonight. There's 2 games. I think they're both on the NFL Network. If you have that,
Seahawks, and
Seattle and Minnesota, the late game.
Minnesota.
The Vikings. Kirk Cousins, everybody's new favorite guy because they've seen the quarterback doc on Netflix. And everybody says, man, Kirk Cousins, it just comes off good. C.J. Stroud tonight. And look, Texans do have a pretty darn good offensive line, I think. That's a good place to start with a young quarterback. Damian Pierce is a good young running back. Mm-hmm. They signed Dalton Schultz from the Cowboys to play tight end to give him a weapon. John Mechie is back, the Alabama second-round pick from a year ago. He's healthy. And, they also drafted Will Anderson, right, with the 3rd pick, the trade back up to get the Alabama pass rusher. So they think they have 2 cornerstone players on either side of the ball at quarterback and pass rush, having drafted, the kid out of LSU,
Derek Stingley?
Derek Stingley, 2 drafts ago.
He's got to show up this year.
Well, because they took him ahead of Sauce Gardner.
Yes.
Remember? I mean, they took Stingley ahead of Sauce Gardner. And Sauce, of course, was the rookie of the year. So, but they still have high hopes for Stingley as a great cover corner. Jalen Petrie, the young Baylor Bear at safety, was a playmaker in year one.
He's going to be a Pro Bowl safety or at one point. He really is. He was a hell of a playmaker last season, man. He missed a lot of tackles. He had one of the highest missed tackle rates in the NFL. But his playmaking rate, he makes so many splash plays, whether it be forcing fumbles, getting interceptions, PBUs. He's always around the football. Great nose for the football.
Hey, let's get some Ian Rod B facts of the day here before the top of the hour.
Get your facts straight.
There you go. Get your facts straight.
Get your facts straight. Can we go baseball fact real
Please
quick?
give me a fact.
Man, I just love Shohei facts.
Shohei
facts are great. Okay, so we got a few Shohei facts here. This is for the second straight year, Shohei Ohtani has 10 wins as a pitcher.
Yep.
And has hit 15 plus home runs. He's the only player to do that in a single season, let alone 2 seasons. And 15 home runs is a low limit. 34 he had last year. And he's got 40 home runs so far this year with that 10-win mark.
Yeah, he got the win last night for the Angels. One of their few wins in their last 10 or 15 games. They pull back to 58-58. He gets the victory. Let me get his pitching line. Shohei 6 innings, 3 hits allowed, 5 strikeouts. He's now 10-5 on the year, and he's got 40 bombs.
He's the
first player ever to do that in Major League Baseball. That's the list. Shohei Ohtani, a player with 40 home runs in a season and 10 pitching wins. That's Shohei. Unfortunately, he's on a team that is an afterthought right now for the postseason.
If you go look at most home runs hit in the season and with at least 10 wins as a pitcher, Shohei has done it twice, last year and this year, with 40 and 34 home runs, 10 and 15 wins. So far, he's got 10 wins. Babe Ruth next, 1918, with 11 home runs and 13 wins.
Well, remember about Babe Ruth when we compare the two. Babe Ruth never did what Shohei's doing the same, both at the same time, where he was a pitcher, and then they decided to make him a hitter, and he stopped pitching, right? I mean, Shohei's doing both at the same time. That's never been done, and he's doing it at an elite level. We know the story, and the Angels probably not going to make the playoffs, and he'll be the biggest, free agent ticket ever
in the history of the game. I cannot wait to see what the free market values Shohei at right now. That's going to be crazy to see.
Also, some facts. You see the Tennessee Titans did the rendering of their new $2.1 billion football stadium in downtown Nashville yesterday.
I did not see that.
Looking pretty sharp. They want to host Super Bowls and continue to push Nash Vegas as one of the entertainment meccas of North America. That's out there. And O.J. Simpson, Ron. O.J. Simpson not happy. Because speaking of Vegas, yesterday, Henry Ruggs, the Vegas Raiders wide receiver, was sentenced to 3 to 10 years in prison for that horrific 2021 DUI crash that killed a woman and her dog. Yeah. And OJ took to Twitter to question why his sentence for burglary and stolen property was longer than someone who killed a woman and their dog.
Wow.
Make it about him.
Yeah, man.
Maybe because you killed someone too?
Yeah.
OJ. Allegedly.
He said, "You're driving.
If the glove don't fit, you must have quit."
OJ said, "If you're driving your car on roughly 160 miles an hour on a public street and end up killing a girl and her dog, you get 3 to 10 years. I go to a hotel room that you're invited to retrieve your own personal stolen property, and I got 9 to 33 years. Same courthouse, same city. I don't know. Somehow it just doesn't add up. I'm just saying.
Listen, he's not wrong, but nobody wants to side with OJ." So there you go.
Yeah, no empathy here, or sympathy, or any of it for O.J. Simpson. I tend to agree with him about Henry Ruggs. It's a light sentence for what he did. We'll be back just 1 hour in the books of 5 on Ian Rod B. Thursday on Ian Rod B. Great names coming in. Says all horn, no bull. I like that. It says
It's not bad. I like that. I'm writing that down.
Ian Rod's Morning Brew. This guy says, hey, Rod, go Stros.
Go Stros.
Yeah, Astros. Going for a sweep today in Baltimore. We'll get you details of the team with the best record in the American League. Astros have won the first two. Now 2 back of the Rangers. It says, oh, no. You say OJ's mad? Heads are going to roll. That's not
Come
funny.
on, man.
Is that a joke?
Come on.
Too soon.
Too soon?
Too soon.
Too soon? Yes, OJ. Oh, man.
Too soon.
Oh, that's crazy. All right.
Hey,
OJ jokes. They're too easy.
They're too easy. Before we get to our headlines and some other topics, have you ever been to Hawaii, Ron?
I have not. That is on the bucket list. Got to get that done. Got to get that done.
Hawaii? Ever been?
Never have.
Me either. I would love to, obviously. But, man, if you've seen the images and the video coming out of Lanai, is that Lanai? How do we say with this the capital of the of Maui? It's the one of the big islands there. But that historic town there, Lanai, I'm going to say this is how we say it, has just been 36 people have been confirmed killed in wildfires in Hawaii now.
What?
And this is an unbelievable story. And I've seen some like TikTok videos and people like with their own eyewitnesses are more than even the news are giving you. It is terrifying because there was a hurricane south of the islands, Hurricane Dora, and it was whipping up these 70, 80 mile an hour winds, Rod. And then apparently the winds knocked they don't have official word, but it appears that like an electric breaker was knocked over, which started a fire.
Yeah.
And then the winds were blowing so strong that it just took off, and there was no stopping it. And people, you're on an island. People are running into the ocean to avoid the flames. Can we hear from an eyewitness to this? This is why social media is amazing these days with TikTok and Instagram, and people can just pick up their phone and kind of take you behind the scenes of these horrible incidents. And here was in Hawaii. This is a young lady from a video I found.
Basically, there was a hurricane that was passing the island, so yesterday the wind on Maui was like up to 80 miles an hour. So when I woke up, there was just like power lines down everywhere. The wind was blowing super hard. I ended up going down to the coffee shop that I work at. I post about it on here sometimes. And we were just like kind of watching the storm, and all of a sudden there was like a big thing of smoke that went up, and I think it might have been from a power line, I'm not sure, but it just spread so fast. And we evacuated. We like saw it go up super fast, so we ran to my house, and I packed like a small backpack of things, and then by the time we were trying to evacuate my house, which was like 10 minutes after the first initial fire smoke went up, the entire town was like covered in black smoke. Like you couldn't even see where the fire was because the smoke was blowing.
There you go.
So
There's
bad.
an eyewitness from the island.
That's crazy.
Lahaina is the city, and somebody said, I was literally on my honeymoon 2 weeks ago in Maui. Horrible, horrible news, and stunning images. It really is. It happened. There's a young lady talking about how quickly it happened, and you can imagine. Everything's good, and then obviously there's a storm going on, so the winds are up and winds are blowing, and next thing you know,
that the winds is pretty much what exacerbated the fires in Cedar Park.
Yeah.
Because the winds picked up. The last couple of days, actually, the winds have been.
Well, let's say I remember back when the Bastrop fires happened. Obviously, in the Steiner Ranch fires, nothing to this magnitude, but Bastrop was. And Bastrop, I remember, I believe it was a Sunday afternoon, because my dad and I were on the golf course, and I was like that again. My kids were old enough to be home alone, but they were home alone, and so I was like, let's go home, because the wind was blowing like 30, 40 miles an hour, and it was a dry north wind. Now, neither of us were playing good golf at the time because we were 40-mile-an-hour winds, and I was like, "Let's get home," because the wives were out doing something. Yeah. And and then got home and heard it because apparently the reports are the investigation that the Bastrop fire started with some electrical wires that were blown into a tree or trees that then caught, and then it was just
oh yeah.
I mean, and the wind.
And then once the wind catch it, it just starts blowing some of the dried up brush that's burning elsewhere.
And it didn't start in Bastrop; it started up near Elgin, and it just took off south. With the winds and ended up, into Bastrop pretty quickly. And it sounds like the same thing happened in Lahaina.
It's scary, man.
And if you drive through there, you still see that damage today.
I know. It's unbelievable. So thoughts and prayers to those folks on a Thursday morning. That is as terrifying as it gets.
It's so dry every damn where. So please be careful out there.
Yeah, and it's a reminder for everybody here because seems like there's brush fires more and more. We're on day 32 in a row of 100-degree temperatures plus, and the dry conditions, and there's no rain in sight. So be advised, and thoughts and prayers. I know a lot of folks have vacationed in Maui and been there, and Lahaina is a historic little town. I mean, they have great streets for shopping and restaurants and nightlife, and all gone. I mean, the before and after photos from above are just stunning.
Sad,
of how quickly life can change.
It's devastating.
No question. All right, we got a lot to do. Rod will have his first rant of the day coming up. We're talking college and pro football, and let's get to the headlines of the morning to get you caught up with the news on the sports landscape. UBEO Business Services. Yeah, Longhorns had their 7th practice of training camp last night. It was their first in full pads, meant work on the run game, and run defense was the focus. All focus this afternoon is going to be on Duncanville High. That's south of Dallas, the state's top recruiting prospect for the class of 2024. The edge, 5-star edge rusher Colin Simmons has planned a commitment event for 2 o'clock today. 6'2", 225-pound senior to be has narrowed his schools of choice to 3. Miami, LSU, and Texas make his short list. Most recruiting experts declared a 2-school race, though, between Texas and LSU. We'll know today at 2 o'clock. Major League Baseball, Rangers lead atop the AL West down to 2. Rangers were shut out in Oakland yesterday by 5 A's hurlers who threw a 4-hitter. Astros, meanwhile, won their second straight in Baltimore, beat them 8-2, and was Kyle Tucker hit that big grand slam on Tuesday night in the win. He started the game with a 2-run homer in the first inning. Jose Altuve, Alex Bregman combined for 6 hits and 5 driven in. They beat the O's 8-2. Texas will have today off. Houston will look for the sweep this afternoon in B-More. Also in baseball last night, history in Philadelphia. Newly acquired Phillies right-hander Michael Lorenzen certainly endeared himself to the home fans forever. He tossed the franchise's 14th no-hitter. 31-year-old just acquired from Detroit ahead of the trade deadline. Struck out 5, pitched around 4 walks to lead the Phillies to a 7-0 win over the Nationals. But a no-hitter, he's just the 5th pitcher in Major League history and the 2nd since 1900 to throw a no-hitter in his home debut with a new team. Also last night, Round Rock clobbered Albuquerque for the 2nd straight night, 10-6. Same 2 teams tonight on a Thirsty Thursday. Conference realignment news. Atlantic Coast Conference presidents met last night and continued to discuss the possibility of adding Stanford and Cal to the league. According to multiple reports, there is no consensus within the league, and meetings last night led to some roadblocks. No formal vote was taken. Football-only member Notre Dame is reportedly a strong proponent of adding the Bay Area schools. ACC needs 12 of the 15 votes to be yes if anything can happen. NFL, all 32 teams will play preseason games between tonight and Sunday, beginning with a pair of games tonight. DeMeco Ryans' era begins for the Texans. They'll be in New England, face the Patriots. C.J. Stroud, the 2nd pick in April's draft, will get the start. Also tonight, Minnesota's at Seattle. Cowboys open their preseason schedule Saturday night in Arlington, hosting Jacksonville. And in golf, they'll tee it off this morning at the St. Jude's Classic in Memphis. PGA Tour entering its 3-tournament FedEx Cup postseason. Playoff begins with 70 golfers this year. Concludes with the Tour Championship in 3 weeks. A grand prize of nearly $20 million on the line. Jon Rahm, Scotty Scheffler, Rory McIlroy enter the playoffs as the top 3 in the FedEx Cup standings.
With Texas starting their official padded practices, I'm gonna get into maybe some old offensive line discussion coming up a little bit later on, because the offensive line this year is supposed to be one of the best in college football. We don't talk enough about it. And Christian Jones actually said, and we'll get some of that sound. Christian Jones actually said that he thinks that Texas, or at least their goal, is to win the Joe Moore Award, which is for the best offensive line in the country, which I don't think Texas has ever won that award. Texas football for the Joe Moore Award. for the best. It's an entire offensive line unit award, not just for one guy.
Yeah, I mean, there's
If it
Lombardi
wa-
awards.
Yeah, if
and-
it was one guy, Kelvin Banks, he'll be in that conversation one day for the best offensive lineman award. But the Joe Moore Award is an offensive line award given to the best offensive line in the country, and I think Kyle Flood has done it with.
Yeah, he won at Alabama, I believe.
He won it at Alabama. So that's their goal. He said every day they got a checklist of what it takes to win that award, and they want to win that award this year. If they're in the conversation to win that award, it totally changes the complexion of this offense. Because right now last year the offensive line was okay, but they underachieved as a run blocking unit. Actually, Bijan Robinson and Rojo covered up a lot of the flaws in their run blocking. They were actually a better pass blocking unit. This year, though, you're going to need them to be an elite, effective run blocking unit because you don't have Bijan and Rojo. And how often, Longhorn fans, just thinking in your head right now, did you see Bijan and Rojo turn what could have been a negative play into a positive play?
Over and over.
Exactly.
Over and over.
Over and over. Like it was like it seemed like that is a running reel in Longhorn fans' head about, man, that could have been a tackle for a loss. Oh, that could have been a 3-yard loss here or there. Nope, Rojo and Bijan found a way to make something out of nothing at times, and that was a huge advantage for Texas offense, and we didn't see it in the bowl game. Think about the bowl game. Those tackles for loss actually were tackles for loss.
Yeah, listen.
And they put you behind the chains a lot.
Yeah. And then the run game against Washington, having been in the building, it was just completely lame.
Yep.
And Keelan Robinson, I don't think so. An every down running back, behind the line. But same time, it's got to be better without those two running backs. But the Joe Moore Award's only been given out since 2015.
Okay.
So Alabama was the first winner in 2015. Last year's Michigan's won it back-to-back years.
Back-to-back.
Bama did win it in 2020 when Kyle Flood was there and Steve Sarkisian was calling plays, and they won the national championship. So it's there. Look, it's like that the players are talking about it. I mean, it shouldn't be because it's not an individual goal; it's a team goal, right? They're working together because we know offensive line plays about five individuals playing as one and playing as a unit. And again, having covered this team for so long, Rod, I've covered your teams. What changed at Texas was Vince Young. Yes, Vince Young changed Texas from a really good team and a double-digit win team when you were there to a national championship team. The offensive line became the strength of the team, or one of the strengths.
You had NFL players.
Yeah, I mean, Casey Studdard showed up, and Lyle Sendline, and Justin Blaylock, and these dudes. Because I just think it changes the whole mindset of your team because it makes you tougher. Practices are tougher, And the opposite is true too. I think when your offensive line is weak, your whole team kind of becomes weaker because you don't get that.
Well, your D line is definitely a little bit weaker because they don't get to compete against an elite O line.
Yeah.
To make them better.
Yeah, it toughens you up, hardens you, and then, of course, when you can just line up against teams and bully them and just push them around, it changes the game and changes the equation. And you know this, Rod, having played for a long time. It's humiliating when you can't stop a team, when they can just line up and run it right at you.
It is demoralizing. There's nothing worse when a team is just running it down your damn throat and there's nothing you can do about it. And you're trying everything within your power.
Yeah. Think about last year's Baylor game at the end when Quinn Ewers in the passing game were struggling and Dave Aranda was throwing those blitzes and defenses at Quinn Ewers, and he was turning the ball over and making mistakes. They just said, all right, stop throwing. Just line it up.
What's that old, the late great DKR quote about when you throw the ball, there are 3 things can happen and 2 of them are bad.
2 of them are bad. That Baylor game was.
That's how Sark felt at that time.
I mean, I had 2 things on that. I mean, for Sark, that was. All right, we're not going to. They didn't throw a pass in the fourth quarter, and they just ran it right down their throat with Bijan and Roschon.
But you had that luxury of just leaning on Bijan and Roschon.
I do think, especially Jatavion Sanders and the linemen, they did a great job of opening holes, creating that opportunity to stay ahead of the chains and run the ball. That's something you can build on. Obviously, it didn't show up in the game, in the next game they played, which was against Washington in the Alamo Bowl. If that is improved and they can run the football, because again, can you run the football when they know you're running the football?
Exactly.
Can they run it? And if this team can do that, they're going to be, with all the weapons, they're going to be really, really a handful.
That is one of the only, I think, question marks about the offense right now is can they run the football? Can they run it? Like you said, can they run it when everybody knows they're going to run it? And if they can, wow.
Well, think about it.
There won't be a weakness with the team if they offensively.
Think
if
about
they
it.
can.
Think about Nick Saban week 2, right? His game plan is going to be to stuff the run and then make Quinn Ewers beat him, right? He's going to try to get pressure.
Well, you know what? I don't know about that.
You don't think so?
Because think about what happened in that game, right? Because he took that approach already. Because in the game that happened last season, he decided he's going to play man coverage against Quinn Ewers, and he's going to see if Quinn Ewers, who is the one of the highest rated quarterbacks prospects in the history of modern recruiting, if he actually did have the golden arm. He's like, I'm going to play man coverage. If he's got the golden arm, then he'll make all the throws. Because Nick Saban believes man coverage is the greatest coverage in the history of football. And he says the problem with man coverage is everybody don't have the dogs to play it. Right? Everybody ain't got dogs across the board to lock
Bunch
up
of
man.
5-stars
Yeah,
playing
exactly.
corner.
now exactly. LSU can do it. Ohio State can do it. Texas should be one of those schools that can do it, but not everybody can do that. And they did. And against Quinn Ewers, they played a lot of man-to-man. And what did Quinn Ewers do? He was eating
Shredding
them alive. Exactly. Because it was easy to read. It's easy to diagnose man coverage. Everybody knows when it's man coverage, you can go look at a pre-snap read and go, oh, they're in man coverage. Everybody sees that. Everybody knows that. And I think for Quinn Ewers, what was his and he was a young guy, just basically a freshman. But what was one of the issues for him in his development last season was processing, right? Processing the pre-snap and the post-snap, and having the ability and the comfort within an offense to be able to make the right decisions and get through a first, a second, and a third progression, which he had trouble doing. Once you got Quinn Ewers past the second progression, you knew you had him because he was going to panic. And with the Alabama game, I think Nick Saban is going to give him more exotic looks this year, and he may not try to stuff the run. He may see if Texas can run and try to stop this passing game, because he knows Sark's going to try to put basically haymakers in the script and have knockout blows to try to knock Alabama out of that game early. You know he is.
Yeah.
You know
Get
that.
the crowd
and I know
out of it. Get the
because
crowd out of it.
It's in his DNA. He's going to throw some
That's
shots
his
in
ego,
there.
too.
Yeah, it's his ego, and Nick Saban knows that too. So I think Nick Saban early on is going to stop that passing game and basically rally to the run.
Well, that goes right back to the point.
And then play red zone defense.
If Texas can run that ball against a light box against Alabama, they'll be in good shape, because that'll force them to bring extra people if they can get Jonathan Brooks in the run game going, because I think you're right about that. Rod's rant, the first of the day, coming up bottom of the hour. More on the offensive line. I think we might hear from Kelvin Banks as well in that. But I wanted to ask you, Rod, here about the Ron Rivera situation, because we talked yesterday about the Washington football team, the Commanders.
Mm-hmm.
And, we talked about Ron Rivera and then Eric Bieniemy's comments. We played both of them. And, whether they're on the same page or not, I mean, it's a head coach with a new offensive coordinator. It didn't seem that controversial to me.
It didn't.
You made the claim that, look, you're bringing a new bar from Kansas City where the expectations are here, and Eric Bieniemy is going to have the expectation bar here, and you better rise to meet it. Which Ron Rivera, though, yesterday, while we were doing the show, had a press conference after practice and clarified his comments regarding, because it was about player concerns that Eric Bieniemy's too intense.
Yep, he's coaching them too hard
at practice.
Yeah.
And some thought Ron Rivera was kind of hanging Eric Bieniemy out there, like he didn't need to share that, because it was Ron Rivera that said, some of the players have been concerned about the intensity, and then Bieniemy came in and said, I don't care. I'm here to make them better. But then I guess that became a controversy in Washington. So Ron Rivera said yesterday, I've said many times since I hired Eric, I love the overall message that he gives to the team on his first day, and that was basically, we've got to learn to be comfortable when we're uncomfortable.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's what's happened for those guys on that side of the ball. They're uncomfortable. There's been a lot of change. Change is hard. I've always encouraged our players to have great dialogue and build relationships with our staff. Since those conversations took place with Eric and the players, I've seen improvements. And I can honestly say the last couple of days of practice probably have been the best of training camp, which I think is great. To me, the displays of the team are beginning to embrace the new message and approach to how he does things. He added that he probably put his foot in his mouth, because the one thing he did say, he compared how Eric Bieniemy's style is different to Jack Del Rio, his defensive coordinator.
Yeah, probably should have done that.
And some could have read it and maybe heard it as he's saying Jack Del Rio's way is better than Eric Bieniemy's way. But Del Rio's been there. And Jack Del Rio's been a head coach in the National Football League. And so people were wondering what Rivera was doing. So there are some who deep down in the conspiracy theory, the Reddit rabbit hole, where the conspiracy theory is that Ron Rivera's already worried about his job big picture with a new owner. Bieniemy would be a candidate. Did he hire his replacement? Those are going on. And so as there are the questions in the Reddit rabbit hole, of conspiracies is are they feuding? Ron Rivera was quick to say no.
And some of the apparently the players thought the comments made them look soft.
Yes.
Like they weren't receptive to tough, hard coaching, and it made them look soft. So yeah, it made Eric Bieniemy as OC look bad, and it also made some of the players, they felt it made them look bad or made them look like they were weak. So
yeah, and the only reason that anyone knew that some players were dealing with the new intense style was that Ron Rivera said it. Which if he hadn't said anything about it, it wouldn't have never been and that's what he owned yesterday, saying, "Look, I should have." Clarified it or not even said anything.
Shouldn't have said anything.
Say less, not more.
But you're right. It didn't sound very controversial, but once the media kind of takes it and runs with it, then he had to address it. But I will say to the hard coaching, I love the Nick Saban quote, high achievers don't like mediocre people, and mediocre people don't like high achievers. Don't put them together. And basically, I think they're trying to weed out some of these mediocre mindsets with Washington. Think about that whole franchise. I mean, that's a mediocre
They've been bad
mindset
on offense
from the
for
top
years.
Exactly. Since Joe Gibbs left last time they were good on offense, man. So it's been a long time. It's been a while, and I do think they're trying to change the culture. Eric Bieniemy, he's been around high achievers, so he's trying to do things the way that he knows and he was taught by those high achievers there in Kansas City. And we know that franchise is one of the most mediocre franchises in the NFL. It shouldn't be, but it is.
And Ron Rivera is a defensive guy who you played for.
He was my DC when I was with the Bears.
And he's built the defense into something pretty salty. That defense can go.
The D-line is nasty.
Yes, and so if they can get the offense to a higher level, they're going to be formidable, and that's Eric Bieniemy's job.
And like you said, if Eric Bieniemy turns around that offense, he's going to instantly be head coaching candidate because of what he did previously with
Sam
Kansas City.
Howell at quarterback.
Yes, that offense starts howling, no pun intended, and it is an elite, prolific offense. He'll be a candidate for a head coaching job quick, and it may be that job, like you said. So that's why the conspiracy theories are out.
The other side of the coin is true, too. If that offense is bad, the immediate conversation, it's all Andy Reid, Patrick Mahomes.
It's an indictment on Eric Bieniemy. Yeah,
which is maybe why he's being really intense. Same time,
he knows.
There's also a talent issue in Washington. I mean, I don't know.
They got good wide receivers.
If Sam Howell's your quarterback and Terry McLaurin's your best receiver, and who's your running back? Antonio Gibson, Brian Robinson, the former Alabama running back. You got to have talent too, because it helps in Kansas City to have Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce and Tyreek Hill before him.
And Andy Reid
helping
you out.
Yeah. Hey, there you go. There's some good stuff coming out. We're praying for the folks in Lahaina.
That is horrible.
Somebody said, God bless the 36 people and their families who died in the Maui fire so far. Fire is the only thing. Is the one thing, but rarely they kill that many people. But if you heard the lady that we played, it sounds like it happened in the evening, at night.
But they were sleeping?
Yeah, or going to bed, and it was there was a storm. The next thing you know, a transformer comes down, starts a fire, and 80-mile-an-hour winds.
So it happened fast.
You didn't have a lot of time.
Yeah.
Mother Nature, and you're on an island. Where are you going?
So true. Yeah, it's sad. No, it's sad, man. That's horrible.
That is horrible. And thoughts and prayers to those folks for sure. And be careful out there with the cigarette butts and anything incendiary. Coming back, Rod has his first rant of a Thursday. We've got, bullish and BS before the end of the hour. Some big topics for Ty. Having fun with you on a Thursday. 5 hours, 5 days a week on the Horn app, on hornfm.com, 1019 AM 1260. It's Ian Rod B.
That one
kid.
down. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Maybe like a mob boss, a crime boss or something.
What are we, the
Sports
Peaky
Syndicate.
Blinders or something? What are we doing over here? A syndicate. Group of individuals, organizations combined to promote some common interest. Okay,
See,
that'd
there
be
you
a
go.
syndicate.
See, it's not that shady. It just sounds shady, but I kind of like it.
Depends on what that common
Like
interest is.
sinister.
Yeah,
there you
depends on
go.
what the common interest
Could be a
is.
sinister common interest. That's true.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I like that though. It's good. I mean, someone says the morning herb.
Ooh, HERB.
Yeah, EHRB. That's not bad.
I like that.
I like that too. I was like, that's pretty damn clever, man. That's not bad. I'm
The
writing that one
morning
down.
herb.
The morning herb.
Okay.
Wow.
Okay. Thanks for those. We'll have a winner, or not a winner. We'll have a name at some point. I'm leaning Rise and Grind, which I like. I think there's a.
I wrote the Rise and Grind down. I
like
got that one.
Rise and
on
Shine,
the
of
list.
course. Rise and
Mhm.
Grind.
Yeah.
With Ian Rod B. Ty will have his. Do you have any suggestions? Anything piqued your interest with that, Ty, so far?
There's
You've
been a
listening
few.
and seeing them.
I know there's a few good ones on Twitter. We had a post on there if anybody.
Oh, we got some great ones on Twitter. I got to go through and look at those.
Instagram as well.
Okay.
I
But
haven't seen those.
I don't know why the Texas Fight Club really just.
Is it- okay, I'm writing it down. I like.
Well,
I'm
Texas
writing it
Fight
down.
is the name of the fight song, and Texas Fight Club.
You know what? I'm writing it down. Actually, the more I say it, the more I like it.
The TFC. The TFC.
go.
Okay, no, I like that even better.
That's
Okay.
called. I like the cheat code as a name because you talk about cheat codes. Quite
Oh,
a bit.
yeah.
I also like the ones that are playoff, like some kind of coverage, like double coverage.
I like that too deep and stuff. That was good. Like the too deep was
Too
good.
Deep, yeah.
Cover like the cover two, something like that. Yeah, those aren't
The
bad.
flyover defense.
Yeah,
No.
yeah, you can do
No,
that.
we're. But it is the only morning sports conversation in
That
the ATX.
morning feeling.
That morning, rise and grind, baby, rise
like
and
that.
grind. Looking at some of these videos from
Oh man, that's horrible.
Lahaina, it is
Good
just
Whoa.
terrifying. Well, if you've seen the video,
That
it's,
is. I didn't realize on that scale. That's unbelievable.
it's apocalyptic. It really
Whoa.
is, because obviously there's so much burning and the winds are blowing so hard, it's moving so fast, and it's one of those when
Praying for those folks.
I don't know, man. I
That's-
mean, floods are one thing, hurricanes, tornadoes, but fire that's apocalyptic.
I told you my wife's brother used to be a smoke jumper, and they would literally they're only certain
Used to
amount
be?
of, used to be because he just got married, and his mom, my mother-in-law now, they basically have been trying to get him to
Change professions.
leave that job for the last those 5-6 years, because every time he goes on fire, they don't get to talk to him because he's out there on the fire, and he's out there for I don't know, a week
Days at
or
a time,
days
yeah.
at a time, sometimes a couple of weeks, and you'll just get to get a call when you get a call. Other than that, you're just on pins and needles. And you're trying to, like you said, you're following social media, trying to kind of find some inside information about it. But yeah, that's one of the most dangerous jobs on the planet. Now he's a desk. Now he trains smoke jumpers.
Okay.
So it's a little bit better. But some of these guys if the fire gets bad enough, they get deployed
They gotta go.
around the country because it's only a certain amount of smoke jumping teams.
That's unreal.
Because
Wow.
because how many human beings that want to do that and are qualified
So
to do
he
it?
jumps out of like planes or helicopters? Or
Yeah, jumps out of planes.
Like into the fire?
Yeah.
You got to get in the deal.
You got to get in there, and they got to like cut
Contain
down
it.
trees and do all
Jeez.
types of stuff and dig ditches, and
Ugh.
they're trying to like
Containment.
contain it and divert it and stuff.
I see.
It's pretty
That's
complicated.
crazy.
Oh
Yeah,
no,
get it
it's
under
wild, dude. It's wild. And I'm like, you do this for this is you can't find a safer job than this.
So that's not just like your regular fireman. That's
No.
like
No,
very
he's
specialized.
Yeah,
Well,
that's
that-
some
I mean,
next
again,
level stuff.
We
dude.
appreciate our firefighters and
Oh,
first
no,
responders
yeah.
because they're rushing in to
God bless y'all.
save people. I saw the story yesterday that there was a young 25-year-old mother of a baby, and a Cedar Park police officer ran back into the apartment that was on fire to get diapers and a diaper bag and something that she needed. I mean, these people are unbelievable. What they do.
I know.
For
No,
us.
it is. You talk about bravery and courage.
Well, look,
On
I
a whole
mean,
nother
and now
level.
you're seeing videos from Maui. These are from the most beautiful resorts in the world. They're in resorts, and the island's on fire. I mean, can you imagine? How many people are there? Obviously, the people who live there, but vacationers,
Yeah.
tourists.
You see dark,
It's just
black
oh.
clouds, and they're not clouds. It's just smoke, but it's clouds of smoke.
Says, how about the morning flex, guys? I like that. The
Morning flex ain't bad. Writing that down.
The
I
morning
like that.
flex.
Morning flex.
That might-
The morning audible, single coverage with Patrick Day. Oh, that's the afternoon show. Single coverage, pretty good.
That's not bad. We told
That
Patrick
one already
about
has a name, right?
The sports complex.
it. It is a sports complex. Yeah.
The complexities of sports. Patrick doing a great job, by the way, every afternoon. You know who else is doing a good job?
Yes,
I'm enjoying listening
talented.
to the Rich Eisen show. I know Jim Rome's been on vacation this week, so they had guest host. But Rich Eisen, man, we'll play you.
NFL season, it gets even better during the season.
I'll play you a piece of Rich Eisen sound. He talked to Mark Schlereth yesterday. Coming up, I'll play it for you. He has no sympathy for the running backs who are trying to unionize and figure out what's going on at their position. I'll let you hear that. A former player saying,
because Mark Schlereth's a center. He's
offensive
center,
lineman,
right?
yeah.
He's an offensive lineman. No, I've said this before, and I hope he gets to the take. Running back is actually not the most undervalued position in the NFL.
Center. I've heard you.
Center.
It's
center.
Well, and we'll
centers don't complain about it.
We'll talk about it later. I'll let you hear Mark Schlereth. But Ben, if you listen to Rich Eisen, you hear some really. He had Tyron the Honey Badger on yesterday, which was really good. Mark Schlereth. I mean, he does a great job, and I think that Rich Eisen show is outstanding between 2 and 5 every day, ahead of Patrick Davis with the Sports Complex. I also know what is outstanding, and that is when Rod has a rant he wants to dive into.
I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not gonna take this anymore!
Find out what happens when people stop being polite and start getting real.
You ain't keeping it real!
My God! Okay, it's happening. Everybody stay calm.
Oh, you've done it now. It's time for Rod's Rant of the Day.
Hold on to your butt.
All right, Longhorn fans are excited. Colin Simmons Day. A lot of Longhorn fans are hoping that is the case. And, we know this recruitment has kind of gone back and forth, and right now people believe it's between Texas and LSU. So around 2 o'clock today, you'll get that announcement, and I'm sure, my man Patrick will bring it up, and we'll be talking about it tomorrow too. But I want to get into, and I gave this little stat yesterday, but I want to dive into it just a little bit more because I think it is a mind-blowing stat. That he's from Duncanville, and that's in the DFW area. And the DFW area has been blowing up in a lot of ways, even with population booms and with migration patterns. A lot of people are moving to that DFW area. And as a result, the football has now gone to an unprecedented level of dominance in the state. And I'm from H-Town. So H-Town, I would always have debates with Craig when I worked with Craig for all those years that I think Houston has, better athletes than the Dallas area, but Dallas has better football teams. I cannot argue that anymore. That's not right now.
Well, Houston took a big jump after Katrina.
Yeah.
So many
Louisiana.
So many players came from that New Orleans, Baton Rouge area and families, and they settled in Houston.
That's exactly right. Yeah, that's
and
a
Houston
great point.
Went through the roof.
It went through, no question. A lot of those players who came from Louisiana and migration patterns from Louisiana to Houston and to Texas happening for a long time, but then they had just a huge influx all at one time within like a 2-year span of a ton, like thousands of people coming to H-Town to settle down from disaster zones pretty much. And so Texas actually, and Houston was competing, as he just mentioned, with DFW in a lot of ways in terms of producing NFL talent. It's just the last couple of years, the last 3 or 4 years, they've really even separated from H-Town. And I'm a Houston guy. I hate to admit it. And I even have to admit to Craig now, like, oh no, they got better talent and they got better football happening in DFW than H-Town. H-Town is they're no slouch. They got nothing to be embarrassed about. But right now, DFW is on another level. All right. And here's the stat that proves that. I've been tracking it since 2020. The DFW area has had 50 players drafted since 2020. That would be 5th if you were looking at states with the most players drafted in the same time span. Texas is first, then Florida, then Georgia, then California, then the DFW area.
Well,
that's how good it. Well, they'd be ahead of Louisiana with Louisiana's at 44.
Unbelievable. When you think of, and look, the DFW is a massive place.
It's a huge metroplex.
You talk to Craig, what is the DFW? I mean, you're talking all things South Dallas, but all the way to Denton, which is
it's growing too, I guess, too.
Denton's
technically
30 minutes north of Fort Worth, and I mean it's way up there. And then if you go east of Denton, you're into Frisco and Plano and Lovejoy, Lucas Lovejoy, and all the new. It's just sprawl, but it's all football talent.
It's DF. They consider it all the same metroplex area.
Metroplex, man, because it's Fort Worth and Dallas. And Fort Worth's got some great programs going on. Arlington produces great talent.
It's unbelievable.
So, yes, and obviously the most fertile of that is the Duncanville, South Oak Cliff area, that South Dallas area. And I'll give Steve Sarkisian a lot of credit. They're doing a good job of building that pipeline into South Dallas.
You have
and
to.
You have to.
There are two places you have to make sure you have a foothold in Texas. There is Dallas. DFW just gave you those numbers. And Houston, too. Houston's still top 10. If you looked at Houston and Dallas, both of those areas, both of those metroplex regions in the state would rank probably in the top 10 of, if you're looking at states that have produced the most NFL players since 2020. Just DFW, like I said, they're taking on, kind of a whole different level of dominance here recently. And then I found this little stat, because I'm trying to, you just brought up a great point, and I've been saying this for years. If you follow migration patterns and population booms across the country, you actually can predict recruiting booms.
Yeah.
You really can. I mean, that not all the time. It's not an exact science, but I'll give you a stat. The Texas Triangle, which is the triangle that include the DFW area, San Antonio, Houston, Austin, and College Station, is all what they call the Texas Triangle. 75% of the citizens in this state live in that triangle. So when you're
oh yeah,
75% of the state lives in that one triangle. So when you're recruiting, all you gotta do is make sure you master the Texas Triangle. Now, if you want to get out to West Texas, that's great. You want to get out to East Texas, you can do that too. But man, most of that talent's right there, and that DFW area, there is not a more fertile metroplex in the country. And even with maybe the Florida areas, they can probably compete with Dade, Miami-Dade. That area is probably in that conversation, but I would put that DFW area against any metroplex in the country in terms of the amount of NFL players that they are able to produce. And I think it's only getting better. And when you look at the fastest growing cities and the fastest growing areas in this country over the last 10 years, man, the DFW area, it tracks. They probably have more DFW cities listed in the top 50 than any other area or region in the country. Between Frisco, McKinney, Allen, Denton, Richardson, and Fort Worth, that is 4 cities in the top 50 fastest growing cities in the last decade that are in that DFW area that I counted when I just did the little research of the fastest growing cities in the last decade in the country.
And the current fastest growing counties in this state are south of here.
Exactly.
Kyle, Hayes County into San Marcos County. Yeah. And south here.
And what's been happening here in Central Texas?
Growing.
Now you got Bama, Notre Dame, Ohio State, all coming to Central Texas, right? Population boom equals recruiting boom.
And who did Steve Sarkisian just hire as his new liaison with high school coaches, director of high school recruiting? Jamal Fenner from LBJ.
Yeah, exactly. He knows. He's like, man, it's blowing up around here. And then think about it. You have places like, Georgia has overtaken California as the state that's actually producing the third most talent in the country. Remember, you always used to be California, Texas, and Florida. They trade places on the top 3 states that produce the most NFL players. Now, Georgia has taken over that third spot and overtaken California. Why? You can kind of go back to population booms and migration patterns. People are leaving California.
Yeah, for sure.
And people are going to Atlanta. Yeah, Atlanta.
Into this triangle you speak of.
Yeah, they're coming here. They're going to Atlanta. They're going to some of the other population booms that are probably end up being recruiting booms. North Carolina, South Carolina, Nevada, Arizona's on that list. Where's Bijan from? Where's Brock Purdy from? Arizona's been on that list a few times as one of the fastest growing cities. At least they have some of the fastest growing cities within Arizona, I should say. In the last 10 years. And now you're seeing that area blow up a little bit for talent. So I just think you can kind of predict it. It's not an exact science, but there's no question we should have been able to predict that DFW is going to take off. Houston is still in there. Houston's got Sugarland, Pearland in there.
North Shore. Galena Park, baby.
Yeah, exactly. League City, Atascocita is in there. So Houston's got theirs, but DFW right now, because it's blowing up, man, the football is blowing up with it.
All right, speaking of Colin Simmons Day, we're going to talk to Mike Craven from Dave Campbell's Texas Football coming up at 8:10. Get his thoughts. Of course, Mike used to cultivate that Fab 55 at the Austin American Statesman, really tied in on the recruiting trail. His thoughts on how good Colin Simmons actually is, and then what he's hearing on the recruiting trail with the Longhorns and LSU, his final 2. Have you ever seen the 98th parallel
No.
population graph of the United States. You know, the 98th parallel pretty much runs right through the middle of the country, and Austin is on the 98th parallel, north to south. It starts way at the top of the United States of America, and it goes right through, the heart of the country, and goes through Dallas, goes through Austin into San Antonio. Everything. Do you realize that east of the 98th parallel, 80% of this country's population is. To the west of it, only 20% of the country's population.
Wow, that's a great stat.
Yeah, and if you shave off a tiny parallel, down the Pacific seaboard, right from Seattle down through Los Angeles and San Diego, 10% of that 20 live in that sliver. The middle of everything in between, like 9% of the population of this country live between west of the 98th parallel and east of the southern, the western and Pacific.
Yeah, no, you're right.
That tells you how much space is out there.
Yeah, and a lot of, that is changing because my wife grew up in Idaho.
She lived in that area.
And went to the University of Montana, and you're starting to see more and more Texans. You're starting
Moving
to see more
Montana.
Big money though, because so big money, but they want property, and they want to. Like you said, they want to take advantage of all that space out there.
80% of this country lives east of that 98th.
That's a great
meridian,
factoid.
Hey, we'll come back. East of that line is where 80% of the United States lives. We'll be back. When we do, it's some bullish or BS with TY. Also some topics we're bullish and BS on. Also Mike Craven on Colin Simmons Day. Coming up, busy Thursday.
Hey, what's up, folks? Lifetime Longhorn, Rod Babers here. Austin is a beautiful city. We all love it. We all call it home. And part of that unique aesthetic beauty is thanks in no small part to the skilled craftsmanship of Ironworkers Local 482. As the city continues to grow, so does Ironworkers Local Union 482. They don't go to the office, they build it. You might have seen some of the labors of their love all over this great city. There are some exquisite, iconic landmarks. You might be driving by right now and not even know it, like the DKR Stadium and Pennybacker Bridge. And as the city continues to thrive, so does Ironworkers Local Union 482. So if you're looking for an exciting new career, and maybe you want to change, maybe you want a fresh new start, maybe you want to feel valued, you can become a valued member of this prestigious organization, Ironworkers Local 482, and accept the challenge of becoming the best version of yourself while helping shape Austin's economic development. Right now, they're hiring over 3,000 people for a huge project right here in Central Texas, and you can become a valued member of Ironworkers Local 482, and you can take pride in the type of teamwork and craftsmanship that helps shape the future of our great city. So maximize your potential and be your best self today. Simply apply at ironworkers482.org. That's ironworkers482.org.
Thursday on the Horn, somebody said DFW now the fourth largest metropolitan area in the U.S. behind only New York, Los Angeles, and Chicago. That is true.
That makes sense. It tracks.
Yeah.
It tracks in terms of the talent coming
Houston
out of
and
there.
Dallas kind of go back and forth on that. Philadelphia, both have passed Philadelphia now, I believe, as far as largest metro goes.
Doesn't San Antonio have more people than Houston now?
No.
No way.
Really? No, Houston is
huge.
Ridiculous. And it's really what you consider Houston.
Yeah, because
same with Dallas.
because now it's greater Houston.
almost Southeast Texas
It's
now.
greater Houston. Yeah, it takes something every day.
Really, it's becoming more North Texas, Southeast Texas than San Antonio, Houston, or Dallas. I mean, it's
one day,
massive
one
sprawl.
day somebody's gonna be trying to connect all of it.
Oh, it all will.
especially
It all will.
from Austin to San Antonio. That they're trying to do that now.
Just drive around on the East Coast, right? Drive from Baltimore to Philadelphia to New York. I mean, they're a couple hours apart, but
there end up being trains that connect it all. You're right.
I mean, DC's right there. I mean, it's the major metros, and that's what is building here in the great state, without a doubt. Also, it's time for bullish or BS topics maybe we've missed and need to get to here this morning, including Mark Zuckerberg, Elon Musk cage match could be held, it says here, at the Roman Coliseum. This is the latest story on this. Strange.
I thought they already talked about that.
I know. Well, it just came out again. I hear it on Sports Illustrated that UFC President Dana White discussed staging the fight between Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg, ex-owner Elon Musk at the Coliseum in Rome. He told boxing great Mike Tyson and doubled down on it. Mike Tyson's probably got a podcast now.
Mike Tyson. Oh yeah,
it's good.
I bet
really good.
I bet it is good because he's so forthcoming. Like he just doesn't have a filter. He'll give you everything. And he's done like a Broadway show and everything. Like he's done some with a one-man show.
Yeah. He's an interesting character. Dana White says he has spoken with the associates of Gennaro Sangiuliano, the Italian Minister of Culture, and they're on track.
This thing is not happening.
Didn't Elon Musk say he's got to have some surgery on his neck or something?
Yeah, these guys, they're just talking. I don't think either one of them actually wants this to happen. As soon as one of them calls the other on the bluff, then the other one has some excuse as to why they can't do it. So, it's BS.
It is BS.
It's
so
BS.
not bullish, BS.
These
now,
billionaires don't want to
if it
fight.
actually happens, would you actually watch it?
Yes, I'm going to find a way to watch the billionaires. I will. I don't know if they're getting my money. I'm going to find a way to leech and mooch off somebody else and maybe pay just a fraction of the money. But, yeah, there will be a fight party to watch that fight.
Every nickel better go to charity.
I think it will.
Better.
Yeah. And honestly,
good charity.
And honestly, Dana White said it would generate more revenue than any other combat sporting event in history, is what he said. That's what Dana White said.
Dana White.
And you know what? Maybe he's right about that.
Maybe he's right, man. Well, Ty likes to fight, right? Ty was in the Fight Club.
Ty's
he
a
wants to
likes
call
to
this
fight
show
guy.
Texas Fight Club.
He's a likes to fight guy.
I don't just fight for no reason.
I know, but you like to fight though. If somebody disrespects you, or
it feels good.
If somebody gives you a reason to fight, you ready to fight.
Yeah.
You're not a de-escalator. You're an escalator.
Exactly.
Bullish or BS.
Yeah, he's like, exactly.
Real quick, Rod, then Ty's got some B&B for us. Are you you bullish or BS on the Johnny Manziel doc, which you saw last night?
I am. I'm bullish on it. You should watch it. Just know going in that it is just reliving the Johnny Manziel era with some behind the scenes footage from the key players and characters like Johnny himself and Uncle Nate. So don't look for detailed and journalistic integrity about all that. No. You're gonna learn some new stuff, but it's not that thorough. I thought it's not as thorough as it needed to be. So that's all right. But it's fun to relive it because you forget what a phenomenon he was.
He was a comet.
It happened so fast. Came out of nowhere. I mean, he starts that season. Nobody knows who the hell he is.
Well, because remember, he was running through the wide receiver line at A&M when Cliff Kingsbury was running the offense there. Jake Spavital was down there at the time. And they thought they have Mike Evans and who's the other receiver?
Ryan Swope.
So Ryan Swope, Westlake, baby. Yeah.
And they felt like, and they had a really good offensive line, and they felt like, this quarterback that could run, could move, would give us an advantage, and it worked. It certainly worked.
And I think they lost the first game, and Cliff Kingsbury blamed himself. He said, I didn't let Johnny lose. I kept trying to control him, kept trying to tell him what to do, micromanage. He was like, you just got to put Johnny out there, call a play, and let him go. And then he said, just hold your breath and just,
is there
just
a
let it go.
lot from Cliff in the doc?
Oh yes, Cliffy is in there a lot. Cliff and Billy Lucci's in there a lot. Billy,
because I've heard
kinda
that
stars of
the
it.
Cliff is still kind of a life support for Johnny Manziel, advisor, just helping him, trying to be a
I can
mentor to him.
believe that the way he talks about it, because I think he recognizes there's a little guilt that we all cashed in on Johnny.
Yeah,
we all
and
of
let
us,
him run wild.
Sumlin, and we all cashed in and kind of let
Made
him
a lot
run
of people
wild,
a lot of money.
and we made a lot of money off of Johnny. So let's make sure we take care of Johnny.
Yeah,
Take care of Johnny.
Ty, what do you have for us in Bullish or BS? Brought to you by the Austin Gamblers, your undefeated professional bull riding team here in Austin,
Shizzle.
Texas. 5-0. We'll be in Anaheim this weekend. Get your tickets for the Gambler Days at the end of the month. What do you have, Ty?
Got a little tidbit from Jets practice yesterday. They had a joint practice with Carolina, and the offensive line was not very good for the Jets, and there was a bit of frustration since from the O-lineman about Aaron Rodgers. Seemed like he was pretty pissed off. So you bullish or BS that the line will be able to hold up for the Jets this year?
It's their biggest question mark.
I don't think so. Hold the BS, because that division is filled with some good defenses. Buffalo, Miami, the Patriots. Patriots
Von
still
Miller's
play
back?
good defense. Von Miller. Oh, what?
I mean, I'd like to be bullish on the Jets because it's a good story, but that line is their problem.
That's a big problem.
Is the concern.
That's a third world problem.
Yeah, and we'll talk about that coming up. But are you bullish or BS on the Jets? Who wins that division right now?
Buffalo.
Buffalo?
I got Miami.
Ooh.
If Tua stays healthy, though, that's an if. Big if. Big if.
All right, Bullish and BS brought to you by the Austin Gamblers. We're back. Mike Craven will weigh in on Colin Simmons' big decision coming today. He's from Dave Campbell's Texas Football.
We're rolling. Take A. We're rolling. Take overdub. 5. Double tap.
Indeed, E and Rod B, show 4 of many more, 5 days a week, 5 hours a day. Your only morning sports conversation in the ATX, and not just isolated to the 512. We're certainly there with you on 104.9 or 101.9 and AM 1260. That's the first time I've said 104.9 this week, Rod.
Yeah, you're doing really good.
Thank you.
You're
First
doing
time.
really good. That's tough, too, because it's programmed, didn't you, right now? So you're trying to break the programming.
Well, trust me, I've said Buck Off Thursday for 20 years, so
Yeah.
I'm having to.
And you had a couple of B&Es. That's
B&Es.
all right. It's all right. We're getting there.
It's usually when it's
It's brand new.
segmented
It's
show.
the 4th day.
I think every
Good show.
B&E drop I've had was in reference to the facts of the day, because it used to be B&E facts of the day. Now it's Ian Rod B fact segment at the end of the 6 o'clock hour. But we're learning, and hopefully you're enjoying it. And as we say, not just the 512, we're there for you, but also on the Horn app, hornfm.com. Our YouTube channel has taken off. We appreciate that. Our Twitch channel where you can watch the show on our website at hornfm.com, wherever you are. And this is the only place in the 512 or anywhere that you're going to get this type of in-depth Longhorn football conversation and
Faux
Longhorn
shizzle.
sports all year long. And the other stuff like Johnny Manziel documentaries and
Hard Knocks.
Hard
recaps.
Knocks recaps and NFL picks and bullish and BS
And
and
crazy
all that.
stories about snakes falling onto old ladies who are mowing their yard and then being attacked by
That story went viral.
hawks.
That's a great
Was
story.
it a falcon or a hawk? Which one was it?
It was a hawk.
It was a hawk.
Hawk.
Okay. Yeah, don't be talking. Yeah, okay.
Hawk. A hawk on the wing. The Eagle story came from your guy, Robert Saleh, who told the Eagle Crow story, didn't he?
Was a great,
On Hard
and
Knocks.
we did have somebody on text line say that it is true that crows will attack eagles, and eagles, instead of just killing the crow, that they will soar as high as they can, and essentially the crow, when they get to a certain height, they asphyxiate or whatever.
They die.
They die.
Can't breathe.
They can't breathe. Yeah.
But the Eagle can.
The eagle can, because the eagle can breathe when it's soaring to unprecedented heights, which is what the Jets hope to be. Basically, they're the Eagles in this thing, and everybody else who's hating on the Jets are supposed to be the Crows.
Well, we were
in that
talking on the way
analogy.
to the timeout. Are we bullish or B? I am concerned about their offensive line.
In that division.
But it's really the only thing that you are concerned about with the Jets, is, other than they're the Jets, because they've been such a bad organization for so long. But they have, they've got good players, and Garrett Wilson has a chance to be one of the best receivers in this league, catching passes from Aaron Rodgers. Mecole Hardman is there now.
Yeah, they got a good
Alan
offensive.
Lazard is there.
Yeah, the offensive weapons are nice.
Well, the big question for the Jets is going to be up front. There's no question about that. They've got to protect Aaron Rodgers. They'll be able to run the ball. I still wonder if Dalvin Cook's going to end up there, because and obviously they're looking at camp now. All the preseason games will start tonight. We'll get to see these teams, at least in the starters, in a lot of cases for a series or so. But how healthy is Breece Hall? Remember last year the Cowboys were counting on Michael Gallup to be fully recovered from his knee injury.
Didn't happen.
And he wasn't himself. He wasn't as explosive. Now, Michael Gallup's injury happened late in December. Breece Hall got hurt last October. So he should be 100%. I think that's what they're banking on, the second-year man out of Iowa State. But, man, a 1-2 combination with he and Breece Hall and Dalvin Cook would be pretty good when you're handing the ball, when you can throw the ball. Now, go ahead.
And I'm just saying, that actually may be the remedy if you have an offensive line they can't pass block and pass protect really well. You need to boost the running game.
Well, and one guy that needs to come for them is Mekhi Becton. Remember in the top 10 a couple drafts ago, they took the massive Louisville tackle, Mekhi Becton, who goes 6'7" and 363. But he was hurt last year, and he's back. Now, can he earn that starting left tackle spot? Can he earn a spot on that offensive line? Remember the former Houston Texan, Dwayne Brown?
I do.
He's there too. How old is that guy?
He's got to be 40.
I didn't realize Dwayne Brown was still playing.
I know. But Mekhi Becton is a key name if you're a Jets fan. He's out of Louisville. I think he was like the 7th pick in the draft a few drafts ago for the Jets, one of their building blocks up front, and he was hurt last year. But we'll see. So that's the Jets, the Bills, the Patriots. We'll see the Patriots tonight playing the Texans. C.J. Stroud will get the start.
Mac Jones finally has an offensive coordinator. That's good. He's going to have some DC or special
B.O.B.
teams coach. Yeah, calling the plays. He's got Bill O'Brien.
It's the B.O.B.
So you do have you got a history with these teams. With the Patriots at one time, were kind of the Texans were kind of the farm system that they wanted to be for the Patriots. They wanted to be the Patriots of the South. Didn't happen. Didn't quite happen.
Somebody says E. Why don't you plug some fantasy football? Do you play fantasy football at all?
I don't. I played it for like 1 or 2 seasons, and I couldn't. I'm too obsessive, so I couldn't enjoy football watching it like that. So I had to stop playing. I really couldn't. I really
the obsession is why Ty plays.
Yeah, it was taking up too much of my life. It was taking up too much of my life. It really was. Yeah, I had to.
That's one of those things now where I just look on Monday morning and see what happens. I set my lineup on Wednesday.
To be. Well, I mean, and when you're I got into fantasy football way back when our Oilers were stolen.
Love you, blue, baby.
In the 90s, and I didn't have a team. And I was like, well, I'll play fantasy football. I got invited to play in the league, and it allowed me to, because I tried to root for the Tennessee Titans with Eddie George and those guys, and certainly when they were playing the Rams in the Super Bowl, I was rooting for them, but the thrill was gone.
No personal connection.
When did fantasy football become a thing?
Not 80s.
With the internet?
80s.
Do you have to have?
No,
before
I remember.
The internet, yeah.
No, fantasy sports started really with rotisserie baseball. Somebody will disagree with me, but like rotisserie baseball, where the nerds would get out the stats. And I remember doing fantasy football leagues with the stats out of the paper. You had to score people with box scores.
Was there like a guy that did that for
terrible.
everybody, or did you have to?
I did it in our league for a little bit.
That sounds terrible.
It was terrible. But as someone who was in radio, it was like I knew everything that was going on.
For you anyway. Yeah, that's true.
How many yards did he have? Oh, he had 112 yards and 2 touchdowns.
That's fair.
12 catches.
Yeah, that's a good point. Man, that sounds like that's not very enjoyable at the beginning of the infancy of fantasy football.
I'm like, when are they going to have a website for this? Now they have like 50 of them.
Oh, now it's too easy.
Track everything,
and
they tell you who to draft. And
yeah, see, but I do my own research, and that's why it takes up
much.
Yeah, it takes up too much for me. I can't do it.
And you would think, as big as a baseball fan as I am, that I would do rotisserie baseball or fantasy baseball, but it's the season's too long.
Oh, yeah, it's every day.
It's every day. Every day. And it starts, and it kind of gives you the, not even close to it, but the sense of what a grind it is to be a baseball player. The endurance of that to go from April through end of September is just 6 months.
It's brutal.
It's every day.
Yeah.
I can't. I mean, the thing about the fantasy football in the NFL is it's week to week, right? So you build your roster, build your lineup, and then you change it up, make trades, and baseball, man, it's a chore.
Have we ever done a horn like pick'em pool for the NFL season?
We have. We'll have to think of that. Let's get to the headlines, though, because we got a very special guest joining us here coming up. Mike Craven, senior writer, Dave Campbell's Texas Football.
Nice.
Formerly the curator of the Fabulous 55, the Fab 55 at the Austin American Statesman, will get us a thought on Colin Simmons Day. With that in mind, let's get you the headlines. It involves the Duncanville product. Top Gun Equipment Rentals bring you the news, and we'll start with those Longhorns. Went through their 7th practice of training camp last night. It was under the lights, and it was their first full pad practice. Rod will have more on that coming up in the Behind the Burnt Orange Curtain segment this hour. All the focus this afternoon is going to be on Duncanville High School, south of Dallas. State's top recruiting prospect for the class of 2024 is the 5-star edge Colin Simmons. He has planned a commitment event for this afternoon at 2 o'clock. He's a 6'2", 225-pound senior-to-be. He's narrowed his choices of schools to 3, Miami, LSU, and Texas. Most recruited insiders declared a 2-school race between Texas and LSU. Major League Baseball yesterday and last night. Rangers lead atop the AL West down to 2. Rangers shut out in Oakland yesterday afternoon. It was a bullpen starter, but 5 A's pitchers combined on a 4-hitter as they avoid a sweep of the hands of the Rangers. Astros made it 2 wins in a row in Baltimore with an 8-2 win.
Go Stros!
How about the Tuesday night hero Kyle Tucker hit that grand slam in the 9th, helped the Astros steal Game 1. Well, he had a 2-run homer in the first inning last night. They got the Stros off to a good start. Jose Altuve, Alex Bregman combined for 6 hits and drove in 5. Texas will take today off ahead of a series this weekend at home. Houston will look for a sweep this afternoon in Baltimore. Game starts about 11:35 this morning, by the way. Also in baseball history in Philadelphia last night, newly acquired Phillies right-hander Michael Lorenzen endeared himself to the home fans for sure. He tossed the franchise's 14th no-hitter. 31-year-old just acquired from Detroit ahead of the trade deadline. It's the first no-hitter in a while. How about this? This is the 5th pitcher in Major League history and only the 2nd since 1900 to throw a no-hitter in his home debut with a new team. Also last night, Round Rock clobbered Albuquerque 10-6. And Shohei Ohtani and the Angels got the win. Ohtani earned his 10th win on the year as a starting pitcher. He's now 10-5. He's the first baseball player ever with 40 home runs in a season and 10 pitching victories. Certainly will. Saw Brandon Mars yesterday. Bumping around downtown Buda, Texas. Saw Brandon and said hello. Brandon Mars, Top Gun. Good dude right there. Good dude. He's got a new location out there.
Computer's blowing up, man.
He's doing a great job. Love Brandon. Okay, so can we go to the Vaqueros hotline, talk some Colin Simmons conversation with a good friend of the show?
Let's do it.
And my co-host on the Eyes on Texas podcast, multicast that we do once a week. You can find it on our YouTube page at The Horn, YouTube channel for Dave Campbell's Texas Football, also on iTunes and Spotify. Great episode this week. And good conversation with our friend Mike Craven, senior writer, Dave Campbell's Texas Football. What's up, Mike?
How's it going, guys?
What's up, Mike?
Going good. Any chance you're going to Duncanville High School today, or are you going to watch from afar?
We have a guy who's full time at recruiting at Dave Campbell's named Greg Powers, who's been in the industry for a long time. So I'm going to let Powers do that when I'm more on the college football side nowadays. So I don't have to chase around the recruiting as much as I used to.
Now, you did that for a long time with that Fab 55, and now you're working with Dave Campbell's Texas Football, so covering college football mostly, but obviously the recruiting and the high school element huge for you guys. How good is this Colin Simmons? And before we talk about where he may land, I mean, how good is he? You've ranked players for a long time. Where does he rank on your list of best ones you've seen?
Yeah, I mean, he's up there as a pure edge rusher. You know, I think one of the more interesting things about Duncanville and Galena Park North Shore is they play each other all the time. And so, you know, for 12, 13, 14 games out of the year, you know, those kids dominate. They don't see a lot of guys that are as equal as them that they'll see at the Power 5 level. And then at the 6A Division I state championship game, you see, you know, North Shore and Duncanville go up against each other. You get previews of college matchups, and you can kind of start to identify which guys stand out even in those situations. And if you go back and you watch last year's state championship win for Duncanville, the first time they got one over on North Shore, Colin Simmons is unquestionably the best player on the field. And there's like 23 other FBS prospects out there. So he's a really good football player who's played really high-level football. You know, at Duncanville, you're playing against, you know, a lot of future offensive linemen in the NFL. A couple of that, you know, have been on the Texas roster right now. And so he's tried and true. He's really good. He can get off the edge. He can do a little bit of everything for you. And I think if you look at Texas's roster, you know, that's probably the one spot where we're kind of questioning what they have there. So a big get if they're able to land him, and a kid who can probably come in and be a pass rushing specialist pretty quickly.
Mike Craven's with you. Go ahead, Rod.
Hey, Mike, let me ask you, when do you think the last time, if Texas, let's just assume Texas does get the commitment from Colin Simmons, when was the last time Texas recruited a defensive end or landed a defensive end prospect on his level, in your opinion? Did we go all the way back to Corey Redding? We talking about that? Where we at?
Yeah, I mean, if we're going just on ranking, Corey Redding, maybe a Sergio Kindle, you know, those kind of guys. You know, Joseph Osai became that dude. You know, I don't know if we thought he would become as good as he was just because he was so new to football. I mean, Osai didn't know what football was until he was 10 years old, you know, when he watched it with his uncle. And so I don't know if he was as polished as Colin is. But, yeah, I mean, a Corey Redding, Sergio Kindle, like those kind of guys. I mean, this is a legitimate 5-star top 10 player in the country, not just the state. Type of kid.
Well, and it's down to Texas and LSU reportedly, and Texas feels good. LSU has had a great visit. Colin has talked a lot about how much he loved Baton Rouge and the campus there, and he's playing the game too. He keeps putting out pictures in each one of the uniforms and messing with the fans and having fun with this. But you know, obviously it's a big one. You know, Brian Kelly at LSU. He got Harold Perkins out of the state of Texas last year, the number one player in the state, and he had an immediate impact at LSU. Texas, of course, got Anthony Hill Jr. from Denton Ryan, the consensus best player last year, and now here's this one. So now you have those two schools jockeying for the best player in 2024.
Yeah, I think what's important for the state is that, you know, we keep them inside the state, right? I mean, we all turn on the TV and watch Alabama win national championships, LSU win national championships, and you know, a lot of their best players are from Texas. Oklahoma the same way. And so, you know, I think I've heard Rod talk about this as well. Like Mac Brown did a great job of kind of convincing these guys that you can come do something special for the state of Texas on the front of your jersey.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, if you come here and you do great things, you win a lot of football games, everybody's going to get paid, everybody's going to get theirs, and you're going to have a legacy that lasts way beyond your college years. And I think Sark is trying to build that same thing. He's using the pro model. He's using the pride of the state of Texas. He's trying to get, kind of an all-star team together and go put Texas back on the map on the college football side, and landing guys like Colin Simmons and keeping them away from LSU, from Alabama, from Oklahoma are huge signs and are huge things for the state of Texas and for the University of Texas.
Hey, Mike, are you noticing that there's now more basically variety in the recruiting patterns for teams like Texas, even for teams in the state where they're going outside of the state now to fill more of those rosters up and to fill those voids? Are you just seeing that's nationalized recruiting now for everybody, or is that more of a big brand thing like for Texas and Texas A&M?
I think it's more for the big brands. I mean, if you're Texas Tech, if you're Baylor, if you're TCU, your bread and butter is still going to be the state of Texas, because you can kind of look outside your backyard and find so much talent that, maybe you'll go out of state for something that's really special, or a guy you had a relationship with at your previous stop. Like, say you were a cornerback coach and, before you were at Western Kentucky and you recruited this guy and he's from Ohio, and, maybe stuff like that happens. But I think if you're Texas and you're Texas A&M, you can cherry pick outside the state. But I still feel like if we go and we look at the best recruiting classes that Texas has ever signed, and not just on paper, like that 2019 class was supposed to be really good, but it blew up in everybody's face. And I would suggest one of the reasons is so many of those guys were from out of state. It's harder to keep guys through tough times when there's not a lot of ties to your program. I think Texas A&M found that out last year, where they had 30 guys, leave the program after basically just 1 year bids in College Station. That you need to find a reason to kind of get somebody to campus beyond just NIL money or playing time, but liking the university and wanting it to be home and feeling comfortable there. And I think you can keep in the transfer portal era. That's going to be more and more important. If you look at UTSA down the road, now they've won a lot of football games. I think Alabama, Ohio State, Michigan, and Clemson are the only teams that have won more football games than them over the last 2 years. Nobody leaves. They've only had one guy leave for Power 5 football despite that, because the culture's good. Most of them are homegrown, and they're from there. A lot of them are I think it's like 45 of the 85 are San Antonio guys. So I do think there's an important element of that that Texas and Texas A&M may be exempt from just because of how big their brands are. But the other schools in the state still have to rely on it a lot.
Yeah, Colin Simmons makes his decision 2 o'clock today, 6'2", 225 pounds, kind of in a Von Miller kind of mold, coming off the edge. It would be a comp for him if you watch him on film. Of course, he went to A&M. And has said all along he wants to stay close to home, which is why people feel pretty good about Texas. One of the things you said on the Eyes on Texas multicast the other night, Mike, that I perked me up. I mean, always you make great comments and good conversation about the Longhorns, but in observing other schools and programs around the state and around the country, Steve Sarkisian, is famous now for saying evolve or die, right, in college football. You cannot like the new rules and portals and NILs and realignment, but you either evolve or you're going to get left behind. You mentioned that you feel like Sark and his staff do the best job of, treating this like a business. Like it's let's help you get to the NFL. You can make some NIL money while you're here. You're going to love the university and the campus and the city. But Sark is embracing that opportunity to sell that message.
Yeah, I think he treats everybody in the room like a grown-up, and that's important in this day and age, right? Like the naivete is out the door. Like these guys are trying to make money now, and they're trying to make money by getting into the NFL. And that's the real NIL, right? Like getting some money. Maybe there's some guys on campus that can get a lot of money, but most of the guys on campus, even at Texas, they're getting public school education teacher money, right? Which is nice when you're 18 years old, but it's not generational wealth. It's not setting anybody up for outside of college. The way you do that is developing at the 40 acres and then getting drafted by somebody and going to make millions of dollars. Like that is really the end goal here for all of these football players. And Sark, instead of pretending that that's not true, is just leaning into it and going, hey, come here. We got the best assistant coaches. We're keeping them here. We're going to develop you. We're going to get you drafted. We're going to go win football games. And, oh, by the way, along the way in the city of Austin, we can put you in front of business leaders and people with a lot of money and a lot of connections that can help you while you're on campus, and they can help you after campus even if the football thing doesn't work out. And so I appreciate that with these college coaches. Like you meet I'm in this industry. You meet a lot of these guys who are selling dreams, who are selling what we would call wolf tickets, right? And Sark is just not. He's just saying what it is. He's doing exactly what he's saying, and I find that to be refreshing in modern college football.
Is what it is, and I do like that mindset of Sark. I mean, evolve or die. I mean, it's like this is the rule. We're going to have to embrace it, and we'll see if it works out for Colin Simmons. Could there be, last question, Mike, could there be, last year when Arch Manning committed in the summertime. There was then a Pied Piper effect of other players signing. We know that there's a connection in Duncanville and all those schools through South Dallas. Could this, they have 15 commitments now. If Colin Simmons were to commit today, that'd be 16. Could we see a similar effect for the 2024 class?
Yeah, I mean, I think so. And then even beyond to the 2025 class, right? You start signing Jonte Cook, Colin Simmons, Byron Murphy, all those guys from South Dallas. Now you got DeSoto, Duncanville, Cedar Hill represented on your roster, Lancaster. Like, you start getting into those areas. And all these guys grow up with each other. I mean, they're all 5-10 miles apart. They play Pop Warner football together. Their families know each other. The coaches know each other. And so once you get them on campus, especially if they're enjoying their time on campus, not just like having fun, but like getting better as football players and winning football games. And now when they go back home during the spring, or now when they go back home during the summer, they're talking guys on social media like, hey, come down here. We got something good going on down here. And so I think it all kind of lends on each other. I'd imagine, the Houston connection back in the day helped Babers make that decision, right, and feel more comfortable going in that locker room because you knew some dudes. And so I think that's the same for these guys in South Dallas, and all the credit in the world needs to go to Chris Gilbert. He laid the foundation for Sark on this one. He got him into that South Dallas corridor. He's now the tight end coach at North Texas, but he did a fantastic job as the high school relations guy and really helped build these inroads into Dallas, because if you notice, Texas A&M is dominating in Houston right now. And so if not for this success recruiting Dallas for Sark over the last couple of years, he would have had to go out of state even more than he did in general.
Yeah, and it's a coach coming in from out of state and without the Texas ties. Obviously, Jeff Banks had Texas ties, but most of his coaching staff had to build those, and Chris Gilbert did a great job. Longhorns, you just look at their recruiting class last year. Jonte Cook, DeSoto. Trey Wisner, DeSoto, Texas. Billy Walton from South Oak Cliff. Malik Muhammad, South Oak Cliff. Of course, then there was the kids from up in the Denton area and all over the Metroplex doing a great job. Hey, Craven, appreciate it, my friend. And we'll be watching today at 2 o'clock. Looking forward to the next multicast, and thanks for the visit this morning.
Thanks, Mike.
Appreciate you guys. Hope you all have a good time.
You too, brother.
Mike Craven is the senior writer at Dave Campbell's Texas Football.
He's great. Man. He does a good job. I remember when he's done so much in such a short time. He was covering the Austin FC for a little while.
Yeah, that's when he got out.
Yeah.
He loves – no, Mike even told me that. He loves soccer. He's a big soccer fan, especially the Premier League.
I remember when he was covering that for a little while.
But he wanted to be a fan of the Austin FC.
Yeah.
Like he wanted to root for the team. He didn't want to
write about it.
He didn't want to cover it.
Yeah.
So he's like – and that's because they got reassigned out of the high school desk, and he sounded like something he'd want to do. Then he's like, no, I want to go to games and be a fan and
he does
cheer.
He does a great job with the basically with now they're I don't know if it's a new department, but now they're covering college football a lot more. They're covering a lot more.
Well, for people who don't know, Dave Campbell's Texas Football. Of course, the late Dave Campbell passed away pretty recently, but it's now owned by the former Houston Astros owner Drayton McClain.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Drayton McClain, who his name is on the Baylor Stadium, McClain Stadium. Yeah. Sold the Astros. He owns it, and they're making a huge push into because again, the state of Texas has 13 programs playing Division I football, high level football, with Sam Houston State rising this year, and they cover every single one, just like they cover all the high schools at the high school side.
Yeah, nobody does that.
No,
it's hard to do. First of all,
well, that's part of our multicast in the podcast, and they have a podcast for every school.
Yeah, it's cool.
So if you go check out that Dave Campbell's Texas Football Podcast Network, the Republic of Football they call it. If you're a fan of UTSA or Sam Houston or TCU, Texas Tech, I mean they have in-depth coverage of your favorite school. From one of their podcasts or their writing, and Mike is the senior writer there. So yeah, you're right. They're making a big push to cover
great idea.
College football better than anybody in the state across the Lone Star State. There's Mike Craven. Obviously, 2 o'clock today. All eyes on Duncanville, Texas. We'll come back talk more about it behind the burnt orange curtain. Which players are standing out here? Went to the pads last night for the Longhorns. We'll also get. Before the end of the hour. Off the record, we're previewing the NFL as well. Between tonight and Sunday, all 32 NFL teams will have a preseason game, including the Houston Texans tonight. We'll preview that as we roll forward on a Thursday here on E and Rod B. Going off the record before the top of the hour. Also, 1 hour from now, we will reveal the 17th ranked team in the Ian Rod B Horn Top 20 countdown. So far, if you're keeping score, we've had Texas Tech, North Carolina, and Ole Miss. And big tip of the cap to Lane Kiffin and his new 25-year-old girlfriend that he's flaunting on Instagrams. Doing well.
They've been dating for like a year, by the way.
A year now.
Mhm.
Oh, it's getting serious.
No,
then.
they just went IG official. Is what happened.
Is that what that is? Okay, that's
She's been posting about him for a very long time.
That means he's now comfortable with his coworkers and his bosses knowing that he's dating a former.
Well, she's graduated now.
I know. That's what I'm saying. But exactly now, and that, there are a lot of questions will be like, so when did this start, and when did y'all first meet, and what happened?
How long has he been?
How long you
divorced?
been? You know what I mean?
Do we know this? Not to get too personal with Lane.
But
Kiffin,
they've been dating a year, and she's 25, and when did she graduate? Like, 2019? You said when she graduated? When was it?
She graduated in 2019.
2019. Yeah,
from
she
Ole
was.
Miss.
She's smart.
She's very smart.
Yeah. So good. Yeah. So it's been long enough. She's long enough. Can't be judging them for that. 25.
And you know what? Mac Brown and Sally Brown, Instagram official too. Insta official. They're still together.
Oh, Mac's smart. Mac knew. Mac, when Mac hooked up with Sally, he used to tell us, "Hey guys, marry rich if you can."
He told you that?
Oh yeah. He's like, "Oh yeah, if you can."
She was a big, powerful real estate.
Yeah. Oh, she was making more money than Mac for a while until he got his big deal. He's like, "Marry rich,
marry rich,
marry rich. It helps to have love, but you want both."
Yeah.
You like to have both, Venom? It'll make your life a lot easier.
Well, we'll
He's
see.
right.
But yeah.
Oh yeah. He looks. You know what?
She looks happy.
She makes him look younger.
Yeah. Well, she'll keep you young.
Boom.
She's 25.
Hey man, you gotta stay in good shape with a 25-year-old. You gotta make sure you're in decent shape.
He's not in good shape. He's all pudgy.
All pudgy. He'll get skinnier.
Well, the bank account ain't. Yeah, the bank account's pudgy too, in a good way.
I love that Max said that.
It's robust.
So we'll have number 17 today. It is in the great state. It's in the state of Texas. It might be the Big 12 too. We'll reveal that at 9:30 as we're continuing our countdown to number 1 every single day. Also, Rod, the Texas Tech team with Joey McGuire. Interesting.
Joe me the money.
Joe me the money. The Joey juice. They're bringing it. And we said this through our first three previews of our back end of our top 20. Texas Tech finished the season red hot with 4 straight wins. They went from 4-5 to having one of the best seasons of Tech has had in a while. North Carolina and Ole Miss both collapsed at the end of last year in November and lost their bowl games. I think North Carolina and Ole Miss lost their last 4 games of last year.
Yeah, because Ole Miss ended like 1-5.
And if you missed us yesterday, we had the agreement that we'll put Ole Miss at 18 just because Lane Kiffin's dating this hot 25-year-old.
Smoking.
But we probably should have put Tulane there. And Ole Miss plays Tulane.
That's going to be fun.
In week 2 in New Orleans. And Tulane won the Cotton Bowl last year with Willie Fritz.
That could be a scary scenario for Ole Miss.
And we had the Green Wave just outside the top 20. But we'll get to see those two play week 2, and maybe it's Tulane that becomes the conversation.
Oh, yeah. No, Tulane's, like I said, they're scary. You don't want to play a team like that early on because they could drop you out of the conversation real quick. Because even if you have if you squeak it out and win, it's good either way just because everybody knows Tulane's a good team. But, man, you lose that game to start the year in a non-conference. Still got your SEC hopes alive, but, man, that's a devastating way to start the season. And they got quarterback, not uncertain. They got quarterback uncertainty, I should say. Because we don't know who the quarterback's going to be. They think it's
Spencer Sanders at Ole Miss.
It may be Spencer Sanders,
who transferred from Oak State. And as we said yesterday, I don't know if he would have transferred to play for Lane Kiffin. He didn't feel like he had an inside track because he would have been the starter at Oak State.
No question. He had been the starter for, what, three years already?
Yeah.
The 3-year starter?
I would also say that in our team today, we'll play what will end up being the most watched college football game of week 1. The most watched college football game of week 1.
Oh, yeah, I don't disagree with that. Yes.
Our pick for number 17 coming up at 9:30. So we'll have that for you. Before we get to the behind the burnt orange curtain, what did you make of Mike saying that Sark treats all those guys like adults and he's not shying away from the conversation that and you know, as Mike said, and one of the reasons I love doing the multicast with Mike is he covers all these programs. So everyone's got a different way of doing things. But you know, Sark is bringing these guys in and you know, selling what he can sell right now to these young players. I think that's I think that's interesting, and obviously people are going to be rightfully, well, he's got the most money to use.
He's got some resources.
That helps.
He's got some resources.
Well, but don't shy away from it, right? I mean, there are coaches like Dabo Swinney and coaches around the country who do kind of try to pretend it's all not all happening or they don't like it. Sark's not one of those, right? He absolutely is embracing the idea of what you can get.
Yep.
Assess the value at the University of Texas and get everything you can out of it.
Yeah, and I think for that adult conversation that's happening, I think guys are responding to it. Much like he talked about with Jeff Traylor at UTSA, that he's not losing guys to Power 5 programs. That is a great indicator that your culture is a constructive, positive culture that is actually working for your program. And Sark, I think one of the positive indicators that his culture is actually a positive one and is headed in the right direction is the attrition at Texas happening. And everybody has attrition these days because it's just transfer portal, and you have guys that want to leave and they want to test the free market, and you really can't avoid it. Everybody has attrition, but there's good attrition and there's bad attrition. And I think when you have guys leaving your program who are going to other Power 5 programs, and they are also coveted, and they are also being recruited by other Power 5 programs, and they're not having to drop down in competitive play to a lower level. It shows you that you had great evaluations over those players on those players, and you also have a great picker. Like, you actually know how to pick them.
Well, and you're losing those players from kind of the bottom of your depth chart, right? You're not.
Yeah, you're upgrading. You're churning out the roster.
Well,
you're churning up the roster.
The name that jumps to mind is Brennan Thompson, right? The speedster from Spearman, Texas, who transferred out. He went to Oklahoma, and they're glad to have him. But he wasn't. In this wide receiver room, Brennan Thompson, he ran track in the spring, so he wasn't at spring practice and the spring workout, so he fell way behind. He wasn't going to get many reps with this wide receiver room. So Brennan Thompson, not being disgruntled, just understanding his playing time was going to be limited behind these guys.
Yeah, what's my path to play?
And he didn't transfer down to Stephen F. Austin. He transferred to Oklahoma, where he has a chance to be up on that depth chart at OU this year. All right, let's dive behind and jump behind that burnt orange curtain, talk more Texas football.
And they were all asking themselves the same question. What is behind that curtain?
All right, so Steve Sarkisian, head coach for Texas football, went on the show Josh Pate, if you're familiar with him. He does a YouTube show for 247 Sports, and so he had Sark on earlier this week, so we got a couple of cuts of audio. The first piece of audio we're going to play here is Sark being asked about what is different from year 1 to year 2 with this squad that he noticed, and then now heading into year 3, what's he expecting to be different from when he first got here? Here is Steve Sarkisian.
Well, it feels like hours now, and that's not knocking anybody. There's a lot of ways to skin a cat in this profession, whether it's recruiting, developing your players, the schemes you run. But ultimately, we all, you come in with a plan and you try to implement it. And year 1, you feel like you're trying to coach everybody on how you want it to go, whether it's recruiting, whether it's media, whether it's player development in the weight room, whether it's nutrition, whether it's your scheme. And then you're trying to build depth. And what does your depth look like in year 1 and the players that fit your scheme and for the style of play? By the time you get to year 3, if you're doing it right and you're consistent with your approach to things, we should be pretty dialed in on recruiting. We should be pretty dialed in our player development in the weight room and how we rehab and recover players. And we should be pretty dialed in schematically of the way we go about our business and the way we practice. And so it does feel different. And you feel like the players are, like I've touched on, I don't think at this point now we can say the players are bought into what we're doing, right? You were trying to get that buy-in in year 1. In year 3, now I feel like our players are contributing to our culture and what we're about, and they're elevating kind of who we are.
You just mentioned something there.
Yeah, that is Sark talking about the difference from year 1 to year 3. And I think things should, from what I've heard from players and from Sark, things are going to flow a lot smoother now just because the players, not only they have the buy-in, they believe in Sark's plan and his vision, but now they can coach up the younger guys they can set the example of how younger guys are supposed to act, how they're supposed to approach practice, how they're supposed to work, what the level and the standard, the expectations are. Sark doesn't have to go through every drill at practice in every period and explain this is what we want, this is how we practice. The older guys, the veterans, will do that because you have continuity now within the staff, on the team, and with the culture. Same message, same coaches, preaching that message, and now veterans who now can echo that message to the younger guys. So it does seem like year 3, it should be a lot less of the infrastructure building, whether you're talking about the culture or whether you're talking about the physical infrastructure of building a roster. Sark didn't have to worry about that. It's built. All that's built. The cake is baked. All right. He just got to put the frosting on this thing and make it look good and put the candles on.
Well, and that's why I've said, and you can either confirm or decline, that this is what it looked like when Mac Brown was building Texas into the power it became. You were a part of that. You were in the middle of it. You came in.
I remember that.
And that culture was starting to be built. Now, you weren't there for the national championship runs, and I don't know if this is a national championship team, but with the coaching staff continuity, with the recruiting classes, and as we just talked about, the lack of attrition off those recruiting classes, you're seeing just that. And you walked in, and there were dudes that kind of taught you. Dwayne Aquino was there to coach your position, but there were guys already showing you how to do it.
No doubt. I had Quentin Jammer ahead of me that, kind of was passing the torch. That one day I would be the leader in that room and then would also show the younger guys, this is the standard of DBU. This is how we play. This is how we practice. This is how we critique ourselves. We watch this much film. We put in this much work. And yeah, somewhere along the line that was lost. It seems like now you have guys talking about how that connection is being recreated with this group.
Yeah.
Where they are now trying to pass down those lessons learned, so that you can rebuild the brand of Texas. So I like what I'm hearing, but right now it's just what we're hearing, and it's all on paper.
Got to see it.
So exactly, it's all on paper, and this is what you're hearing. Okay, so Sark was also asked about the player-led team, because we've heard that before. That's a big term, player-led team. Last year, it was supposed to be a player-led team, and I think it was, actually, for the most part, with Rojo and Bijan. He was asked about whether this team is a player-led team and what that means for Sark. So here's Steve Sarkisian.
Well, I felt it last year. I mean, I really felt it at the end of our first year when, we went through a rough stretch in my first year here, and there was a lot of tough losses, and we lost a tough game. And I'll never forget Roschon Johnson standing up in the locker room, and he asked to speak to the team and really to everybody in the organization that was in the locker room. And at that point, you could feel a shift. Like, no longer was it just me trying to say what we needed to be. The players started to speak it. And I think that bled into last season. Roschon was a tremendous leader. Bijan was a tremendous leader. DeMarvion Overshown. The beauty of this year is I don't know if necessarily we have leaders like them or as good as them or whatever, however you want to call it, but we have more people in that space. And how do we get there? All the players that are here in year 3 in this program since I got here chose to stay, right? We're living in this world of transfer portal. But all those guys, the Jalen Fords, the Jordan Whittington, the Christian Jones, the Jaron Thompsons, the Alfred Collins, the Byron Murphys, those guys started to believe in what we brought to the program. They signed up for something different, but they're believing in what we're doing. Then the younger players were players that we signed that believed in what we were doing and said, I want to go do that. And so now you really feel a locker room full of guys that are committed to what we do and how we do and why we do what we do. And so we have more people speaking the same language. I think at the end of the day, as coaches, we try to set expectations and a standard for how things should be done. Well, now the players understand what those expectations are, and they're speaking to the standard and what it's going to take. And then when somebody's not meeting that standard, they're holding guys accountable to it.
There are 2 types of Texas football players. I always say the ones who come to Austin to play at Texas and the ones that come to play for Texas. You want the latter and not the former. All right. The old JFK quote, ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. Guys who play for Texas, like Rojo, They're trying to do things to help the brand, to build the brand. They want to know, how can I help Texas? What can I do to help bring Texas
Heard you
back?
say that many times. It is such a great point.
And then
what can
other
Texas do
guys,
for me?
Yes.
Versus what can I do for Texas?
Exactly. And the at guys, they're all about what can Texas do for me. And hey, by the way, those guys can change. I remember when I came, there were a lot of guys who were here to play at Texas, and by the time I left, those same guys were playing for Texas. And by the way, and he brought this up too. By the time you're a senior, man, you just want to win. So those guys who stuck around, the Christian Jones of the world and the Jay Witts of the world, oh man, those are your best leaders because they just want to win, and they're willing to sacrifice after they've been through the bad times too.
Well, and as I said, there is such a large chunk of this team that'll never play a game in the SEC. I mean, they won't be in that conference.
Mm-hmm.
They're not going to be here. And I think, we've talked about Quinn Ewers being one of those guys. I think it's a strong possibility Quinn Ewers either, and this may sound blunt, but Quinn Ewers is either going to the draft because he had a great year. If he struggles, he's going to get transfer out of here because there's two other really good quarterbacks who want to take his job.
That's the plan.
That's pressure, right?
Yeah, you're right.
But at the same time, you're right. Christian Jones in year 6 and Byron Murphy and Jordan Whittington, even Xavier Worthy as a junior, A.D. Mitchell, he came here to improve his draft stock, right, to be closer to home, but also he wants to be drafted, and he's playing like that right now. These guys aren't going to be here long. There'll be some of those guys, but the whole point to I think what you're saying about raising the bar and the player-led culture is you want to win a Big 12 championship on your way out and set the tone for these guys taking that culture into the SEC, which it's going to need every bit of.
Leave it better than you found it. And I got a chance to do that. It's one of the great things that I felt good about at Texas. I left the program better than I found it. That's what a lot of these guys, these veterans, they want to do. So Sark's doing a great job. The culture is big, and he talks about how culture wins games. Even the guys, I always say the guys who left, I counted 21 transfers in the last cycle for Texas that exited the program, that left the program. 10 of those went to Power 5 programs. 9 of them went to Group of 5 programs. And you had 2 of them that still haven't found a home. Isaiah Hall and Ishmael Ibrahim, I believe, are still out there in the portal without a home.
Looking for spots.
But the rest of those guys, hey, man, your players were wanted. They were recruited. They were coveted by other high-level programs. That's positive attrition, in my opinion.
We're back. When we do, we go off the record. Some stories that are a little off the nose this morning with Rod and myself. Also, Ty will throw in a couple stories, too. It's Off the Record coming next. Oh, Rod B, carry this segment from your afternoon program to now because it's just too darn good.
Love it.
And too many things we need to weigh in on. Also, speaking of weigh in on, next hour we'll hit number 17 on our countdown to number 1, our Horn Top 20. Also preview the NFL night and weekend. All 32 teams in action beginning tonight. And I'm starting to think I'm going to have to concede to Ty. We had a debate a couple weeks ago. Looks like Ty's going to be dead right on that. Also, Mark Schlereth weighing in on the running back debate. He doesn't have any sympathy for those running backs, Rod. Mark Schlereth, the former offensive
I think
lineman.
I know where he's going with this. Yeah.
But we do have off the record, including, let me start with Devontae Smith. How about this dude? Devontae Smith, the Heisman Trophy winning Alabama receiver who's now playing great in Philadelphia.
In Sark's offense, by the way.
In Sark's offense.
Mm-hmm.
Was excused from practice yesterday in Philadelphia because he wanted to be in the courtroom with his friend Henry Ruggs.
Oh, wow.
To support him when he was given his sentence for the horrible crash last year. And, wants to be there for his friend. He was sentenced between 3 and 10 years. That's a good buddy right there.
Yeah, that really is. But man, that's an ugly, terrible, horrible story.
Sure is.
Ruggs. It really is, man.
Well,
his life ruined, killed the woman, ruined multiple lives, all because you were speeding.
150 miles an hour. You weren't speeding.
You weren't speeding.
Ridiculous.
Does he have any chance for redemption coming back? If it's a 3-year sentence, probably get out about a year and a half.
No, I mean,
still young. Michael
remember
Vick.
Dante Stallworth had I believe it was Dante Stallworth, right? He had that vehicular manslaughter charge and came out, and I believe he played again after that.
Michael Vick came out of prison for the dogfighting and played again.
And he's a first-round pick, so some team out there would give him a shot, but he definitely would have to show that he is redeemed and that he has regret and remorse about what happened.
Well, remember Leonard, who was the pastor? Leonard Little?
Yes.
He got a second.
You're right.
He had an accident that killed somebody, and then he came back and had another one. Henry Ruggs is going to be on it. He's only 24 years old.
That's what I'm saying. He was a first-round pick, so some team might give him a shot if he can, prove himself.
Yeah, obviously, that family of that lady will never like to see that.
Just because that happened doesn't mean he's a bad person.
No, it doesn't.
Made a horrible, horrible decision.
He made a horrible decision. Yeah, I agree with that.
What do you have, Rod, off the record?
That's that's wild. Okay. I don't know, more of the Johnny Manziel stuff, just more like little nuggets from the Johnny Manziel documentary. His agent revealed, and it's Eric Burkhart, I think is his agent, revealed that Johnny, spoiler alert, if you don't want to hear the spoiler alert, all right, change the channel, that right before the combine, he slipped and ended up, having a wild party or something and ended up doing some drugs of some kind, so he would have failed his drug test at the combine. So one of the ideas was to have his dad fake a heart attack or a heart issue, and then Johnny would have to leave the combine after like 15 hours.
Johnny being dishonest?
Yeah, and have to leave the combine to go be with his father in his time of need. That didn't happen. They didn't have to do that. Apparently, Johnny ended up passing the test just because he drank a lot of fluids. Johnny
drowned the drugs,
and that was part of the theme of it, was that Johnny kept escaping accountability with a lot of things. He just found a way to walk through the raindrops, and ultimately
Teflon. It
caught up with him in the NFL. It's like, no, man, you can't escape accountability. Like you're the quarterback now. You got to be accountable, and that really was a burden on him that he just could not bear.
I can't wait to watch it. I'm going to. But the whole accountability thing, I haven't seen it, as I said, but it goes back to his days at Kerrville Tivy when I would talk to friends and coaches and officials who he'd score a touchdown and he'd grab his crotch and flip off the home crowd. It's like, who's holding this guy accountable for being a jerk? Come on, man.
That was Baker Mayfield in high school,
I know. Well, same deal. Not to that extent, but how's Baker Mayfield's career going?
Yeah, not great. He's throwing a lot of picks in practice, actually.
He might be the starter in Tampa. We'll see. He and Kyle Trask. Speaking of the Henry Ruggs sentence, rarely do we agree with O.J. Simpson. But can we hear the juice yesterday? O.J. Simpson was not happy with the Henry Ruggs courtroom ruling and took to Twitter to express it.
Hey, X-World, it's me, yours truly. Now, I know I went to college on a football scholarship, but somehow this math is not adding up to me. You're driving a car at roughly 160 miles an hour on a public street and end up killing a girl and her dog, and you get 3 to 10 years. You go to a hotel room that you're invited to retrieve your own personal stolen property I now have because it was ruled to be mine by the state of California. And you get 9 to 33 years. Same courthouse, same city, same state. I don't know. Somehow it just does not add up to me.
All right, there's O.J. Simpson.
His laugh is evil. I get that evil, murderous laugh.
I don't think Henry Ruggs had any priors, Juice. I think his record was pretty clean beyond the one horrible incident. I think you've had some other incidents.
Hey, he was found not guilty. Doesn't make him innocent.
Remember when he was
Just because
pirating...
you're found not guilty does not make you innocent. And he was not innocent.
That is. What do you have, Rod, off the record?
No, I'm good. I'm done on that
Here we
one.
go. How about this?
OJ.
I got this. Look forward to this new book. So Phil Mickelson, Armin Katayan. You know Armin Katayan, the investigative journalist?
Oh, yeah.
He's written a new book he's co-written this book with a guy named Billy Walters. It's called The Gambler. And in it,
what?
Walters tells Armin Katayan in this book that he had a gambling joint venture with Phil Mickelson for 5 years. And he says he believes the golfer bet more than $1 billion in sports over the last 3 decades.
That makes sense.
Got to know when to hold them and know when to fold them.
How much had I, when I told you like 6 months ago during last football season, I bet like
Yes,
125,000 in
how much
3 months?
Yeah, no, how much is MJ bet then?
Well, probably that much.
If Ty's betting that kind of money, Ty works for a radio station.
Well, I mean, you don't have, that's just how many bets you're placing.
How about
You
this?
could be winning and placing that money.
Billy
That's
Walters,
true. Good
this will
point.
be a much-read book by golf
Good
fans
point.
and sports fans. Walters says Mickelson asked him once to put down a $400,000 bet on the Americans to win the Ryder Cup in 2012. Of course, he was playing. Walters passed. Said he thought it would be bad optics.
Did they win?
They did. Let me look.
USA won that year?
I'm
I
gonna
was
look.
say, he was right. Then he should have did it. You could have been.
bet on yourself.
You could have been swimming in cash like Scrooge McDuck around there, man.
Yeah, that's the one sport where it's like okay to bet on yourself, though.
Oh, really?
Right? It's individual.
Like on the course,
Because
it's
most people don't
commonplace.
play golf without betting. There's skins on the line. There's something on the line.
Okay.
You don't play, We're just
don't
playing for score out here. We're playing for money. All right, we'll be back.
contract guys and guys who are drafted, high up and have made, multiple teams or veterans, true professionals, they don't really worry about the preseason, and they don't have to anymore because they don't play much. If they do play, as you know, series, maybe a series or two. But for guys like me who are just trying to make teams, by the way, which is most of the NFL, 70%, 75% of the NFL are guys like me who's going to end up with 4 or 5 year careers just trying to make a damn team that year. That's most of the NFL. And now you got fewer preseason games.
3 now.
All right, to actually make that happen. So I know y'all get bored with preseason. You're thinking, oh, this is some terrible football. Yes, it is the rough draft of the season. So any rough draft is going to be just that. It's going to be rough. But also it is crucial for the bottom of your roster, not your frontline guys who are paid the big money, but the bottom of your roster for those guys to prove themselves. Even if they don't make that team, you get cut a lot of times, and trust me, I got cut a lot. You get cut, and then the film that you had in preseason or the team you played against in preseason that liked you and thought you were a good player, they'll pick you up.
Yeah.
And now they've expanded the practice squads. Practice squads now have been expanded so you can put more players on the practice squad, and you can have older veteran players now on the practice squad. So that also makes the preseason a lot more important because these are a lot of guys that may be developmental projects for teams too, and they'll just put them on the practice squad and let them sit there for a while.
And you're right. You're not just playing for your team. You're playing for every team
Bro,
that's paying attention.
Got to get out there and get that film.
Because they all have scouting staffs. Yes. Yep. So Houston, New England tonight, Minnesota, Seattle should be intriguing. I think both of those games are on NFL Network if you're looking for them. Texans with the debut of C.J. Stroud, the DeMeco Ryans era underway in New England.
I like it.
Minnesota, Seattle. That's a couple of playoff teams from a year ago.
Minnesota is the most interesting one though, because there's a lot of talk about how they got to 13 wins last year. Remember they lost that playoff game to the Giants, and you probably heard this, they set an NFL record for fourth quarter comebacks. Let's say they tied the record, but they basically tied the NFL record for fourth quarter comebacks last year. They had 11 one-score games. They won 11 one-score games, which is also an NFL record. So 11 of their 13 wins were one-score wins, and 8 of those 11 one-score games ended up as fourth-quarter comebacks. So and by the way, give Kirk Cousins a lot of credit because people had that was a perception of him, a reputation he had that he wasn't clutch. Well, they were certainly clutch last season, one of the most clutch teams in the NFL.
That game at Buffalo is still maybe the best game of all of last year when they
they were down,
yes,
right? That big comeback.
Crazy game.
Yeah. And they're the first team in NFL history to ever win 13 games and have a negative play differential.
Point differential.
Play differential.
Remember, they got smashed by the Eagles when they played the Eagles in the regular season. They got smashed by the Cowboys.
Yes.
Those two teams just humiliated them, but then, yes, everything else was close for them. A lot of people think Minnesota kind of regresses. The one thing that won't regress is Justin Jefferson. That dude had 128 catches last year. 128 catches. That's why he's going first overall in a lot of fantasy football drafts.
Y'all remember when the Colts were up 33 points against Minnesota last year and lost?
Well, that was our man Jeff Saturday coaching his way.
33.
And they lost.
0 at halftime.
Was that his first game coaching?
No. That was one of the early games.
Yeah.
But,
he won the first game he coached.
So not only did Justin Jefferson have 128 catches last year, in his last 2 seasons, Justin Jefferson out of LSU has 236 catches in the last 2 years.
And now they got
touchdowns.
Jordan Addison to add to it.
Guy's unbelievable.
As another weapon.
And remember when the Philadelphia Eagles passed on him to take Jalen Reagor out of TCU? Oh, dang.
Who's out of the league? Is he still
somewhere? Oh. He might be back with Minnesota, like returning punts or something.
Yeah, you might be right about that. Yeah,
but that
was a dang coaching mistake on that.
That was. Can you imagine the Eagles if they had him? Obviously, they wouldn't have drafted Devontae Smith at that point when they did. But yeah, the Cowboys are happy that they didn't take him. I know that. So yeah, that's the other game tonight: Houston and New England, Minnesota, Seattle.
You're right. He's with Minnesota, Jalen Reagor.
Well, let me ask you this real quick, and then I want to play this Mark Schlereth sound. If Minnesota might regress from a 13-win team, can Seattle build on a surprising year last year with Geno Smith? They also had another great draft this year, they think. They've got Jackson Smith and Jigba. They also drafted the top corner in the draft, the kid Witherspoon out of Illinois. And remember, they had the best draft last year. They had more rookies play the most snaps of any team in football last year, and they made the playoffs.
Yeah. No, you're right. Other than that Jets rookie class, I mean, Seattle probably had the best rookie class, period, overall. And they've drafted well.
John
The last few years, actually, they've been drafting really well. And if Geno Smith can play anything close to what he played like last year, now he's got extra weapons. Now, in addition to DK Metcalf,
Tyler Lockett,
and they just drafted Jackson Smith and Jigba. They're loaded.
They can hand it to the kid
Kenneth Walker.
They
got another one.
And they drafted the kid from UCLA, Zach Charbonneau.
Yeah, that's it. They got multiple backs. Honestly, Seattle and that defense, I think, is going to be pretty good.
Niners are obviously the favorite in the division.
You don't got to worry about Arizona. They're out of it. They got no shot.
Tanking
the
for
Rams
top.
are struggling. They're turning over the bottom of that roster. They got a lot of young guys on that roster because they were in salary
Seattle
cap hell.
And San Francisco
head to head
for that
San
division.
Fran, no
Be
doubt.
interested in seeing that tonight. It is preseason football after all, but it's football. Then how about tomorrow night? You got a whole slew of games on Friday night. That includes the Falcons and the Dolphins. That would be Bijan Robinson's first chance to hit the field. Of course, the Dolphins.
Can't wait.
That's tomorrow night. Got the Bengals and the Packers. We got Jordan Love debut there with Joe Burrow not playing. Giants in Detroit tomorrow night.
Yeah, watching Jordan Love, that's going to be interesting too. I can't wait to see.
A lot of pressure on that young
We don't
man.
know anything about Jordan Love's development. They've been really cryptic. And you haven't seen a lot of highlights. You usually see practice highlights all the time. Haven't seen a lot of that. Haven't been a ton of reports about how he's doing, if he's throwing a lot of picks. And so I can't wait to see Jordan Love now that the team is his, because that will determine whether the Packers decide to tank or if they actually decide they're going to hand off the torch to the next great quarterback. Having two Hall of Fame quarterbacks in a row and then having a third, to follow those guys. That's really tough on a young man.
Your rule of threes earlier this week is it's tough to have three. They went Favre to Rodgers and now Jordan Love. But last year it was Seattle who was kind of left for dead when Russell Wilson ended up and they traded him to Denver. Denver had the bad year. Seattle was in the playoffs. So we'll see with Jordan Love. Packers still have a very good defense. Still got two good running backs with Aaron Jones and the big guy A.J. Dillon. We'll see. But obviously it's about Jordan Love, whether they're going to impress or regress in a bad way in that division, where Detroit is the odds favorite to win the division.
Times they are changing.
Come on,
Detroit
man.
Lions top 5 offense in the NFL last year, which should be better actually, because you're adding some pieces
And Jared
to
Goff
it. Jahmyr Gibbs, yeah. And the defense, they basically devoted their offseason to fixing the defense.
They did. And, Aiden Hutchinson coming off the edge now. They've tried to improve their secondary.
I'm picking Detroit in that division. That's weird.
And Dan Campbell's
That
embracing
feels wrong.
the expectations. Says it's great. Shoot it into my veins. Bring me the expectations. We're ready to go.
And I remember us mocking Dan Campbell because coaches like that usually they don't have success in the NFL. He's He's a caricature of a coach, really.
And we saw him on Hard Knocks last year. He comes off as a meathead sometimes, but he also, when you hear him and you watch him on Hard Knocks, he's a Bill Parcells, Sean Payton disciple.
That's
He's
exactly
hard-nosed.
Right. Yep.
He's very emotional, though.
But he's a player's coach.
He's a
he
player's
played
coach.
the game for a long time, so he can relate to the players in a really connected way. But he also knows you got to put your foot up their butt when they need it. You know what I mean?
He wants to win. It's a great point. He wants to win with like brute force and intimidation and physicality. Usually these days you're trying to win with precision and accuracy and the throwing game and spread offense. He's kind of old school in that way.
He is, but then his offense is pretty dynamic, right? They open it up and they get after it.
Ben Johnson, the OC, he's one of the best.
Yeah, he'll be a head coach here shortly out of Detroit. So
agreed. Looking
forward to that team. They'll be playing the Giants on Friday night. So we'll preview those Friday games more tomorrow. Tonight we've got the two with Houston and New England, Minnesota, Seattle. Obviously the running back conversation has been the conversation of the offseason, or one of the biggest. The running backs doing the Zoom call to try to, how come our market value is down? Dalvin Cook still doesn't have a job. Zeke Elliott still onside. Kareem Hunt's onside. The Josh Jacobs story has no resolution with Vegas yet. We know it is talk about Minnesota, right? They gave up on Dalvin Cook so they could put Antonio Madison in as their lead running back, or Alexander Madison as their lead back. So yesterday here on the Horn, Rich Eisen. We now have the Rich Eisen program between 2 and 5 every day. Really good show. He had Mark Schlereth on the show. Mark Schlereth, of course, won Super Bowls on the offensive line with the Denver Broncos. He was in Washington. He used to be at ESPN. And he was asked his opinion on these running backs trying to unite. And doesn't sound like Mark Schlereth has too much sympathy for them.
Become more of, as you know, a running back by committee, more of a specialization of that running back position. And frankly, I don't have a lot of sympathy. You know what? You signed a collective bargaining agreement. You gave the franchise tag. You negotiate things like less practice time, and you negotiate stupid stuff. that's. I mean, hey, I'm part of that. I'm guilty, right? I was a player too, so understand it. You negotiate stupid stuff. They know you're going to negotiate stupid stuff. It doesn't really matter, and that's your own fault. And as far as the running backs, having a stupid Zoom meeting and all complaining and whining about it, it is what it is. That's the market, and that's how market economics work. So quit complaining about it. I don't remember any of the star running backs at the time standing up on their podiums complaining about how unfair it is that the fullbacks were becoming extinct, as long as they were getting there. So, I don't really want to hear it. It's the market. Take the money that's available to you, go out there and play great. Whatever. I don't have any sympathy, empathy, any of the fees. None of the fees bother me. I don't care.
Mark Schlereth. His interesting point there about the fullbacks. Yeah, they weren't crying for the lead fullback, which is extinct now.
And which is actually one of their backfield mates. They know fullbacks. They block for them.
Every team used to have a lead fullback. Every team of 32.
And I want to say half teams don't even have a fullback on the roster.
Yeah, your Shano's Niners still
Shano, he's one of them, but I think close to a third or half the teams don't even list one on the roster, like H-backs or tight ends, something like that.
Did we have a fullback Zoom meeting?
No, but he's right. Nobody said anything about it, and he's an interior offensive lineman. And the truth is, he probably knows about this fact that actually center, if you're doing the numbers and the math, center is probably the most underpaid, undervalued position in the NFL, considering how much physical contact they have to deal with. We talk about running backs being worn down. You can't say that running backs are worn down more than centers. Exactly. And they're more important because they're snapping the ball directly to the quarterback. You need a center just to make the play function. So I don't know. You can throw it out there that center may be the most underpaid, undervalued position. If you look at the 26 free agents that were available at the peak of NFL free agency, the top 26 free agents, man, basically none of those guys were the centers got to a $10 million contract or a $10 million even valuation. All of the numbers say center probably is the most underpaid position, but running back is also in that conversation.
Interesting. Great stuff with Mark Schlereth, a little NFL tonight. Texans and the Stroud control, they're calling it. C.J. Stroud.
The Stroud control?
Stroud control. Stroud control.
That was your dad joke? Your punny
my
dad joke?
My punny dad joke. That'll be tonight with the C.J. Stroud. How many series does he play? Maybe one or two. Just want to see some good, crisp offense out of Houston playing a very good New England
Davis
team.
Mills. Is Case Keenum there too now?
Yes, he is. Case
so
Keenum.
I wonder if you'll get Case Keenum or Davis Mills first. Which one?
All right. Before we get to the timeout, and then we'll hit number 17 in our countdown to number 1 coming back, I have to concede, and we'll pick this up in our NFL conversation beyond this, but Ty and I had a debate when training camp started that Trey Lance would be the backup of the 49ers. Looked like Trey Lance may not make that team.
Oh, because Brock Purdy's the starter.
Because Brock Purdy is healthy and taking all the reps, and Sam Darnold is right now outperforming Trey Lance.
Yeah, but they're so invested in Trey Lance. They have to get something in return for
That's going to be all-time. That might be a bigger bust than Jamarcus Russell, just for what they gave up.
Yeah, that's why they got to
work out.
They got to get something in return from him. They gave up way too much not to get anything.
They tried, though.
Which is these games are going to be big for him. He needs to play. And he needs to showcase that people want him.
He needs to look good.
Because it seems like right now he's running third, which I thought going into camp exactly like you did, that Trey Lance, they're going to, why don't you use him as, feature him in the red zone, feature him in goal line situations, use him. You've given up too much to get him. But, then with the last pick of the draft last year, you got Brock Purdy, who's your quarterback. And, Sam Darnold is a capable backup. But, yes, and when I say not make that team, he may not be on that team because they may trade him. And
they need to, but then if you trade him, who you trading him to? I'm trying to think of teams.
I have a team.
You got a team?
When we come back, I'll give it to you before we go to our top 20 countdown. Right. Also, have another Rod's rant of the day. We'll get more Texas football talk. A Colin Simmons update. He is the big-time prospect out of Duncanville High. He's got a choice to make at 2 o'clock today. It's E and Rod B. Ty as well. Here on the Horn. It is Ian Rod B. We'll get back to some of those NFL games. We'll be keeping our eyes on. Somebody mentioned and asked where those games can be seen. NFL Network tonight, I believe. And I don't know if the Texans have a local. Remember, one of the things that the NFL owners love about the preseason is they can sell their local rights and make money. And, of course, in Houston, it'll be somewhere. In Dallas, Jerry Jones will sell it to one of the affiliates. And they make that because everything else comes out of once they hit the regular season, that's all part of the big pot of TV revenue money from the TV partners. But the preseason games are for the owners to keep, right? And players don't get paid. Players don't. They get per diem.
You get per diem. You got to make the team to get paid.
And you don't get a game check until the game starts, the real game. So the players are always talking about that. Well, you guys are cashing in with ticket sales and TV deals, and we're not even getting paid. You're getting per diem.
Hey, it's the audition.
Yeah.
You got to audition
Which is
to get
why
the job.
by the way, that's the always follow the dollar. That's the reason the owners fought for giving up one of those playoff game or preseason games.
Yeah.
But when they added the 17th, then they were willing to give up one of them.
Yeah, they're not going to give up a source of revenue unless they're getting another one, a bigger one, which they do with that extra game. No, they're the Billionaires Boys Club for a reason, man.
They know what they're doing.
You damn right.
Hey, it's also college football time. 23 days to the Longhorn opener. That means 3 weeks from Saturday. 2 weeks from Saturday is the first of the college football games of any kind. What's that? And our pick at number 17 is we'll play their fight song here coming up. But they were one of the great surprises of all of last year.
Might have been the biggest surprise of last year,
and I think without a doubt. And they were a fun team to watch last year. Do we have this there, Ty? Let's hit it. Number 17 in our countdown. A lot of purple.
Purple Kryptonite.
That is the fight song of the TCU Horned Frogs, if you're not aware.
It's just a spunky
that
fight
up.
song.
You like that?
It's not bad. I don't think I've ever even paid
TCU.
attention to their fight song before.
Rah, TCU.
They're probably my least favorite team in the Big 12.
Least favorite.
Of the new Big 12, too?
Besides Oklahoma.
Where's our guy Johnny Rogers, man? Johnny.
That's part of the reason.
That's part of the reason.
Never stops talking about him.
Where's Craig Flower? We have a lot of TCU friends.
Yeah,
I'll be with Craig Flowers tonight at the Round Rock game.
Hey.
I think Craig Flowers' daughter is singing the national anthem. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Is that real? Wow.
Mm-hmm. Craig Flowers has 3 daughters, and one of them will sing the national anthem.
A talented bloodline, doesn't he?
They're very talented.
But the TCU thing, what I liked last year that they did was really cool. The Hypno-Toad was pretty badass.
That was awesome.
Is that badass?
Really?
Though?
Dude, it's cool. It's an unofficial.
So annoying.
Oh, it's annoying because you're not a fan of TCU.
They caught a heater last year. There's no doubt about that.
It's the girl. I can't deal with the.
I was say you hate it. I can tell you got a special disdain for it. But I think if you're a TCU fan, it was cool that they came with the Hypno-Toad. It was part of their secret mojo.
Yeah, well,
I like unofficial mascots, and Hypno-Toad was an unofficial mascot. Just like John Wick's going to be Texas' unofficial mascot this year. Boom. Take that.
Well, is it fair to say that TCU, we'll recap what they did a year ago, where they're going now is the big question. We have them at number 17. A lot of players to replace, but they're going to play the game that would be most watched week 1.
Versus Colorado?
The Deion Sanders
because
debut.
I can't wait. I can't wait. And even if Deion, and some people are saying he's going to get blown out, I think the number right now has TCU close to a 3-touchdown favorite.
Yes.
Somewhere around there.
So it may not be a great game.
Number. That's a big number. It'll be watched, though, because you're going to watch it. If Deion's blown out, you still got to watch it to see how Deion responds to being blown out. If Deion's competitive, you're going to watch it because Deion's going to be competitive. But either way, you're going to watch that game. That game's going to have high rate. It's going to have some really high ratings. Yeah.
I agree with you.
Yep.
And the rest of the slate, there's some pretty good games. We'll run downs, but for TCU, here's one thing you have to say. Last year was a pretty magical run for them, right? I mean, they beat Colorado to start the year, but in that game, their quarterback got hurt.
Yeah, the starting quarterback was Chandler Morris.
Got hurt.
Yeah.
And they're thinking, oh, geez, they turned to Max Duggan, and all Max Duggan does is go to, be a runner-up for the Heisman Trophy. From injury to the Heisman almost. They blasted Tarleton. They beat SMU in a good game in the battle for the skillet there, the frying pan. Then they beat Oklahoma, and that was the game that started their run where they would win the game and they would injure the starting quarterback of the opposing team.
Yeah, I
remember this?
Yep, did it like 3 or 4 games in a row.
SMU's quarterback got hurt.
Mm-hmm.
Then they played Oklahoma, and Dylan Gabriel got decapitated on a cheap shot.
Yep.
And Oklahoma's defense was so bad they won that game 55-24, never close. But then they went on this run of really close games that they survived, right? I mean, they beat Kansas by a touchdown in a game that Jalen Daniels, their quarterback, got hurt. Beat them 38-31. Then they beat Oklahoma State in overtime, 2 of them, 43-40 in a game that Spencer Sanders got hurt in and left the game. If you
Crazy
remember,
run.
K-State 38-28, West Virginia 41-31. They had to come from behind to do that.
Happened again though, the quarterback thing, right?
Quarterback got hurt. And then we know that they came in here and beat Texas. They beat Texas Tech by 10. Then, of course, remember the Baylor game where they had to come all the way back in the fourth quarter?
That was one of the best games of the year.
Yeah.
It really was a great game.
And kicked the field goal. Now, again, all these things said.
Last second, they got out there to kick the field goal, right?
Without a timeout.
It was like precise execution because they got it down to the very last millisecond.
And then they beat They lost to K-State in the Big 12 title game, we know, in that play at the goal line where they should have run Max Duggan on a quarterback sneak, and they got stuffed. Pretty amazing that each of the last 2 years, the Big 12 championship game has come down to a goal line stand for the champion.
It's really cool.
K-State did
Different teams, too.
Yeah, Baylor did it the year before. And so they lost that game, but if they get their better play call there, they probably win that game. Then, of course, we know the Michigan game and the Fiesta Bowl was as exciting a game as was played last year, 51-45. The back-and-forth nature of that game.
That was an awesome game.
And then we know it ended with a smashing at the hands of Georgia. But, man, a magical, magical season. You realize with TCU, our number 17 team, Rod, in the second half of that game against Michigan, second half, the two teams combined to score 69 points.
That's great.
In the second half.
BK would appreciate that. Nice.
Nice.
But no, I remember that game. That really was a phenomenon. That's exactly what you want from your college football playoff semifinals.
When you see the score and you realize that game was 14-13 at half, and then you see the final score being 51-45, like, it must have gone to overtime.
Yeah, and both of those semis were awesome.
Awesome.
It was great.
Oh, two best.
That might have been the two best semis we've had.
That was the best semifinal day of the Final Four era.
Yeah, it was really good.
Incredible.
Yeah, but getting back to TCU this year.
My question is, can they maintain that? Was that good fortune or that good coaching?
A little bit of both.
Yeah,
I think it's a little bit of both, and I think this year you're going to see, Sonny Dykes try to replicate that in a lot of ways. Now they will have their starting quarterback from last year. Technically, Max Duggan led them to a national title appearance, but the guy who won the starting quarterback job, Chandler Morris, is back. He originally won the job, and he is back. And hopefully, the reason that he won the job, hopefully that is something that materializes with them. They did get some crucial transfers in. They returned just 11 starters from that TCU team last year. They do get some crucial acquisitions via the transfer portal. They got JoJo Earl.
Yeah, from Alabama, right?
Yeah. So he's come in as a part of the receiving core. That is that's a huge acquisition right there because Quentin Johnston, remember, he leaves. He's now a member of the LA Chargers. They need something to bolster their receiving core. They also got some acquisitions on offense at the running back positions. Trace Sanders, I believe is his name. He's a 5-star recruit.
Also from Alabama.
Yeah, 5-star recruit. And, they bring him in. So they got some reinforcements offensively. They need those guys to contribute right away, though. And remember, Jared Wiley actually may be considered, who's from Texas, maybe considered one of the best tight ends in the Big 12.
Yeah, he might.
Behind JT Sanders.
JT Sanders.
Yeah.
And he was one of their representatives at Media Day.
Yeah, they really like him.
They like Jared Wiley, the former Temple quarterback.
And yes, and he is also people theorize that he may have been the one, speculate that he may have been the one to share information and signals about Texas's offense. And remember, there was concerns that Texas opponents may have known some of their signs and signals, and he may have been the one that shared some of that. That's just the allegation, that he may have been the one to share it, because he did know it.
Well, shame on Texas.
Exactly. Hey, that's smart by TCU.
By the way, they also brought in Tommy Brockermeyer as an Alabama transfer. The Brockermeyer brother.
Man. I forgot all about that.
And he's got to earn a job. I mean,
he killed it in a transfer portal.
Here's what Sonny Dykes showed me last year. Sonny Dykes can flat coach, right? He's a good football coach. You don't win all those games. The preparation, it was the opposite of Texas. They found ways to win close games, and they did it because Max Duggan was a veteran. They were the most veteran team in the conference last year. They found ways to get it done. A couple of those losses, all of a sudden, it's a whole different season for them. But they won every one, and I still can't believe they lost that K-State game. I mean, that was one I thought they should have had.
Yeah.
And won a Big 12 championship. Because that's the thing for TCU. As great a season as it was, you didn't win the Big 12 championship, nor did you win the national championship.
So you
didn't get a trophy.
It's one of the greatest seasons in the history of your program, and you have no championship to show for it.
No trophy.
But I'm with you. I like Coach Dykes. I like what he's done. He is showing me, it's in the last few years, that he is evolving as a coach. And what he did when he came into the Big 12, he studied the league. And when studying the league, he looked at what are the best and most effective concepts in his league. And that's why he chose the 3-high defense. He was like, in that Big 12, the 3-high defense works. He went and got him a defensive coordinator that specialized in it, and that's what they ran.
Well, and also remember this. For Sonny Dykes, he was at SMU, but he was on the staff with Gary Patterson in 2019.
Yep.
So knew a lot of the personnel that was still there when he got this job.
Great point.
Reconnected with the locker room. And you're right about his evolution. At Cal, and by the way, if you go read the cover story, Dave Campbell's Texas Football this year
great.
is written by Mike Craven, our guest of earlier this morning. He wrote that story, and it's the evolution of a coach, right? Who at Cal was just all offense, didn't really focus on the defense. Got to SMU, and he was. I mean, Sonny Dykes from West Texas in Berkeley, California. That's a culture
very
shock.
Different, very different lifestyles.
Yeah. And he, at Cal, he developed guys like Davis Webb, Jared Goff. And
that Bear Raid.
The Bear Raid, but the defense was never good enough. Now they beat Texas twice. While he was the coach at Cal, which is still amazing. But so when he got to SMU, he kind of reshaped himself, and he hit the transfer portal like crazy, and he built SMU into a really good program for that level by bringing in Metroplex kids that had gone off to school and wanted to come back. And he took advantage of the portal in full bore. Remember when Jake Spavital got the job at Texas State? One of his mentors is Sonny Dykes, and so when he went really portal heavy at Texas State,
copying that model,
he was kind of copy what Sonny Dykes was doing instead of what down in San Antonio Jeff Traylor was doing, which was recruiting the 210, recruiting San Antonio.
Basically, all those what it might say 45 guys on their roster are from San Antonio.
Yeah.
They want to stay there. Like, no,
they're all from
home.
Yeah. So there's different ways to skin the cat, as Coach Royal would say. But maybe Spav, who became a good friend, kind of went too far with the not recruiting high school players. But for Sonny Dykes, that's been his MO. Well, he gets to TCU. I don't say there's a ready-made roster, but that roster was...
Yeah, Gary Patterson had lost his way as a coach, but that roster was still filled with some damn good players.
And we saw that in the NFL draft this past April. Max Duggan did get drafted, but man, at the top,
Quentin Johnston and Dylan Horton, and that's a lot of good guys. D. Winters, good players.
Yeah, well, Danian Tomlinson's nephew, the cornerback.
Yeah,
he got drafted. Of course, there was so this is the point for TCU: is their best players at every position are now playing in the NFL and playing on Sundays. They have to replace them. How good can they be? Is 17 about right for them? Because they're going to lose some of those games they won close, but Chandler Morris is back to play quarterback.
He's back, and we just talked about the acquisitions they got in the transfer portal. Some big-time players.
Let's not forget this for TCU. They replaced their offensive coordinator. Lincoln Riley's brother, Garrett Riley, left to go to Clemson, where he's going to run Clemson's offense this year. They bring in Kendall Briles.
Which that's not a huge drop off, man. Kendall Briles, he can coordinate some offense, and by the way, he loves to coordinate offense against Texas. He loves to coordinate to call plays against Texas. And by the way, last time he did, he ate Texas alive with that Arkansas offense.
I know that. I know that's right.
I played with Kendall Briles here at Texas. We were in the same DB room. His origin story is like some out of a comic book villain or something like that.
Yeah, well.
He hates Texas, and he used to be a Longhorn.
Kendall Briles went to Texas?
Yeah.
Before transferring.
He was a DB in the DB room. He's a member of DBU.
He is.
I know.
I think the biggest question I have is on the defensive side of the ball. I think their defense has a lot to replace, especially up front. I mean behind the guy, the up front guys should be pretty good. Johnny Hodges is a great linebacker that they have. He's the preseason defensive.
Look out for the name Savion Williams. He's a wide receiver. Is he on the depth chart that you're looking at? Apparently, like he's 6'5". He's supposed to be.
Yeah, he's number 3.
Okay.
He's a starter for them.
Okay, so he's 6'5". He's supposed to be.
I never doubt, even with Kendall Briles or Garrett Riley. I think Garrett Riley's really good.
Yeah.
I mean, and like his brother Lincoln. But they're going to have talent. And JoJo Earl opposite Savion Williams. They're going to have backs. They're going to have a quarterback that was the starter last year.
Jade Wiley, tight end.
Amani Bailey is their running back. Defense brings everybody back pretty much up front. But they replaced pretty much their whole linebacker core.
The secondary might be the best in the Big 12, though. Josh Newton's a hell of a corner. He's
Josh Newton's a great player.
He really is, man. He's fantastic.
Josh Newton and Paul
Bud Clark is also one of the best safeties in the country too.
Paula Wale is back there as well, the
Yeah.
redshirt freshman. So yeah, again, I think maybe I said this at the Big 12 Media Days when they were picked to finish 5th after winning it or playing for the championship last year. I think Sonny Dykes has some bulletin board stuff. I think don't sleep on TCU. And remember, Texas has to go to Fort Worth in a huge game in November.
Last time you're in the Big 12 too. And Sonny's got a little bit of your number.
Sonny's never.
And so does Kendall.
Yeah.
Kendall's got a little bit of your number, and Sonny's got a little bit of your number.
Am I stupid for thinking they're going to win like 5 games this year?
I would say
I trust Sonny
I think
too
they're
much.
an 8-win team.
I trust
they're an 8-win football team.
I trust Sonny's evolution, like he was talking about, because and I've heard Mike talking about this too, that he was really big into analytics and scheme when he was at Cal, like analytics, scheme analytics, and then when he got to SMU, culture started to matter more. Or matter as much. Like, man, I gotta get the culture right. All right, I gotta get the culture right, the team chemistry. That's gotta be right. And now he is culture matters just as much as scheme and analytics guy. He's both. He's committed to both equally. And I think you have to be. We just heard Sark say, no, man, culture wins. I got to have my culture. Even Tom Herman used to say, he's like, no, man, I'll take culture every day over scheme and talent. I need culture. I'm not saying that one matters more than the other, but they matter just as much. You need both.
You need both.
Have to have both.
And if you go back to his dad, Spike was all about culture and connecting with the locker room and connecting with the players.
And not enough of scheme and analytics.
Correct. That's correct.
Yeah.
So I think they're about an 8-win team, and I think their toughest road trips, they got to go to Iowa State. They've got to go to Kansas State in October. They, of course, go to Lubbock early November.
That could be interesting.
Host Texas. Then they are at Oklahoma to wrap up the regular season. So there's TCU. Number 17 in our countdown. We'll be at number 16 tomorrow, and we'll tease it ahead. We're going to stay in the Big 12. You'll stay in the Big 12 tomorrow at number 16 on our countdown to number 1.
It's not is it Purple Kryptonite? Who knows? It may be. Maybe the other Purple Kryptonite. It could
we'll
be.
let you know tomorrow. So far we're at number 20 with Texas Tech. Then we're at number 19 with UNC, North Carolina, Ole Miss, and now TCU. What say you on the Specs text line? Overrated, underrated at 17 for the Horned Frogs. We're coming back with Who Said That? Who did say that? Who did say that?
Who said that?
Who said that?
I'm gonna go first.
Go for it, Rod. Who said it? I got to try to guess who is saying what you're going to play for me.
Okay. This is a head coach. I'll give you a little clue. It is a college football head coach.
Nice.
And he's talking about NIL and the tampering that goes on. We know might be the most violated of all the NCAA rules. It's the speeding of NCAA rules. Everybody out there speeds. You probably did it today. You broke that law. Well, that
Ran a red
essentially.
light this morning.
What?
Ran a red light.
He's going to admit it on air like that?
Yeah.
I run one almost every morning on this.
Yeah, the little left
little
turn
right
here.
You guys just. Oh, why?
I stop. I treat it as a 4-way stop. Because it's 4 a.m. and there's no one on the road.
See, now what if a cop is listening to this? They go just stand there and wait on you guys.
I'll see him. That's the other part about 4
What
in
if
the
there's
morning.
lights off?
Then I'll get a ticket.
Then you go get a ticket. See, you should have told people that on air. You should have just admitted it to me in the break. Come on.
Yeah, I think they'll cut me some slack. There's nothing happening.
But you're right. See,
that's not an unsafe move. I don't like running red lights because I've seen too many terrible things happen when people do that. But in that case, it's a 4-way stop.
That's what I said. See, and sometimes,
Stop,
and they give you
look,
the
listen,
the lawmen and women will give you the leeway to do some things. Not that, but at least to speed a little bit. Well, here is that head coach in college football talking about tampering the speeding of the NCAA and saying exactly how it's affected his team.
People want to talk about what we lost. I mean, we had 6 to 8 players, Andy, that were offered between $150,000 and $500,000 by other schools, and all those guys chose to stay.
They stayed. Offered between $150,000.
I don't know who that coach is. I don't know that voice.
That is actually Wake Forest head coach Dave Clawson.
Ooh,
who's saying that his players were offered anywhere from $100,000 to $500,000 and stayed at Wake Forest. Do we believe him? Do we believe these guys passed up money, $500,000 to stay at Wake Forest?
Remember, Sam Hartman, his quarterback, went to Notre Dame.
Yeah, he took the money.
He took some money.
He took the money.
Well, let's not forget the Wake Forest baseball team wasn't shy about throwing money around in the transfer portal.
Oh, that's a good point.
Got to Omaha and dang near won a college championship.
Yeah, that's a good point. You're right. So maybe something special is happening at Wake Forest, but that's a bold claim that guys are passing up $500,000 to stay to play for the Demon Deacons.
They lost their quarterback.
Exactly.
We know they lost Gavin Holmes.
Gavin Holmes
yeah,
is now at
point.
Texas.
Forgot about that too, and we know that he got some NIL money, I'm sure. So I don't know if I believe that.
I don't.
You and Ty are a fan of 90s hip hop and the hip hop culture.
Yeah,
I pulled this cut for you. You know who this is? I'm sure you're going to know it immediately, but I thought this story was interesting because I didn't know it until I heard it yesterday.
The original version of Nothing But a G Thing was made a Boss Skaggs song. I can't remember the name of the song, but Snoop was actually in jail, and I really wanted this demo done. So he called in, and I taped the receiver of the phone to the mic. Hilarious. And you can hear jail sounds in the back and everything. He's 1, 2, that whole thing. So that was the original version. I just happened to be at my mom's house going through records, and then I found this Leon Haywood, I Want to Do Something Freaky to You, and thought that would make a better foundation track. So took that back, recorded the track. Snoop got out, and we just recorded this song at my house. It was a bedroom that I converted into a studio at my house. That's what the first half of the Chronic was.
And
made.
what was Snoop like at that time when you guys were doing Nothing But a G Thing?
We were just having fun, man.
Really though?
Yeah, that's it. We were just
Who
having fun.
Who said that?
You had to push.
I mean, I know it's Dr. Dre. It's got to be.
Yep.
Talking about Snoop. That's awesome. That it was a jailhouse. It was a jailhouse rap, basically. That let Snoop flow on the beat from jail. And by the way, that's happened a lot. I mean, there are a lot of artists. Lil Wayne, I think, has done this too. I believe Gucci Mane has done this. A lot of rappers have actually recorded stuff from jail, and they do it over the phone.
Give it to me. Give it to me there, T.Y. all the way.
Make sure it is the clean version. Because it can get ugly real quick. Please make sure.
My mom does a pretty good performance of that song.
Oh man,
Does she really?
She knows every word to like every Snoop Dogg song. It's very impressive.
Your mom is so freaking cool.
Dr. Dre might be the richest doctor these days. He's a billionaire at this point.
He's in the conversation. Yeah, especially with the Beats by Dre now that he's got. He's moved on from music. Now he's doing all types of.
What a legend.
Yeah.
All right, Dr. Dre, the answer. Do you have another one for me?
We got time for one more. All right, this is actually a Texas football player who's being asked about the expectations for Texas and why things feel different to him. Ooh. He's been there a while, so he knows. Here is the audio.
Really, I don't try to look at all the preseason stuff because I've been here before. I've been here, we're ranked 7, go up against LSU, fall short. We're ranked high, fall short. I just feel like what I look at is the team's just work ethic and how our mindset is. We're not paying attention to the rankings. We're not paying attention to the awards list and stuff like that. We're paying attention to, okay, team run, I'm seeing groups of running backs over here getting in extra arms. I'm seeing QBs work on core. I'm seeing the linebackers, even the younger guys. We're all coming together, working arms together. It's just from the top down, from the older guys to the younger guys, I'm seeing a lot of buy-in, and that's why I truly believe that this team is the one that's going to make that breakthrough this year because we're all working.
Wow. He gave you a nice hint because he says LSU. He mentions LSU in 2019, like he references that.
I'm going to guess because I know who the program
and a lot of people still in the program from there.
Well, and made available for the because I get those emails of who's going to be available at the availabilities, and I think that might be David Benda.
Well done. That is David Benda,
who might be your starting linebacker.
Yes, there are a lot of people saying that right now he is the leader in the clubhouse to win that.
Next to Jalen Ford.
Yeah, win that starting linebacker spot opposite Jalen Ford. And, Anthony Hill, people like, he has a higher upside, 5-star player, one of the best defensive recruits coming out in that class. But right now, I think they want to use him situationally as a pass rusher off the edge. You don't want to put too much on his plate too early. And David Benda, as he just mentioned.
Senior.
Fifth year, right?
Yeah, at Cinco Ranch down in the Katy area. He, along with a guy like Maurice Blackwell.
Mo Blackwell
might be in the mix at linebacker.
Agree with that.
Jet Bush still running around. But, yes, obviously Jalen Ford is the cornerstone. And, boy, wouldn't it be great to see a great senior year out of a guy like David Benda, number 33. So, good stuff. That's Who Said That?
Who said that?
Who said it? We had Dr. Dre. We had Coach Clausen there at Wake Forest talking about poaching and tampering. And that's David Benda.
I know you can bring pop culture sound. I'm going to bring some new pop culture stuff there next time. I was saying sports related. He's going out to Dr. Dre stuff. That was actually a really cool story. I did not know that.
Oh, yeah.
I did not know you can hear the jailhouse background sound effects.
And filmed in his mom's in mom's house.
That's clean. Oh, that's great.
That's good stuff. Hey, we come back. It will be we're going to hear from Joel Klatt. Joel Klatt, his pick for the Longhorns, where he has the Longhorns ranked in the Joel Klatt Top 25. We'll let the Fox Sports commentator weigh in. Also, we'll go behind the burnt orange curtain and get another Rod's rant of the day.
Full shizzle.
Also, we'll get before the end of the show, we'll get a What's Poppin' pick from Ty in there because Ty's 2-1 now in his gambling picks. And his one loss this week was a bad beat.
Straight cash on me.
Umpires hosed him in a pick. So we'll have that. Plus, we'll preview the Astros going for a sweep in Baltimore. And those big games tonight as well. Big games. Preseason games in the NFL.
And they're big for jabronis like me trying to make the team.
Yeah, man, they are big for guys like Rod B. We've got our 5th hour to come. That's right. We go 5 hours, 5 days a week here on E and Rod B here on the Horn. Straight music, folks. Listen, since 1963, so 60 years now of getting it done in Austin, Texas, as a family-owned, locally run shop for all your music and all your needs. So when it comes to instruments and lessons, and look, this is a bit important time of year here in the month of August. It's back to school. It's back to school. So if your youngster is in middle school or into high school and they're going to be in the band or they're going to be in the orchestra and they need an instrument, how do you get this thing going? Well, they have award-winning customer service. They have you can go online as well. And here's the thing. They offer no-interest month-to-month rentals where payments apply to the purchase of the instrument. So, if you want to buy that, trumpet, but you pay it off as you go, or you just rent it. And then when the school year's up, if they don't pick it up and don't want to keep going, you can return it with no interest at all. They also, no contracts, return any time without penalty with that rental for that band. They repair and do maintenance for free while you're renting. The in-house technicians are the best in the state at either location. And they have a brand new location, right? They were right there on 71 in Lamar for so long. They've moved down into Westlake, right there on BK's and Walsh Tarleton. It's only about 2 miles from Zilker Park, not far from the old one, but it's a great new location for them, for Straight Music, for their south location. North location stays where it is. But it's everything you want there. Austin's Band and Orchestra headquarters. Best beginner rental programs for you and your middle schooler, plus guitars, pianos, pro audio, drums and keyboards and more. Get to the flagship station just 2 miles from Zilker Park. Now offering music lessons at the Straight School of Music as well. Visit their 2 convenient locations. Shop, rent, sign up for lessons at straightmusic.com. And that's straight spelled S-T-R-A-I-T. Straight Music since 1963, a place where customers become friends. Austin, Texas, y'all. Austin's only morning sports conversation. And it's the best conversation you're going to find. Talking Texas football. Cowboys as well. Cowboys open their preseason Saturday with Jacksonville at home. And I'm pretty sure I got to check on this right. I think they're coming back from Oxnard. I think they're breaking camp at Oxnard after the 3 weeks there. And
okay, nice.
They'll play Jacksonville, and I think they'll train the rest of the time at the Star Complex and done with the cool temps of the Pacific Coast.
Well, at least they'll be inside because you don't want to be outside practicing in Texas. So sorry, kids, because I know your high school kids are actually doing it.
And Longhorns have been outside. They're going to go under the lights a little bit doing the night practice thing.
Oh, nighttime is better, but still, it's 95 at night.
Still, they got to get ready for it because remember the first game is 2:30, which is going to be.
Yeah, you got to get your mind right for that one.
And I know that's cruel and unusual to do, not just to the players. Players have hydration and trainers and get IVs if they need to. The fans. Damn fans at 2:30.
I know.
I mean, we were concerned about last year's Alabama game at 11, but at least 11's a little better. You start at the teeth of the heat and you go all the way through the teeth of the heat.
Yeah, no, and I remember I actually, the higher up you get in DKR2, you feel it. You actually feel it based on that elevation.
Hotter and
you
closer
get
to the
exposed
sun.
to the sun. It feels like that anyway. You're like, man, I'm cooking out here.
Sark said that this week. He said, look, I mean. when we check it on the field at Gametown, it'll probably be 130 degrees on the field, on the turf. And he said, we're going to need the depth. We're going to play everybody. We'll be playing
early on. You should just to avoid injuries.
Yeah, we're going to, because he was asked about the young guys, and he was talking about Jonte Cook and all these young players that are stepping up and having good camps. But same time, you're going to need them all. You're going to need your whole depth chart in this game, because you should be able to beat Rice, but get a lot of guys playing time. And the next thing you don't want to do is get somebody hurt on your way to the Alabama game.
And then, just so Alabama has more to game plan for, they won't get an accurate depiction of how you're going to rotate guys and what you want to do with your roster in terms of playing time for players. So, yeah, I agree. That's when you should be rotating tons of guys.
Well, and
everybody should be getting reps in that game.
And Bama will be able to do the same thing in their game one, and they may not show you
who the quarterback is.
They got a whole new offense.
Yeah, they may not show you a damn thing. They may rotate quarterbacks in the first game for the hell of it. And you know what? If I was Bama, I would.
Sure. Well, make them guess.
Make them prepare for all three quarterbacks.
I'll give you a little, before we talk some college football, we're going to get to a Rod's rant as well, and behind the burnt orange curtain.
Oh, yeah.
The headlines from last night, we're all looking at 2 o'clock today. We'll do more of this in the BOC, the burnt orange curtain, that Duncanville High School superstar Colin Simmons will make his announcement at 2 o'clock today.
Oh, yeah.
We'll reset that story. Also, Major League Baseball. We've got, how about this story? So the no-hitter last night, Rod, we haven't talked much about it. Phillies right-hander Michael Lorenzen, who's like, who? Yeah, he threw a no-hitter last night. Even Philly fans are like, who? Because they just acquired him at the trade deadline from Detroit. So got him out of purgatory in Detroit, and where he was playing for A.J. Hinch. 31-year-old right-hander who's been on 4 different teams now. Throws a no-hitter last night in a 7-0 win over the Washington Nationals. He's just the 5th pitcher in MLB history, only the 2nd since 1900 to throw a no-hitter in his home debut with a new team.
So been with 4 different teams, you said?
Yeah. Started with the Reds.
Huh.
He's out of Fullerton, California. Now, here's the interesting – listen to this. Ty, listen to this story. You could win a lot of bar bets on this in your future. You're sitting at Deep Eddy Cabaret. You're going to impress the ladies and win some bar bets. This is unbelievable. My younger brother, actually sent me this fact. Thank you, Dan. 4 pitchers and 4 pitchers only have played in the majors after attending Fullerton Union High School in Fullerton, California.
Okay, I like that set. I like the first part of it.
4 and 4 only.
Okay.
Steve Busby, Walter Johnson, the big train back in 1907 through 1927, Michael Lorenzen, and a guy named Mike Warren. After last night, all 4 have thrown a Major League Baseball no-hitter.
Whoa.
Think about that.
Hold up. So only 4 pitchers have played in the Major Leagues from that school?
From that high school.
And all 4 of them have thrown no-hitters?
A no-hitter in Major League Baseball.
Yeah.
Sounds like Westlake with Super Bowl champion quarterbacks.
That's unfathomable. Yeah, you're right. I mean, that's one of those stats too. That's like that can't even comprehend.
When you go back
the
to
odds and the probabilities of that happening.
Right, and one of them is Walter Johnson, who pitched from 1907 to 1927, and I guess he went to Union High School in Fullerton, California.
That high school has got a really illustrious, really celebrated tradition and history.
But you know what else is amazing? Walter Johnson, it wouldn't surprise you to know that if he went to Union, he might have thrown a no-hitter because he won 417 games in his career.
Well, yeah, see, there you go.
Right.
That makes sense.
But Michael Lorenzen has won a grand total of 37 games in his career. 37. Steve Busby won 70. A guy named Mike Warren in 1980, from 83 to 85, won 9 games.
That's the unlikeliest of all of them. 9 games, and one of them is a no-hitter?
And they all threw a no-hitter. Come on, man.
That's a great stat. That's a fantastic stat. That's the stat of the day.
Stat of the day?
That's the stat of the day. Stat of the week, maybe.
Couldn't make that up.
Maybe the stat of the week.
And if I did make it up, you wouldn't believe me. You'd be like, no. Come on.
Man, that school should be. I hope they're really promoting that. Hope that school is putting an ad out in the paper or whatever. They need to be promoting that. People should know that about that school. That is crazy.
A piece of breaking news from the NFL before we talk some more, get another Rod's rant. We have breaking news. Colts head coach Shane Steichen has announced that Anthony Richardson will start their preseason game against the Bills on Saturday.
Yeah, I'm a little anxious about that as a Texans fan, that division, because Shane Steichen has a history. We know his most recent history with Jalen Hurts, and he was able to bring out the best in Jalen Hurts. Yes, Justin Herbert for that. These quarterbacks that he, ends up, developing and coaching, they seem to ascend pretty quickly. I mean, they start out, getting hot pretty quickly. And then, honestly, they reach their, I don't even know if Jalen Hurts reached his ceiling, but they come close to reaching their ceiling really quickly. And Jalen Hurts was in an MVP conversation last year, second year under Shane Steichen. And then you look at a guy like Justin Herbert. I forgot when he left Herbert. 3 years ago, I believe he left Justin Herbert.
He joined Philadelphia. And that's one of the questions for the Eagles.
He was record-breaking then.
One of the questions for the Eagles. And I know that, but they're the favorites in the Cowboys division. But to lose both your offensive and defensive coordinators, that means you were winning, but both are gone.
Mm-hmm.
Eagles have to replace both. We'll see. They still have Jalen Hurts, and they still have Devontae Smith, and they brought in DeAndre Swift at running back, and A.J. Brown, and all the dudes. But there's some change there. To say the least. Cowboys, of course, now with Mike McCarthy in charge. But, yeah, that's been broken. And again, it's preseason. But there have been some reports that it's going well with Anthony Richardson so far. He is the athletic freak that everyone expected. Same time, what happens when he's got to see disguised defenses, when teams game? Because that's the other thing about the preseason, Rod. You played in it. It was an important time of year for you to try to make a ball club.
Very vanilla.
But there's no game planning.
Yeah, no. It's
base defenses.
Yep. Base defense. Nobody's trying to be creative or innovative, and usually defensively you're at a disadvantage because you need disguise. You need some of those advantages, those cheat codes to help you out on defense. There are a lot less blitzing, a lot less pressure packages. Nobody's trying to show a lot. So I do think for Anthony Richardson, and he goes out there, it should be a situation where he's able to achieve and just show off what he has. I've been hearing, though, in practice or reading in practice that the defense has just been stupefied by his athleticism. Like, it is
freaky.
It's otherworldly.
Well,
yeah.
Well, no, we've said this when he went to the combine back in March. I mean, he's the most athletic quarterback ever.
Based on the measurables.
He's one of the most athletic players ever at the combine.
Period. Any position. But then quarterback.
But then he's a quarterback.
The most athletic quarterback that's ever tested at the combine.
By far.
Yeah.
Size, speed, agility, ridiculous. Jumping out of the gym. Now, does that mean he's a good quarterback? Because Bryce Young was the first quarterback taken, and he's small, doesn't have the strongest arm, but everyone sees him as a franchise quarterback. Anthony Richardson, scary good.
But as we said, though, Shane Steichen, if he is,
he majors in what Jalen Hurts does.
Yeah, mentoring him and coaching him correctly, then
his legs will be baked into that offense. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah.
And if they could get Jonathan Taylor in camp next to him, the running back that he is, that would help.
That would help. Yeah, you're right. For a rookie running back, I don't know if there's anything that helps you out more than having a decent running game.
Yeah,
that you can count on.
And Jonathan Taylor is a beast, but of course he's at odds with the owner and the injuries. And where is he right now? He wants to be dealt and all those kind of things. So they need him in camp. Sam Ehlinger should get some playing time in that game too. Bam, bam, Sam.
That's going to be important. I think Sam will end up making that team. They've expanded the practice squads, things like that. So I think he'll end up making a team. They'll keep 3 quarterbacks.
Yeah, you can you can have an extra quarterback
with the new rule
on game day without accounting against your 53.
Oh, yeah,
good point. They changed the rule. The 49ers.
That was after the NFC Championship game last year where we had
the 49er rule.
A broken guy with a broken arm.
You had Josh Johnson, they put him back. Was that good? Was that the guy?
That was him.
Oh.
Well, then he got hurt. Remember, he got a concussion. They had to put Purdy back in with like his arm hanging off.
They were thinking about putting Christian McCaffrey out there at quarterback. Remember, that's how desperate they were.
Desperate.
Yeah.
Hey, we'll also reset that in What's Poppin', the new book coming out with Phil Mickelson, The Gambler. It's called The Gambler. It's not called Lefty. It's not called Lefty. It's not called Mickelson. It's not called Green Jackets. It's called Gambler.
Apparently, that's
a big part of his life.
That's his identity.
We'll get that in What's Poppin'. Right now, it's time to get a rant from Rod as we get 2 every morning here of our 5 hours. Let's go with the Rod's rant.
I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not going to take this anymore.
Find out what happens when people stop being polite and start getting real.
You ain't keeping it real. My God! Okay, it's happening. Everybody stay calm.
Oh, you've done it now. It's time for Rod's Rant of the Day.
Hold on to your butts.
All right, welcome back. Time to get to Rod's Rant of the Day. All right, so let's start with the Colin Simmons recruitment and the Colin Simmons story, which is the big topic of conversation in Longhorn country. 2:00 today, Colin Simmons will announce where he's going to commit to play football, down to Texas and LSU. And a lot of people think that it's Texas lean right now. But we'll wait till 2:00. And, of course, we'll talk about that tomorrow, whatever the decision is for Colin Simmons. But one of the things that I want to get into now is where Colin Simmons is playing his football now, which is Duncanville and that DFW area. I brought this stat up last week, but now I think it's once again apropos because the one of the top players in the country, if not the best defensive player in the country, in Colin Simmons, is making his announcement to where he's going to commit to play football, and he's from Duncanville, right there in the DFW area. And right now, DFW is probably the most fertile recruiting area metroplex in the country. And some of these numbers back it up. If you go look at draft picks, draftable players, all right, who were picked in the draft since 2020, and you look at different states and different regions, the DFW area has had more players drafted since 2020, more players drafted than any state except Florida, Texas, Georgia, and California since 2020. Since 2020, DFW has had more players drafted than every state except for those states, Florida, Texas, Georgia, and California. The number I have is 50, which would put him fifth because, hell, that would even be ahead of Louisiana, which is at 44. Houston's right there, too. Houston area, Greater Houston's at 40. So it's not, that they are, that much ahead of Houston. But if you will look at the notes that I have in my analysis, I've been tracking it for a few years, they used to be much closer. Houston actually at one point was producing as many, if not more, draftable prospects than the DFW area. And in like the last 2 or 3 years, man, they have really separated from Houston. And I think it's going to continue to, have that separation between the two areas. And not saying Houston won't produce a lot of draftable players, but right now something special is happening in DFW, and it's leading to them not only producing the most, high-level football prospects in the country, but also they're producing probably the best football teams, some of the best football teams in the country, too, that are competing and winning state titles. So I went and looked at, some of the population numbers, like the population booms, fastest growing cities, migration patterns, and it's pretty obvious why DFW has become such a fertile recruiting ground and maybe the most fertile in the country. Is because you look at the top 50 cities and that have grown the fastest in the last decade. Man, DFW is all over this list. Frisco, McKinney, Allen, Denton, Richardson, Fort Worth. I mean, you're talking about 6 out of the top 36 that I counted fastest growing cities in the last 10 years have been in that DFW area. Now, Houston has their own, too. Sugar Land, Pearland, League City's in there, Atascocita's in there. So Houston is holding its own. But DFW, because of the growth of these areas and how many of the cities in that metroplex are experiencing these population booms, it is having a direct effect on the recruiting boom. And there is a theory out there, and I don't know if it's more of an inexact science, and so I'm not sure if you can directly correlate it. But if you can track migration patterns and track population booms around the country, there's a good chance that you'll also be able to track the recruiting boom there too in a few years when families settle down and families start getting obviously grounded there, and then the school districts start to expand. They end up creating and building more schools. That happened in Houston and Pearland and Sugar Land. It's happening now in DFW. It happened right here in Austin. I mean, you go look at Austin, Texas, or Central Texas, I should say now, and you'll see Central Texas, some of the cities here are right there in that conversation, whether you're talking about Round Rock or you're talking about Leander and Georgetown, New Braunfels. They're also some of the fastest growing areas in the country in the last 10 years. And what's happened to football here in Central Texas? It's become not only really competitive in terms of competing for state titles, but now you have some of the high caliber, high level athletes being recruited by the top programs in the country, like Bama, Notre Dame, Ohio State. They're all coming here to Central Texas when they weren't coming here to Central Texas in 1999 when I first came here, because you did not have that fertile recruiting ground. Now you do, and a lot of it's due to the population boom that's happened here in Central Texas too.
No question. And if Colin Simmons chooses Texas today, you can thank, the Sark and the recruiting and the fact that there's immediate playing time here when he gets here, potentially, right? He's gonna.
Oh yeah, he's a play right away guy.
He's a play right away guy, just like we're seeing with Anthony Hill Jr. and Jonte Cook. But y'all, as we heard from Mike Craven earlier this morning, the senior writer at Dave Campbell's Texas Football, Chris Gilbert, the recruiting liaison coordinator, high school recruiting liaison that Sark hired when he got here to help build and also Jeff Banks, right? Jeff Banks has a great recruiting record.
He's a rainmaker. He really can. Yeah,
he was at A&M before he was at Alabama, and rainmaker. What, the pole assassin, or what are we talking about over there?
No, like basically somebody that can make it rain. I think they usually refer to somebody who can create revenue and money. But
he recruits like crazy.
He can make it rain the recruits if you need it.
But that pipeline, if you go back to their first recruiting class here, the Metroplex was featured, right? You had Savion Red from Grand Prairie and Cole Hudson from Frisco, Cam Williams, Duncanville, which is the high school where this young guy is, Colin Simmons. Denton with Austin Jordan.
Is he from Duncanville or is it Denton Ryan?
Who?
Colin Simmons.
Colin Simmons is from Duncanville. Duncanville. Denton Ryan is Anthony Hill Jr. and Jatavion Sanders.
JT Sanders.
I was correct about that earlier when I said he was from Duncanville.
Austin Jordan's also from Denton Ryan. Yeah, he is Duncanville.
He's Duncanville.
Duncanville.
Right.
Yeah. But that was the 2021 class with all the offensive linemen, and Cam Williams, the massive tackle, was that 2022, Rod. I mean, they
hit it again because they had the coach on the roster who had kind of built the pipeline, if you will.
Yeah, I should say the 2023 class.
2023 class. Okay.
Crazy. Think about this. They had. Here we go. Malik Muhammad, Dallas, Texas. Billy Walton, South Oak Cliff of Dallas, Texas. Trey Wisner, DeSoto. Anthony Hill, Denton. Jonte Cook, DeSoto.
Yeah.
Trevor Goosby's Melissa, Texas, which is the Metroplex. Warren Roberson, the safety, Red Oak, which is even further south from South Dallas. I mean, that they're doing a really good job. And when you have a program that has a good culture like we think Texas does, the players recruit the players.
Yes, they do.
So when Colin Simmons rolls in here and there's about 7 or 8 guys, 9, 10 guys in that locker room, he already knows. I know that guy.
They've been talking to him
already. I play with
that
guy.
Yeah.
I play because if you take a map and draw a circle around South Oak Cliff, Duncanville, DeSoto, all those all those schools are right there. And so these kids grow up together. Well, now they're the ones saying, "Hey, man, come on." Everything they're telling you is because that a coach can tell you one thing, but if the players who are already there are telling you, "Oh yeah, that's true. It's a good place. Coaches are good. NIL money's good."
It's your second opinion when you're being recruited, right? The coaches give you their opinion, like, "Oh man, it's gonna be this, it's gonna be great," and you're like, "All right, coach, that's great." And you go talk to the players, and you get a second opinion, and sometimes they go, "Yeah, you know what? I'll clarify that." Or you know what? Coach is probably exaggerating that. That's not really true. But when you get guys that are buying in, saying, "Oh no, coach is telling you the real. He's giving you 100% facts, man. That's what it's all about. The NIL game, that's, we make this much money in NIL, all that kind of stuff." You're right. Then that's when you start seeing what you're seeing now with Texas, where they're recruiting like gangbusters, and it doesn't seem to be a recruit that they are, that they're behind in recruiting in any top prospect. They may not get Colin Simmons. I think they will. But you see they end up being the top 2.
Yeah, a lot of crystal ball predictions for Colin Simmons to Texas, which will be huge on the heels of Quinn Ewers from South Lake Carroll, of course, transferring from Ohio State early. Last year, Arch Manning, the number 1 commitment in the country. And then Anthony Hill Jr., who was the number 1 defensive player in the state a year ago. You get that back-to-back years.
When you got C.J. Baxter, number 1 running back in Florida.
Yeah, and Tashard Choice did a great job on that. And consider this for Texas on the when you talk about having good culture, you knew it was over for Tom Herman when he couldn't get the Brockermeyers to commit to Texas when their brother was playing and was on the team.
On the team.
Like Quinn Ewers decommitted, the Brockermeyer brothers and the family, and the father's a legacy.
Legacy.
And their brother is in the locker room, and they have no interest. Like, no, I'm not playing there.
Yep.
I know the stories.
And then we couldn't even give them the transfer back. The transfer to TCU.
Do we really want those guys? They could barely even break the 3 deep at Alabama.
Well, you did at the time.
At the time.
At the time.
You're
You
right,
never
you're
know.
right.
Go to TCU.
But I'm pretty much the same age as Blake Brockermeyer, so I was here when I was in school when he was at Texas. And with
But you
Dan
made a good
Neal.
point, though, about the culture.
And
Yeah.
Hey, Tommy, how's the culture? How's the locker room? How's this coaching staff? How's Tom Herman?
He did not like it. Well, and at the time, we know, at least from the reports, that there were players who were essentially telling recruits who were coming on campus, I wouldn't go here.
I wouldn't go here.
I wouldn't go here if I were you. And that's when you need to make a move. That's when you have to make a change. I don't give a damn what was going on the field. If you got players saying that to recruits, it's only going to get worse.
People ask me all the time,
It's
well,
only gonna get worse.
why'd they fire Tom Herman? He won all the bowl games. He had a top 10 win finish. That's why.
That's why. And by the way, which I've never seen before at Texas and at any university, fellow coaches within the athletic department threw him under the bus.
Oh, yeah.
And said, oh, no, CDC told us exactly how to handle the odds of Texas. We knew what to do. And I've never seen that before. I've never seen other fellow coaches go on the record to throw another coach under the bus and say, he went rogue.
Well, yeah, his boss didn't like him.
If your boss doesn't like you, you're in trouble. And other coaches may not like you, you're in trouble. He just ran. He had no alliances and no allies.
And at the end, his own coaches on his own staff didn't like him because he was failing the in-home visits. Like when they would set up the in-home visits, they do all the work.
They need you to close. Come on, close it. Close it, Tom.
The opposite would happen.
He come in and open up the back to recruitment. It's like, I just brought you in to close.
No,
it's like,
that's really at the end of the day. Hope the best for Tom Herman and his new opportunity. And I still think he's a good football mind and a good football coach, but he's got to work on.
Job was a little too big for him,
and that's why I think there's optimism with Sark because all those things we say, he's well liked by the other coaches on the campus. He's well liked by his bosses and the boosters and the players. Players seem to genuinely like Steve Sarkisian. And his coaching staff has a great camaraderie to it, too.
But Sark already went through his mistakes, though, and learned from them.
That's right. That's
so
exactly
now
right.
he's a wiser man.
That's exactly right. He's been to the
he's had to fall from grace, but hey,
the man
sometimes
in the mirror moments.
Exactly. Sometimes that fall from grace is exactly what you need to build that character.
Coming back, we're talking more Texas football behind the burnt orange curtain. Also before the end of the hour, what's popping? Get you that details on that Phil Mickelson book. Also, what's to come today and Ty's big pick of the night. Before we get out of here at 11 o'clock, it's Ian Rod B. What's popping before the top of the hour? Good stuff today. Appreciate everybody being with us, finding us. 4 shows into our future, of course. Hopefully you stick with us, and football season is 23 days away. So, by the way, Rod, football's actually 16 or 17 days away if you're looking at Saturday before the Longhorns play. There are games. They aren't very good.
I was like, what's the biggest of
Notre
those
Dame
games?
and Navy in Ireland.
Okay, well, that's not that big of a game.
Let's just remember, they're big games because Ty will be betting on them.
Ty might bet on preseason games. Ty does bet on preseason
Baltimore
games.
Ravens.
Yes.
That might be my pick of the night.
Ravens. They don't play tonight.
Preseason
games?
games?
No, I'm saying it might involve a preseason
Okay,
game.
so also on the 26th, 0 week they call it, is Tom Herman FIU or FAU?
FAU?
FIU.
FAU.
FAU. He's Florida Atlantic.
Someone just say FU.
I'm telling you, his style is going to work at FAU because it works for, I think, smaller, mid-major brands.
They came out with some sick uniforms yesterday. Miami Vice.
Cool.
They're Miami Vice
Oh,
uniforms.
like Florida Atlantic did?
Yeah, I'll retweet it on
Tom Herman.
Twitter.
Nice.
FIU's a Louisiana Tech on that day. San Jose State, USC. So USC, Lincoln Riley's team, will get their first win against the
I like that.
San Jose State Trojans. Hawaii and Vanderbilt. Once again, prayers to all the folks in Maui and those horrible fires the last 24 hours. Ohio, the Bobcats are at San Diego State. That's a nice trip. If you're living in Ohio, you get to go out to the beach.
The coast.
UMass, New Mexico State, UTEP, Jacksonville State. So, yeah, Notre Dame, Navy, and Dublin, Ireland will be the biggest of those games.
Yeah, week 0.
Those uniforms are FIU.
See, there you go. Mixed it up. So, but
FIU.
that's fitting, though, because that's what we're talking about right now. FIU at Louisiana
So,
Tech.
I have a lot of random thoughts in my head and that I store. I can never get FAU and FIU separated. And then
just think about the logos.
Like New Mexico and New Mexico State. I can never – to me, they become one.
Lobos
Aggies. And Aggies. Yes, I know. Like,
point.
which one did Bob Davie coach at? I don't even –
I'm going to guess
I
New
always get 'em-
Mexico State, but I'm probably wrong. New Mexico.
And New Mexico State's independent.
Are they really?
That's a good way to.
Damn, how do you know that, Ty? Good for you.
Good for you, Ty.
I don't know. I would not know that.
I think today will be number 33 in a row of 100-degree temperatures plus 33 days in a row. That's a new
y'all need
league
to
record.
stop counting that. Out of all the things to count.
It's a record.
Well, the wrong kind.
Yeah,
the
wrong
the kind
kind.
we don't want to keep up with. The depressing record.
It's depressing.
That's a sad record, man.
It is very sad.
Oh,
man. But that's so. Point of that is on the heels of saying prayers for the folks in Maui. Be careful with your
please do
cigarettes, anything like doing construction or whatnot. Obviously, you know that, but man, it can happen really fast. And the winds again are up today, so nothing like we saw in Maui where those winds were 80 miles an hour and a storm.
Man,
well, the reports say that like a transformer blew, or because the wind, like a light pole fell.
And then the wind started taking all the fire or the
and then it caught fire and it just went.
Yeah.
I mean, it just took off, and the winds were just all the gas and fuel it needed, 80 miles an hour, and it was dry. Golly, that is so scary how quickly it all came down. The whole island was seemingly on fire, at least the whole town of Lahaina.
It don't take long.
We saw that in the Bastrop fires.
Yeah, it doesn't take long at all.
2011. I mean,
man.
And remember, if you go back to this genesis of that, it was power lines. Power lines got blown into a tree, which then sparked, and then boom, 40-mile-an-hour winds at the time, and just raged. Cross your fingers. Be careful out there.
Prayers for those folks, man.
Man, I think the last count was 36 have passed so far, and I don't know that I never have seen like when this all started, what time it was, local time. I think it was in the nighttime.
Late. I was going to say, I bet it was late, or like obviously late or early.
Well,
people may have been sleeping.
And some of the most amazing video are people in boats who like ran to their boat to get out on the water to get away from the fire.
Well, the entire pier burned down too. From the pictures I saw.
Yes,
nothing standing, all black.
And if the most dramatic you'll see are the overheads of before, what it looked like before. Beautiful, idyllic Hawaiian Islands, and then after
just ash and
burnt. It looks kind of like something you've seen in Oppenheimer.
Yeah.
After, I mean, not the widespread as of a nuclear blast, but it's just all burnt.
And we know how long it takes that stuff to recover. Because you can still see the damage out Bastrop and places like
those
that.
Trees, those pine trees.
It takes a while for it to come back.
All right. Can we go behind the burnt orange curtain one more time and get a final preview of Colin Simmons Day?
Let's do it.
And they were all asking themselves the same question. What is behind that curtain?
All right, now I want to play one more piece of audio from Sark. He was on with Josh Pate on the
There you go.
247 Sports show they have there on YouTube, and a lot of different conversation topics that they got into. But one that I want to play here is about the secondary. Sark was talking about the secondary, and here is what Steve Sarkisian had to say about the boys in the defensive backfield.
I really like our secondary. You know, I'll talk about Catalon first. You know, what a great addition to our team. Never mind just our secondary. You know, he comes with the real intent every single day. He's very mature. He's very meticulous in his approach. The passion is there. The communication is there. And then the playmaking is there. And I think obviously there's a level of physicality to his play that you have to have at safety that he definitely plays with. But we're returning 3 starters there as well. And Ryan Watts, Jaron Thompson and Jahdae Barron. And Jahdae has been a fantastic player for us at nickel, a guy who's been a playmaker in the run game, the pass game, creating turnovers. But we have a lot of really good young players too. Terrence Brooks really came on at the end of last season. We had an addition at transfer in Gavin Holmes from Wake Forest, who was a 2-year starter there. You look at a couple kind of high-level recruits in Derek Williams at safety, Malik Muhammad at corner, and then Jalen Gilbo actually was starting ahead of Jahdae Barron last year before a season-ending injury, so he's back. Not to mention a lot of other faces. So I like the depth. I like the mix of veteran players and the leadership they provide, but I also like some of the youth and the playmaking ability that they provide.
Yeah, man, that's secondary. That's your you-er, Rod, and it was when it was deep like that.
It is getting to the point now where he's mentioning guys who are starter caliber guys who are essentially in backup roles. He brought that up with, Jalen Gilbert. He's like, oh, man, that guy was starting before Jahdae Barron ended up taking that job. But that means they still trust him to be a guy that can give you starter reps if necessary. The defensive backfield, in my opinion, this year should be a strength, especially with you having the addition of Jalen Catalon, who is going to be an NFL safety. He's got a Sunday skill set if he can stay healthy. But then you love Keaton Crawford. You have your elder statesman in Jaron Thompson. So you got 3 starting safeties. And from what I'm hearing, even listening to Sark there, everybody's talking about Terrence Brooks and his development. PK's talking about it. I'm hearing the players talk about it. X-Man hearing Sark talk about it. So my assumption is I'm going to pencil him in just in my mental notes as the starter on that field corner side with Ryan Watts as the boundary
that's
corner.
the good competition because in my mind I'm thinking, I think Gavin Holmes left Wake Forest to not play.
You know what?
I mean?
I agree, but
he was a starter for 2 years in the ACC at Wake Forest and transferred here for a reason. So, you got to earn the spot. I'm not saying they promised him anything. You got to go get it.
But the competition level that we're discussing, yeah, no doubt.
Austin Jordan, the corner last year who stepped in, he's out of Denton Ryan. He looked good, number 4, when he got an opportunity last year. Malik Muhammad's a freshman from DeSoto. He's another one of those young guys that they like a lot. Again, he's not going to play this year, but just the depth we're talking about. Think about the Ryan Watts on one side, Terrence Brooks, Gavin Holmes, Gilbo, and then the other position is safety. He mentioned Catalon, and you've got Keaton Crawford back there, and Jahdae Barron.
Don't forget about my guy Michael Taff. He
started Daddy.
Way down the list now.
Taff Daddy. But you're right, Taff. He's actually getting reps.
Think about the redshirt freshman B.J. Allen from Alito was a 4.5, 5-star recruit when he came out. The kid from
Derek White
from Louisiana.
Yeah, 5-star safety.
Derek Williams from Louisiana. New Iberia. You're starting to put some depth together, and that's what they've done on the offensive line. You feel like you're doing it at quarterback, receiver, and defensive backfield. I think the thinnest position on this team, and you can agree or disagree behind the BOC, Rod, is linebacker, right?
Yes, because you don't have enough proven commodities. You have talent there, but you've got one guy who's been there and done it, and that's Jaylen Ford.
And he should have been the Defensive Player of the Year in the conference, so you feel good about him. But that's where you not only have the thinnest, most unproven talent, you also had DeMarvion Overshown off to the NFL. Who replaces him? So running back and linebacker, I think, every time we've seen Jonathan Brooks at running back play,
he looks great.
He's been good, even in the bowl game. He caught the long screen pass for a touchdown.
And he was injured there, too. He was injured.
And, when he has had a chance to play when they weren't handing it to Rojo or Bijan, he performed. So you feel better about that because at running back, you've got him and Jonathan Brooks. You've got C.J. Baxter, the freshman, who they're said they haven't put any training wheels on him. They're letting him go full force. Then you have Jaden Blue, who's kind of an enigma. Because remember, Jaden was the number 1 running back in the state as a junior.
And then
down in Klein, then he sat out his senior
school,
year.
Yeah, left early, sat out a year.
And so came in as an early enrollee and was playing behind Bijan and Rojo and Jonathan Brooks. So here he gets a chance to shine. Keelan Robinson is there. Savion Red has been moved to running back from wide receiver. So,
yeah.
I think you feel pretty good, even though it's unproven at running back. Linebacker, opposite Jalen Ford, who's it going to be? Is it Benda? Is it Anthony Hill Jr.? Is it Jet Bush? Those are big questions.
And if you really are concerned about that linebacker spot opposite Jalen Ford and you're looking for contingency options, you could consider playing more dime defense. You do have 3 safeties you believe are starting caliber safeties, and you got 3 corners because you got Jahdae Barron at nickel, and you got Terrence Brooks at field corner, and you'd have Ryan Watson at boundary. So you could play some dime. Remember, Todd Orlando played the Lightning package most of the year, which was a 6 DB package. Now, I'm not saying you have to, but it would be a nice plan B or contingency plan in case you cannot figure out who that off-ball linebacker is opposite Jalen Ford.
Just please don't bring the safety blitz from 15 yards off the ball.
Was it 3rd and 17?
Come
what
on,
was that?
Orlando.
Oh, man.
And then to Ty's point of his boy Michael Taft from Westlake, our friend Michael, wearing number 16 this year. It's like his boy Arch Manning.
Taft Daddy?
Taft Daddy wearing
Taft
number
Daddy,
16.
baby.
In honor of Jake Coker.
Yeah, and Ty reminds us that he and Arch Manning are both 16, but Jake Coker was a player at Westlake who was killed in a car accident out here.
I remember that sad.
Out here on Bee Caves.
Yeah, that was heart-wrenching, man. It was terrible. Michael Taft, he did get his scholarship, right?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah. Okay.
He started the K-State game last year. I just don't be – and the reports I've been hearing personally is he has been getting reps with the first team.
He has been getting reps. I read that too. I actually read that. He was getting some reps first team.
Guy's a football player.
That's a dude that fully believes that he's going to play in the NFL one day.
That's awesome. All right.
And you got to believe it to do it.
You got to believe it
to do it.
You got to
believe. You don't believe, nobody's going to believe for you.
I've always said I'm going to dunk a basketball one day. It's never happened, but I'm going to try.
No,
it's a little different.
It's done. Exactly. Father Time has.
I bought those shoes with platforms on it, trying to strengthen my calves.
You can dunk a basketball. You can do it at one of those places. What do they have with all trampoline parks or whatever?
You get me on an 8-foot goal. Throw it down,
you kill
baby.
It, man. Yeah, there you go.
Well, not anymore. I'll break something. Let's come back. We'll hit our What's Poppin' segment, including this new book about Phil Mickelson. You're going to want to check out. Rod's got a review of the Johnny Manziel documentary, and Ty has a What's Poppin' pick of the night. What is poppin'? Rod, what's poppin'? You saw the Johnny football documentary last night. You say
it's worth watching.
Don't get your hopes up too high, but worth the watch for an hour and 20 minutes.
It's not very thorough, but if you want to relive the Johnny football era in about an hour and 20 minutes, then it's a fun experience to kind of relive it. And it gives you interviews with the main characters. Your Uncle Nate was in there, and Billy Lucci's in there, and then Johnny Manziel's in there. So you get some behind-the-scenes footage. But if you're looking for thorough, in-depth, investigative journalism type stuff, that ain't what it is. That's not what it is.
Does it feel like it was created by Johnny Manziel Inc.?
Not really, because it doesn't paint him in a great light all the time. And it tells the truth about him not watching film. That was a attempt on his own life. I mean, it doesn't necessarily paint him in a great light all the time. It talks about his struggles a ton.
All right. Well, also what's popping today will be the Astros and Orioles. That game's going to start in about, 11:35? So
damn right.
Inside an hour, it'll be from Baltimore, of course, 12:35 on the East Coast there. And be more. Astros have taken the first two to call within 2 games of the Rangers. Rangers got shut out yesterday in Oakland, and they're off today. Yeah, Hunter Brown on the hill today. Yeah, they lost to the A's.
How did the Rangers get shut out by the A's?
It was a tough game to watch. I watched the entire thing.
And the A's went with the bullpen. Like a lot of times, if they're out of starting pitchers, they'll start a reliever.
Yeah, a bullpen game.
Yeah, the starter, he'll try to get 2 or 3 innings out of them. And then you go full, but then 5 A's pitchers blanked them.
I mean, that place has got to be tough to play for all the wrong reasons. Just
there's
no
one
there. It feels like you're practicing almost.
They used to say that about Kansas football back in the day. You'd go there, you'd play in the middle of the day, like 11 a.m., and nobody would be in the stands. And it'd be cold.
Yeah.
You'd be like, man, you better get up for that game. So
you better like football.
You better like football.
Well, I'll say this for the Astros. If they can get this win today with Hunter Brown against Dean Kramer, and Kramer's a 10-game winner, but he's got a high whip. He's got a high ERA, so the Astros should be able to get after him. If you can win this game, it's pretty clear that the pressure has gotten to the Orioles here, right? The Orioles blew the game with their best pitcher on the mound and the Astros took the game, but they haven't been in a pennant race like this. They're new to this. The Astros are obviously old hat, and even last night it was a close game into the late frames, and they just kept adding on runs against that vaunted bullpen of the Orioles. So the Astros getting right, and we've seen when they go head to head with the Rangers. Went head-to-head with the Braves this year. The Astros can play with anybody. They just haven't been as consistent this year against some of the other teams. But now they're healthy.
That's the key.
Now they're healthy. And you've got Altuve at the top. You got Bregman at 2. Alvarez, Tucker, Yainer Diaz will be in there today. John Singleton's up. Jake Meyer's starting to hit a little bit. Jeremy Pena. So Astros are there. And they're 2 back, and Astros will host the Angels this weekend.
You can tell the Astros, you just talked about it, the veteran experience, that they know how to pace themselves now. You see this with NBA teams who have been there and done it a long time. It's like, we know how to pace ourselves. We ain't got to win a division. We ain't got to do all that. We know exactly when we need to test ourselves. We'll play the best teams. We'll have a series against one of the best teams in Major League Baseball. We know that is a playoff atmosphere. We'll test ourselves and make sure that we know how to flip the switch when necessary. And they do.
And I think the Rangers have a really good squad, too. And Corey Seager's having an MVP kind of year for them. And he's been injured a couple times, but he's healthy now. I'd also say this for the Rangers. They've got some veteran guys now, right? They've got Max Scherzer. He's been there, done that. They're not going to wilt to the pressure. Right? I mean, Aroldis Chapman's been a closer in this league a long time. They're going to have – this is a great race with these two. Now, the Angels have fallen out of it, but Astros have a chance today to get to within 1.5 games if they could beat the Orioles today. But tough to sweep a good team like that. But that would be a message sent if they could. What's popping for you tonight, Rod?
Preseason football. You get to see C.J. Stroud.
6 o'clock tonight. Apparently, it's on KVU, KVU 24.
Oh, C.J. Stroud's premiere for the preseason. I can't wait. Get to see the Bobby Slowik's offense. Haven't seen that yet. We have no idea how Bobby Slowik's offense is going to look. Probably similar to the Kyle Shanahan offense.
Yeah.
A low-budget version.
Low-budget version.
No Debo.
On the down low.
Yeah, exactly.
Ty, what do you have? You got a pick tonight? Gambler's pick of the night. You're 2-1 on your 3 picks so far here on Ian Rod Bay.
Yeah, I'll be headed to the Round Rock Express game to hear retired Colonel Flowers' daughter sing the national anthem and watch them play. I think it's Albuquerque tonight.
Albuquerque.
So
they've scored 20 runs in the first 2 games of that series. They won 10-5 and 10-6. And I haven't not heard Craig's daughter sing. I'm sure it's beautiful. She's got
I was in choir with one of his daughters.
Really?
For a long time. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Give us a full update on that tomorrow.
I know Ty was in choir.
Craig Flowers, Colonel retired.
But my pick, you just mentioned the game, the Houston Texans and the New England Patriots. I'll go ahead and take the Patriots plus 145.
All right.
Bill
Ding.
Belichick gets it done against a unexperienced coaching staff.
Yep, I'm with you on that. And take the under probably too.
By the way, keep it locked in. I know Patrick will get you updates on the Colin Simmons story and what happens there. Somebody asked where you can watch it. I think it's on YouTube, and you'll see it on all the Longhorn-centric sites. Patrick will have more coming up on the Sports Complex at 5 o'clock, and our social medias will have it immediately.
Faux shizzle.
It'll go out as soon as Colin Simmons makes his decision at the Horn on Twitter and Instagram and all those places. Also, quick note to keep an eye on. Remember, they went into full pads last night, Rod?
Mm-hmm.
24/7 Sports reporting that freshman defensive tackle Sadir Mitchell's having an MRI today on a potential leg injury.
Oh, man.
Once the pads go on, it gets physical. They start cracking.
Yeah, they haven't had any injuries really so far, and that may be the first, unfortunately.
Keep an eye on that.
Yeah.
By the way, the Phil Mickelson book that's coming out says he lost over $100 million gambling. Yeah, $100 million.
Straight cash, homie.
And has bet more than $1 billion in his time.
Thank you, PIF.
Yeah, we'll do it tomorrow, Friday edition at 6 a.m. Every hour podcast at hornfm.com. Jim Rome next.